a result, structure of the KS system disperses masticatory pressure effectively. By the reinforced structure, the external force which may affect on the screw stays minimum and eventually minimizes the screw loosening. As of the diameter of 4.0 implant, the KS system secures the degree of strength at 4.5 with the increased depth of connection, reinforced walls of abutment, and thickened implant body. Find your key solution.
Introducing the last kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the last kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely while collecting autogenous bone particles between the cutting blades. By creating bone chips between the blades, the core drill's rounded cutting edge reduces the chances of direct contact with the membrane. The last kit's dome and core drills are specifically designed to create the lateral window safely. Last kit allows for more precise control over drill depth. The last kit features drill stoppers in 0.5 mm increments. 6 different lengths of drill stopper allows for more precise control over drill depth when creating a lateral window. All these last kit features contribute to safer sinus lifting surgery and reduce the chances of sinus membrane perforation. Let's go over the advantages of our last kit. It is specifically designed to help surgeons to create lateral windows safely with a patented drill design. 6 different lengths of drill stoppers with 0.5 mm increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the last kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The CAS kit features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane. The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The CAS kit's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the CAS kit that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the Asset Kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The Asset Kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The ESET kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design implants, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 millimeter short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. MS implant. Introducing the MS implant, the one body type implant for narrow bone width areas such as the mandibular anterior region. There are 3 types of MS implant: narrow ridge, denture, and provisional. First, the narrow ridge is a one body type implant suitable for areas with narrow bone width or narrow interdental spaces. Second, the MS denture is an implant designed for overdentures. Third, the MS provisional is used when immediate placement of the temporary prosthesis is necessary. Try the MS implant in the mandibular anterior region where the bone can be very narrow.
오직 치과인들을 위해 탄생했습니다. 치과계 최초 라이브 커머스 플랫폼 대놀 라이브 쇼. 치과인들의 큰 손에 힘입어 하반기 3개월 만에 매출 13억 원을 돌파했습니다. 치과 진료에 꼭 필요한 제품을 특별한 혜택으로 만날 수 있는 단 하나의 커머스 플랫폼 대놀 라이브 쇼. 11월 28일 화요일 이드라이버 플러스, 12월 12일 화요일 가변관리 소독실 패키지와 치과 인테리어, 12월 19일 화요일 카보 익스퍼트 서지 크리스마스 특별 혜택, 그리고 바로 오늘 오스템 미팅 2023 서울 특집 대놀 라이브쇼 앙코르 특별전을 준비했습니다. 하나, 여행 키트와 뷰세네스 특별 구성, 최대 45% 할인은 물론 치과명 각인 서비스부터 와피 구강 세정기까지 화끈하게 더 드립니다. 둘, 바이오스와 에이오스의 국대급 2종골 스페셜 패키지, 2가지 골 이식제를 최초 36% 할인이라는 특별한 조건으로 준비했습니다. 여기에 채팅 상담 고객 중 40분을 추첨해 스타벅스 커피 쿠폰에 행운까지 안겨드립니다. 오직 오스템 미팅에서만 만나볼 수 있는 특별한 혜택, 지금 대놀닷컴에서 구매 가능합니다.
곰탕은 8,000원.
특곰탕은 만원?
특곰탕은 뭐가 다른겨?
뭐가 달라도 다르겠쥬.
임플란트 하면 좋은겨?
뭐가 달라도 다르겠쥬. 오스템 임플란트.
글로벌 치의학회가 주목하는 최고의 학술 행사 오스템 미팅 2023 서울. 전 세계 치과인들의 뜨거운 관심 속에서 진행되는 오늘 행사는 잠시 후 오전 9시부터 영어와 중국어로 동시 통역되어 대놀 사이트와 유튜브를 통해 실시간 생중계됩니다. 이번 행사의 주제는 쥐어된 네로우 임플란트로 폭넓은 경험으로 강연의 의미를 더해주실 좌장 4분을 모시고 다양한 임상 특례로 살펴보는 쥐옷 임플란트의 장점과 안정성, 장기적 예후에 관한 손영희 원장, 김기성 원장의 강연과 네로우 임플란트의 임상적 유용성을 보여주는 박성민 교수, 배아란 교수의 강연이 준비되어 있습니다. 특히 오스템 미팅의 하이라이트 라이브 서저리는 오전과 오후 두 차례에 나뉘어 선보이며, 오전 시간 박창규 교수가 원가이드를 활용한 쥐어된 네로우 임플란트 수술을, 오후 시간 김현종 원장이 MS 임플란트와 원가이드를 활용한 네로우 임플란트 수술 현장을 공개합니다. 마지막으로 조영진 원장, 박정철 원장, 조영단 교수 3명의 연자가 함께 쥐어된 네로우 임플란트의 정의와 임상적 활용에 관한 고견을 관객들과 함께 나눠봅니다. 각 세미나실에서는 투명 부정 장치의 클리니컬 애플리케이션을 주제로 한 부정 세미나와 회원 입지, 치과 인테리어, 치과 경영, 전자 차트까지 4가지 주제로 구성된 회원 세미나, 치과 기공사와 치기공과 전공생을 위한 세미나까지 알찬 강연들이 이어지며 현장에 참석하신 분들을 위한 특별 프로모션, 풍성한 이벤트까지 명실공히 최고의 학수 행사다운 시간으로 꾸며집니다. 주요된 내로 임플란트의 다양한 활용법과 임상 노하우를 전해드릴 오스템 미팅 2023 서울 지금 시작합니다.
Greetings, welcome to Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul. I am Kim Yusu, the MC of the day. Before we begin, I would like to express my gratitude to all the love and support that you have sent to the Hygienist Forum. This is 9:02 right now. We are going to focus on advanced digital dentistry, short and narrow implant today. Today, the main auditorium and the third floor seminar room will host various programs, and starting from 2 p.m., including seminars on orthodontics, private practice opening, dental technology, and more will be provided. I look forward to your interest. Additionally, by visiting the dental website, you can enjoy the live streaming of all ongoing lectures, live surgeries, and seminar room presentations. This year, Osstem Meeting has garnered immense global attention. We are thrilled to have numerous dentists among us. Many from overseas branches are here with us today, and we are really grateful. Simultaneous interpretation services in English and Chinese are provided for our global audience. And this is a live stream. I look forward to your interest. For uninterrupted experiences, we kindly request attendees to switch their phones to silent mode or to turn them off. As a special treat for our on-site guests, we'll have a grand prize draw after all sessions. Prizes include a Galaxy Notebook 3 Pro, Galaxy Z Flip 5, and Galaxy Tab S9. Your support and enthusiasm are much appreciated. The excitement does not stop here. At Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul, we have an array of events happening on each floor. Attendees who are in person, remember to use your beverage voucher and collect stamps on your stamp tour sheet hidden across the first and fourth floors. Once you've gathered all stamps, submit your sheet at the reception desk on the first floor to receive a special gift. On the first floor, we are showcasing and presenting 109 posters registered for the Osstem Meeting poster session. Explore various clinical cases and research findings in implants, digital dentistry, GPR, and orthodontics. Don't miss the free professional photo zone. Enjoy a relaxing break with a beverage using your voucher at the cafeteria. I hope you utilize a lunch break as well as coffee breaks. The second floor houses Osstem's product exhibition hall, where you can directly experience Osstem Implant's diverse range of products. On the fourth floor, explore various exhibition booths, and on the right side, there is catering zone inside the restaurant. Next is the online event. Those of you watching from dental site, you'll be able to win coffee coupons and dessert set coupons. Regrettably, online event that is being discussed is for the Korean audience only. For Korean audience, please refer to the pop-up on the dental site. The draw results will be announced after each session, and coffee coupons will be sent simultaneously. For those who will stay with us until the end, we've prepared generous prizes including Samsung Bespoke Robot Vacuum, JBL Wireless Headphones, and Galaxy Bud 2 Pro. I hope you stay tuned. For Korean audience, please note that participation in all online events require logging into the dental site. Ensure you're registered for smooth access. Attendees on site can also participate in these events through their mobile devices. For those participating in lectures, we've prepared a special gift after each lecture during Q&A session. 10 participants who ask the best questions selected from both live chat and on-site queries will receive Wapik Handy Oral Irrigator as a gift. We encourage participation from both our international and local attendees as interpretation services are available for questions in English. In the afternoon, there will be a discussion. Before our discussion session this afternoon, we invite you to participate in a brief survey about short and narrow implants. Please scan the QR code displayed on the current screen or use the one at the entrance banner of the auditorium during the break. Online viewers will receive a text with a survey link for your convenience. The results of your participation will be incorporated into the discussion, enriching the session. Now we will begin Osstem Meeting 2023. Celebrating today's event, Hong Soo-yeon, Vice President of Korean Dental Association, will give an opening speech. Let's welcome Vice President Hong to the stage. Greetings. I am Hong Soo-yeon, the Vice President of Korean Dental Association. First, I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the commencement of the Osstem's 2023 Seoul event. I have been closely associated with the inception and development of Osstem, especially through the AIC Education Center for Dental Education. I am aware that Osstem's growth into a global company leading the world of dentistry has been grounded on the interest and affection for every sector of dental community, including dentists, dental hygienists, and dental technicians. It's a history for which we are sincerely grateful. The world is changing rapidly. Dentistry has also entered the era of digitalization and AI. The hospital I work at is in the process of transitioning from the analog to digital dentistry. And we're almost completing the process. Fortunately, Osstem has been part of this journey. I really appreciate this. In this era of super-aging society, the role of dentistry is extremely important, as is the social responsibility of corporations. Osstem has progressed with a corporate spirit that precedes the times. I believe that Osstem will stand tall as a company that significantly contributes to enhancing our society. Once again, I congratulate Osstem 2023 Seoul for leading the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hong Soo-yeon. Let's give her another big round of applause. This is being broadcasted online from Osstem Implant Head Office Auditorium, Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul. The first viewer event for online participants. Please join through the pop-up window that is displayed on the Dano site. The results of the lucky draw will be announced at the end of each session by sending coffee coupon text messages. Now it's 9:12. Osstem meeting 2023 Seoul is broadcasted live online to overseas countries. And let's begin the first session. The head of Seoul National University Dental Hospital, Dr. Lee Yong-moo, will chair the session. He graduated from UCLA Dental Research Institute. He was the researcher, and he was a professor at Periodontal Department of Seoul National University, visiting professor at UCSF Periodontal Department in the U.S., head of Implant Center at Seoul National University Dental School. Currently, he is the head of Seoul National University Dental School. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Lee Yong-moo from Seoul National University. So there are participants here and who are participating online. Osstem Implant Meeting 2023. Congratulations. The first speaker I want to introduce, he's going to talk about the clinical availability of a short implant, the rescue implant, the regular implant. Let me invite Dr. Son Young-hui from Ijeon Dental Office. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Greetings. I am Dr. Son Young-hui. I have my private practice in Gyunpo. I am the first speaker of the session, and I feel very honored to open the session. The topic that I'm going to talk about is the clinical availability of short implants. Before we begin, as I was preparing my lecture, I looked at past photos. In 2013, I first participated in Osstem meeting Seoul meetings. I started my participation in 2013, and I think I was much fatter then. And now it's become 2023, and now I'm opening the session. At the time, Professor Lee Yong-moo was also the speaker. Professor Lee Yong-moo, you're the moderator today, but you were also speaker at the time. So I'm participating into the Osstem meeting for my 11th time. Short implants can be viewed in various ways. Clinically, from what do we consider short implant? There are many different journals available. Some view less than 10 millimeters. It was viewed as such at one point, and others view less than 8.5. The length of the implant is decreasing. At one point, we consider what is less than 8 millimeters is short implant, and less than 6 millimeters as short length implant. So currently, we view less than 6 millimeter as short implant in Korea. What length do we consider as a short length implant? In general, implant less than 7 millimeter is considered. From 7 millimeters, we consider this as short implants. This has to do with the KFDA's decision as well as the unique Korean situation. Personally, I view less than 7 millimeters from 8.5 5, I consider it as regular length, and from 7 millimeters, I consider as short. So how much stability does a short length implant have? There are many literature, and I want to introduce two meta-analysis report. Short implants, is it clinically really visible? In 2016, this study was reviewed, and 8 millimeters and less and 8 millimeters and over were compared. Survival rate, marginal bone loss were reviewed. Complication and prosthodontic failures were reviewed. The difference was not statistically significant. So you can use short implants frequently placed in posterior area. This is a more recent study in 2021. This viewed short implants as less than 6 millimeters, and it was compared with longer implants of over 8 millimeters. Success rate, marginal bone loss, prosthesis complication rates were compared. If you look at this study, 1 to 3 year follow-up showed no significant difference between short and regular length implants, but at 5 years post-op, there were some changes. In terms of long-term stability, short implants do have some downside. If you look below that, in the case of complications, when bone augmentations were done at 5 years, there was no significant difference. The placement of extra short implants, which is less than 6 millimeters, could be an acceptable alternative to longer implants in atrophic posterior arch. Currently, the consensus has been formed like this. Clinically speaking, when can we use short implants? Largely put, we can summarize it into 3. We can use it for rescue implants for failed implants. Also, it can be an alternative to avoid a large amount of bone augmentation. We can simplify the bone augmentation procedure. Furthermore, it can be an implant for avoiding anatomical limits. Clinically, I think we use short implants mostly for these cases. If you look at different cases, this is a situation that we come across quite frequently. 4 implants were placed in the lower right, and peri-implantitis were observed in 45 and 46. There are many reasons for peri-implantitis. The reason, in my opinion, was absence of supracrestal attachment, and there was problems with long-term stability. If you take a look at CT, the implanted body, about half of it, there is about half of bone loss. Let's look at clinical situation. Implant was removed. As we all know, we follow the established procedure. EFR kit is used to minimize damage to hard and soft tissue. And it has been removed like this. The flap was reflected, and after checking the site, implants were placed. When placing implant in a place where implant failed, after loading, more remodeling occurs. Personally, I tried to place the implant apically. I prefer subcrestal placement. In this case, in number 45 and 46, a TS3 4.5 by 7 millimeter implant was placed, and subcrestal placement was done, but remodeling compensation was necessary. Xenograft was used for GBR, and collagen membrane was used. GBR was done. In periodontally unfavorable situation, when extraction is done and when doing replacements for failed implants, the amount of remodeling is expected to be more compared to normal case. Hence, the implant should be placed in the remaining bone as much as possible, and larger amount of bone graft is recommended. This was how surgery was completed. If you look at panoramic image, when we enlarge it, it's like this. The existing implant, its vertical position, compared with it, it's placed much more apically, and I think it's better way to do it to secure long-term stability. With healing, gingival recession or contraction may occur, and we need to place it 5 millimeters deeper in consideration of that. This is post-op CT view. This is post-op 3 months. Prosthesis have been delivered as shown. This is post-op 3 months. Short implants are used most conventionally like this. This is at follow-up, 5 years 2 months follow-up. There's no major problems and bone level is stable. This is second case, which requires significant amount of bone augmentation. Number 36 was missing. And if you look at CT, it's like this. When we enlarge the image, when we are to place implant in this ridge, we can make many different choices. In general, septal margin is evaluated, and we determine what length of implant we're going to use. The references is the top part. This is the lingual plate here. Or using this, we can place the implant and do GBR to regenerate the buccal bone. Or we can reference the buccal bone level and place the implant up to here and do minimal bone augmentation. We can make these two choices, as we all know. The first choice is the difficult way. Second is an easier way. I chose the second option. I used a guide. 5 by 7 millimeter implant was determined. It was placed apically, and I referenced the lowest point of the ridge. Placement was easy using the guide, and following the buccal bone level, implant was placed. If I had made the first choice, I think it would not have been a bad option. However, I think you may choose depending on your situation, and the prognosis may differ. And this was the choice that I've made. And this is post-op 3 months after prosthesis delivery. And the results look stable during follow-up. Then, would there have been another choice available? I don't think that we will be able to achieve same result every single time. What kind of results would we face? In 2011, I placed the implant myself. Extraction was done. Socket preservation, bone graft was done, and prosthesis was delivered. In 2015, in November. If you look at standard image, crestal marginal bone loss was observed. If you look at CT, it's more devastating. Buccal bone loss occurred. In 2015, November, implant was removed. Bone graft was done again. At this point, I used non-resorbable membrane and used open membrane technique and did socket preservation. After 1 month, a membrane was removed. In this way, bone augmentation was done, and such tedious process was done. In 2016 April, implant was placed, and in 2017 it looks like this. Buccal augmentation procedure was done. When we do regeneration, we rely, rather than relying on residual bone, when we rely on residual bone, the predictability can be reduced. We need to place it. In the end, we end up with more buccally placed implants, and we end up with more devastating results. And I hope you don't come across these cases I think it is better to choose a safer choice. In 2017, March, prosthesis was delivered. June 2023, no major problems have been observed. In this way, when we want to avoid a significant amount of bone augmentation, we can use short-length implants intentionally, as shown here. This is the conventional method from the anatomical limit. When it is very close to anatomical limit, we end up using short implants. Number 35 and number 36 missing, and the patient had atrophic ridge. Cast drill was used, and short drilling was done following the conventional way. Cortical perforation was done. GBR was done. 4.5 by 7 millimeter as 4.5 by 6 millimeter implant was placed. Titanium reinforced PTFE membrane was used. You can use this method. I think this is the conventional method in utilizing short length implant, and this is the typical clinical case. This was how case was completed. In the case where immediate implant placement cannot be done, as shown, when the occlusion is very bad and perio condition is very bad, extractions can be done. Socket preservation would be done first. In this case, within the socket, FDBA cortical bone was used, and on the outside, AOS collagen was used. In the case of AOS collagen, it's circular shaped, and if you divide that, on the top, convex ridge form can be maintained, and socket preservation can be done in this way. So I've used two different graft materials, and I prefer this method. Osguide, the collagen membrane, was used for coverage, and surgery was completed. In this case, as we prep the site, we were able to regenerate only limited amount, and if you do not consider patient morbidity, even if you do GBR. But in order to do minimally invasive treatment, I chose this option. 3 short implants were placed using a guide. The most mesial implant was not many implant, and I used a 4.5 by 6 millimeter and 4.5 by 6 millimeter. The implant in the middle, the primary stability was not good, so it was removed, and this is post-op 5 months. Implants were placed as shown in number 7. 4.5 by 6 millimeter implant was placed. This was how it was. This is the canal as shown. When there is a limited vertical space, you can utilize guide to place the implants. Then you'd be able to minimize error caused by contraction. And in the case of this patient, compared with the treatment planning, you can see that implants were placed in fairly accurate positions. This is post-op 8 months following conventional method. Prosthesis was delivered. In this way, in order to avoid anatomical limits, you can utilize short implants. We can largely divide the situation into 3. When this is used, what kind of considerations should we make? In 2019, in a journal, 360 short implants, so 460 short implants were placed in 199 patients and were followed up to 9 years. After 9-year follow-up, the primary cause of implant failure was peri-implantitis. Out of 199 patients, so 19 implants failed out of 460 short implants. Compared with male patients, success rate was higher in female patients. The most influential factors were smoking and history of periodontitis prior to extraction, these factors had negative influence on the implant success. Systemic health and others did not have major influence on the success of short implants. That was the conclusion. The use of short implants as a predictable long-term treatment option was acceptable. When we use short implants, in most journals, short implants show no statistically different success rate. So it's a viable option. What precautions should we need to take? I think we need to look for 3. First is we need to use wide diameter implant if possible. Second, we need to do accurate drilling and placement. Because level of bone engagement is limited, we need to do accurate placement. After loading, marginal bone loss needs to be minimized as much as possible when we use short implants. When we look at another journal, this is a journal from 2015, and clinical outcomes of single short implants less than 7 millimeters in the mandibular was reviewed. Wide implant. Why am I showing this? There are different journals, 5 diameter and 6 diameter. Short implants were compared. In terms of success rate, there's no major difference, but in terms of primary stability and secondary stability, 6 millimeter diameter showed a much better ISQ value. So in order to get a more safe result, you need to use a wider diameter implant. You can get a better result using this. And that was what was anticipated. Second, you need to do accurate drilling and you need to do precise placement. My recommendation is to use cast drill or guide system, which is even more accurate. You'll be able to place short implants in a very convenient manner. In number 47, about 6.3 millimeters of residual bone was observed, considering septumization. From septum, 2 to 5 millimeter of drilling was possible. Cast drill was used. Implant drilling was done. SS3, 5 by 6 millimeter implant was placed. After it looks it's not fully in, but actually it's fully in. Prosthesis delivery was done. In this way, when cast drill is used, cast drill does not have wide dimension. It does not have stop and rest 1 millimeter, so you can do accurate drilling. Hence, it is recommended to use a cast drill not just in the upper, but in lower posterior as well. It's a very useful tool. In order to do accurate implant placement, you need to use the guide system in number 26. It was missing. In the case of this patient, cast was used. I don't think that it's going to be a problem if we do socket lifting. A regular diameter implant could have been placed, but the patient refused that. Inevitably, I said I will not do sinus lift. 1485 kit was used for this patient, and this is a guide system dedicated for short implants. 5 by 7 millimeter implant was placed. It will contact the sinus floor. Surgery is not really special. 1485 kit. It's an Osstem kit dedicated for 4 to 8 millimeter. There's no rest, and wide dimension is about 0.8 millimeter to 1 millimeters, but it does not exist in 1485 kit, so you can just do vertical drilling as much as shown. 1 millimeter can be significant in certain cases, but if you use this kit, you'll be able to do drilling accurately. 1485 kit was used. When you use guide, the results are the same. The post-op 3 months, prosthesis was delivered, and this is 2-year follow-up. There is no major problem. So when placed in the upper, in the case of stability, Professor Kim Ki-sung will elaborate on this. Third, as for short implants, after loading, marginal bone loss occurs inevitably. That may be the views of some, but because it has a short length, even with a small marginal bone loss, short implants can be affected more significantly. As shown here, after loading, as shown in number 47, implant, peri-implantitis occurred. This was removed and reimplantation was done. On the mesial side, there was significant calculus, and I think it's my fault. After implant removal, EFR kit could be used for implant removal to minimize damage to hard and soft tissue. After that, this is the situation. Implant was placed. TS3 5 by 7 millimeter implant was placed in the same context. Significant remodeling was anticipated in choosing graft material. Using xenograft or alloplastic is recommended for bone augmentation. Xenograft was used, collagen membrane was used as well. Wound stabilization was done and surgery was completed. When you use short implant after implant placement, rather than just moving away, if the ridge is not favorable, then we need to consider potential marginal bone loss ahead. This is post of 5 months. Prosthesis delivery was done, and this was how case was completed. This is pre or post of CT. Consolidation is not fully done, but you can consider bone level to be like this. I'll give you my conclusion. Short implants with length less than 8 millimeters are considered predictable treatment for posterior jaws. In the case of 4 millimeters, I try not to use them. If you look at the journals that are available, these length implants can provide predictable treatment for posterior jaws. Not just special implants, but clinically, we can use them regularly. And for success of that, first, as mentioned, we need to use wider diameter implant, bigger than 5 millimeter diameter. You need to use a larger diameter implant. Second, you need to do accurate drilling and do precise placement. Cast can be used or guide system can be utilized. It will be of major help. But third, we need to consider potential marginal bone loss, and we need to place the implant in residual bone. Also, you need to do soft and hard tissue augmentation. That is the recommendation. So this has been my clinical experience, and I wanted to give you my recommendation for a higher successful short implant use. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Son Young-hee. It was a really meaningful lecture. Thank you once again. Questions about the Dr. Son's lecture will be addressed after second lecture is provided.
Let me introduce the second speaker. It will be delivered by Dr. Kim Ki-sung, who is with the Namsang Dental Clinic. Okay, the topic is the logic of short implant. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. I am Dr. Kim Gi-sung from Namsang Dental Clinic. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I would like to thank Chairman Choi Kyu-sung and the people in Osstem. And I would also like to thank participants online and here in person. I'm going to talk about the logic, the rationale of using short implants clinically. Contents. First question, do you need short implants in our clinic practice? Yes, absolutely yes. Short implants. The definition of short implants was delivered by Dr. Son. I believe we use them in the cases like this when there is a lack of a vertical bone and when we want to avoid anatomical limitation. At the top, an implant is placed in the maxilla. I believe they showed pretty good results in the maxilla. In many cases, in the posterior region, in the mandible, when a vertical bone is lacking, bone augmentation is done and an implant is placed. But it takes time and it is painful for the patients and it is costly. But using short implants, if we have good clinical results, we can approach this in a more simpler way. Short implants recognized when grafting can be with simplified grafting, when opening is limited, implant drilling, placing of implant can be challenging. Short ones can be used. And there are various surgical kits available for safe placement. Guided surgery can be performed not only in the mandible, in the maxilla we can have successful results. In the surgical process, there are many drills with laser marks, and I believe this is not safe to do the drilling. Basically, anatomical structures, when we are close to such structures, we need drills with the stoppers. Osstem provides the stopper drills and the various kit drills for short implants. This is a simple case where short implant was used. This can be controversial. Number 36, the prosthesis was shaking and the implant fractured. In the mandible, at a lower 1/4 position, it broke, and the rest is also integrated. To remove the implant, the tray fiber can be used, and it is close to the lingual concavity, so it can be dangerous. So in that case, short implant was used to address the problem. And I heard that there can be problematic, but let me introduce this case. Recently, I use KS implants quite a lot. 5.5 by 6 millimeter implants. So it is placed like this. and the 7 weeks, post-op 7 weeks, ISQ was 90 and 89, pretty high. So scan body was connected, and one CAD/CAM abutment was used, and abutment level impression was taken. ER type prosthesis was completed yesterday, and the prosthesis was done 2 months after the placement. So you can see the day of placement, post-op 7 weeks, ISQ values, and the prosthetic work was done. One CAD/CAM abutment was fabricated. So this is the final result. The remaining implant remnant can create a problem, but it was very difficult to remove the remnant of the implant. So short implant was the answer. So even though you have some volume of bone, the screw hole should be drilled at the center, and if you want to consider the opposing tooth, the lingual concavity, sometimes we have to go through the lingual concavity, especially at the mandible. So that invades anatomical structure, which is very dangerous. So short implants can be used to avoid the anatomical structures, and if we can have a correct axis of implant, like on the left, I believe this can be addressed in a simple way. So this is the CT result. Short implants can be used in various clinical cases. Regrettably, the Korean FDA allows a 6 millimeter implant when diameter is 5, and then the length should be 7 for 4.5 diameter implants. So there's no 4.6 diameter implants available. I believe these need to be approved by Korean FDA. MFDS, what do you think about this panorama? 4 implants are placed, and this is rather awkward. I hope you understand the short implants play a very important role. The 4 implants are routinely selected in terms of the implant length in my practice. So the zygoma implant and the very short implants, the various implants are available in the market. And then what would be your shortest one? 5 by 5 is the length of the implant that I choose. Sometimes the short implant success can be questioned. If I don't do it, I am doubtful about the success. 7 millimeter implant is highly demanded in the mandible. 5 by 5, 5 by 6 implants were placed in these cases. So in the mandible, short implants, 6 millimeter or shorter implant cases, splinted and the single ones in the posterior region are included. Success of the short implants is also observed on the maxilla. And I'm accumulating photos like this. I like short implants. Clinically, they show very high success rate. So if you use short implants in clinical practice, there are many advantages. There are some things that can be reduced, and there are some things that can be increased. The surgical difficulty can be decreased. Vertical augmentation is a challenging procedure. The surgical failure is quite high, so we can avoid that very challenging surgery. So patients' discomfort, including pain and swelling, would be reduced, and complications from surgery. And it can be reduced. The surgery time can be reduced as well, and the cost on the part of patient would be decreased. Safety, on the other hand, is increased. Guided surgery is done, but that ensures a safe surgery even near the anatomical structures, and it increases patient's confidence, and the survival rate would increase. And money, the last item, when we do surgery, and we can earn less money, but with the confidence on the part of the patients, we can get more patients. So eventually, it would contribute to the management of the clinic. So considering factors of short implants problems, and for various reasons, short implants are avoided. So let's have a look at the problems associated with short implants. Short implants are short, so initial stability may be lacking. So these are from Osstem, various implant surgical kits. All the surgical kits have stopper drills for short implants with the stoppers are available. If you look at the bottom ones for guided surgery, from summer 2018, I have been using the guided design and use it for all implant placement. One guide kit, short type drills are available. Using the guide, vertical osteotomy limitations can be overcome. Very safe, 6mm drills. They are not in the basic kit. This is optional. You need to buy it separately. Recently, I prefer to use 1/485 kit from 4 to 5mm implants. As Dr. Son said, Y dimension, 1mm Y dimension is not included, so this is very safe, especially for the mandible. So with the safe drills, if you use a guide, placement of short implants, you can control the interference between the implant and bones, so it can be used without a problem. 1/485 kit does not have Y dimensions, so they can go near the anatomical structure, and it is safe. I don't go as deep as this, but 1/485 drill compared to other drills is very safe. This is similar to cast drill, but the drill efficiency is better than that. It has more efficient cutting capability. So in the mandible, 1/485 drill proves to be very efficient. Next, the bone to implant contact area. It is short, so the contact area is not sufficient, and occlusal load in the posterior region, can it withstand the load? As Dr. Son said, currently Osstem provides 6mm or longer ones available. So short implant wide diameter with wide diameters are available. I prefer to use 5/6. And if you use this kind of implants, BIC can be obtained. And in the limited surface, in order to widen bone to implant the contact, surface plays an important role. This is the surface treatment from Osstem. As a surface, BA surface is one step above that, and SOI surface is even higher than BA. It is hydrophilic, and this is a very efficient surface treatment. UV lighted treatment is not necessary. Hydrophilic capability can be maintained years after. D-glucose and the HEPIS application is made for hydrophilic characteristics of SOI surface. I believe this can address BIC problem. SOI surface, I have it in my mouth, the KS with a surface. Crown implant ratio must be discussed. At quadrant 4, 2 teeth are missing and short implants are placed and prostheses were delivered. In my clinical practice and in many papers, this is different from natural to the prosthesis. Implant crown ratio 1 to 2, 1 to 3. When it comes to implants, there's not many complications, and that's how I feel in my clinical practice as well. So clinical crown length is longer here. Mechanical complications such as screw loosening can occur more, but individually, regular screw retightening is provided to overcome the unfavorable crown to implant ratio. Next, the bone loss can occur in the short implant. It may fail. That's our concern. So Osstem provide short implants 5x6, 5x5, 5x4. So the bevel design was developed. My principle in placing implants is that all implant surfaces should be in bone. That's my principle. Then the bone loss from short implants can be prevented. On the right-hand side of 5x5, the bevel part is not exposed to gingiva, and I make sure everything is in bone. And there are many different implants, and they need to be placed subcrestally. Then bone loss is not a concern. 5x6, 5x5, 5x4. Actually, the length of the implant is 6.2 millimeters, and then the bone is not flat. They are convex. So the bevel portion, the bevel would have some more bone growing there, so I use a 5x5 quite a lot, and all the surface of implant should be in bone. So 5x5 a short implant case. This is placed 1.5 millimeter deeper. I will talk about this later. Short implant success rate in my practice is quite high because it is they are placed deeper. The short implant, do we have long-term data? And many papers are discussing about this. And each paper, the multi-center data is demonstrated. I'm not going to quote a paper. I am going to talk about based on my clinical data. This is a case more than 10 years before. 5x6 implant in quadrant 1. After 10 years, you can see the clinical photo and X-ray. There is no problem. And I will show you the clinical data again. So we have sufficient long-term data. As the implants are short, initial stability is a concern, and early and immediate loading. This can be questioned. The accurate drilling can ensure initial stability. Excellent surface can facilitate osseointegration, so we don't need to be really concerned about this. 8 implants were placed, and in the anterior region provisional was delivered immediately. The short implants in the lower posterior region where bone quality is not good, and when short implants are placed with sinus lift, the healing period is required. But if a short implants is placed in D2 bone, immediate loading can be done, I believe. Dr. Son talked about many clinical cases focusing on mandible, and let me show you the maxilla short implant cases. In the mandible, the sinus lift process is utilizing various drills, and they show pretty high success rate. But there are some cases where sinus lift cannot be performed if the vertical bone amount is 5 to 6 millimeters, and if there is inflammation in the sinus, and unless we control the sinus graft and the sinus lift would be very challenging to do. So clinicians would be confused. In this case, I use short implants so that we don't invade into the sinus. In this case, if you cannot trust short implants, you cannot do this. If you do not use short implants, this can become a very hard case. So this is, if you look at this, one guide kit is used and one cast in the maxilla. In the mandible, 1/485 should be used often, and I will also show you this is used in the maxilla as well. At number 16, in this case, an implant was planned. Sinus, as you can see, is cloudy for unknown reasons. So in many cases, sinus lift is successful, but I didn't want to go into sinus here. So one guided kit, short implanted drill, 6 millimeter drill needs to be used, and the drills are optionally purchased. So through various steps, tissue punch was made. Initial drill was made. 3.5, 4.5 by 6 drill was used in order to get initial stability. Under drilling was done up to 4.5 millimeters. TS3 soy surface implant was used. This is my favorite surface of implants. So this is how the surgery was completed. It is very close to the sinus floor, but it didn't go into the sinus floor. So this is my routine protocol. After 6 weeks after implant placement, ISQ is measured. If it is 70 or more, I use a scan body. One peak fabrication is started. So in this case, post of 6 weeks, the scan body was connected, and one peak was fabricated at the abutment level. Another impression is taken. A full zirconia ER type crown was completed 2 months after the placement, and it is used pretty well too. The usual protocol. Loading protocol would vary from doctor to doctor. My routine protocol is that ISQ is measured post of 6 weeks before final prosthesis. Case 2, using one cast. Number 7, in quadrant 2, bone loss was observed and it was extracted. Bone quality is not very good if you look at the right-hand side, but the sinus was clean. So sinus lift was not done, but the sinus floor was used for initial stability. Bone quality was poor, so I used just one drill after tissue punch. So 3.6 by 7 one cast drill was used before placing an implant. 5.5 by 7 millimeter implant was placed. Punch and 3.6 by 7 millimeter one cast drill was used before placing an implant. 5.5 is frequently used in my cases. 5.5 compared to 5.0 or 6.0, the thread depth is bigger, so it is easier to get initial stability. Flapless implant placement. After 2 months, the bone quality was poor, so ISQ was measured. It was over 70. So in a standard way, scan body was used. One bit CAT cam abutment was fabricated and impression was taken. Full zirconia ER type was completed. Clinical implant crown ratio, as I said before, it is big, but there's no clinical problem. The last case, this is my favorite one for 85 kid was used. A short implant case in quadrant 2 in the posterior region. There was inflammation in the sinus. A sinus lift or graft was very challenging to perform, but 7 millimeter, 6 millimeter of bone was available. So in this case, implant studio was used. The guided template was designed. So in a standard way, a flapless approach was used. The drill sequence was like this. To avoid the sinus perforation, I started with the short drill. So punch in 1 for 85 initial drill and 4 millimeter drill. Ultimately, 5 millimeter drill was used, followed by osteotomy, and TS3 soy implant was placed. In this case, 26 and 27. And it was healed. The H4 means the healing height was of 4 millimeters. Usually, I use a 4 millimeter healing abutment, but the vertical bone was limited, so I couldn't go subcrestal too much. So I used the 4 millimeter healing abutment. It touches the sinus floor, but didn't go into the sinus. Next, post-op 10 weeks, I waited a little bit longer. ISQ was over 70, so a scan body was used for scanning, and CAT cam abutment one was used for prosthesis. In the maxilla, I showed you 3 cases. There are so many successful short implant success cases in the mandible. As Dr. Son said before, 7 millimeter or less is considered as short implants. From 2001 to this year, I placed 1,066 short implants, 7 millimeter, 948, and 5 or 6 millimeters, 118 millimeters, and 18 of them failed. By region, there are some differences between maxilla and mandible. So 6 to 4 is the ratio, mandible to maxilla. If you look at the types of Osstem implants, the KS has been available not for a long time, and the use of KS is increasing. All of them have been successful. And the implant failures, 18 failed, and 2 short implants failed. 7 millimeter is rather difficult, but the 6 millimeter or shorter than that, 7 to 3 is the ratio between mandible and maxilla. The short implants were used as single cases. In many cases, not all of them were splinted. Single short implants can be performed. So, number of implants I used for the last 10 years, and we have more such cases. So 118 up to September. So I use more and more short implants in the practice. Length 7 millimeter and length under 6 millimeters. Implant survival rate was the same, 98.3%, and the survival rate is quite high. Conclusion: as Dr. Son said in the morning, if you look at the short implant cases, the success rate is very high. So clinical use of short implants, if they are used properly, it has a very good prognosis and predictable, promising long-term outcomes. So proper drilling and the proper short implants need to be used, and you don't really need to be concerned about short implants, and we can have very good long-term outcome. So I hope you get a very good treatment outcome with the short implants. Thank you. Q&A session. First, let's open the floor for questions. My name is Kim Myung-ne. I have a practice through 2 doctors. I realized the usefulness of short implants. My question is, at this point in time, what's your most favorite implants? You said the soy surface 5.5 millimeters. So at this point in time, what's your most favorite short implants for the mandible and maxilla? If you talk about TSKS, soy, or other Osstem implants, then I would have more confidence. I don't really distinguish mandible from maxilla. Short implants, personally, I delivered the short implants presentation, but I try to use long implants as much as possible. When there is necessity for short implants, then I go for the short implant at 7 millimeters. So actually, 8.5 millimeter implant is my most favorite length. In the mandible, 7 millimeter is okay, but in the maxilla, still I am still concerned about single short implant. Up to 7 millimeters, they can be used. So you don't distinguish a specific implant type, right? Right. Today, we are talking about the short and narrow implants. So we are focusing on short implants. If I place an implant at lower number 7, if short implant is the implant that I placed is a KS 4.5 by 8.5. When a vertical bone is sufficient, I prefer to use 8.5 millimeter long implants. If a short implant should be used, currently I would prefer KS 5.5 millimeter soy surface. Thank you very much for the clear answer. So continuing from the previous question, short implants, and based on your clinical experience, 8.5 millimeter length is sufficient if you place it subcrestally, so that will not have a peri-implantitis. If we use a 13 millimeter implants, so we don't need them? What's your comment? 13 millimeter implant for initial stability, this can be used. But at this point in time, I don't think we really need a 13 millimeter implant. 6 is better than 5, 7 is better than 6, and 8.5 is better than 7. But I don't think 10 is better than 8.5 millimeter. Thank you very much for the good comment. Would you introduce yourself first before asking a question? And I am at the Osstem Implant Brazil manager. And we have Professor Josefi, who is with us today. So I received the question. There's a patient who has a heavy tooth grinding habit. Can we use short implant? Is it verified? Is it indicated for tooth grinding patients? Bruxism question. Basically, in any implant cases, patients with parafunction, we have lower success rate. Based on my experience, wide diameter regular implants are used, and even in multiple cases due to bruxism, I experienced failures. So when severe bruxism is observed, the stability of short implant in such cases is questionable, and we need to study it even further. And when bruxism is severe, is it possible to use short implants? Maybe no is the answer. I have a little bit different opinion. In my cases, on the bruxism patients, when I didn't determine bruxism before I choose implants, so in limited cases, a 6 millimeter bone and the implant is placed there, then a problem can occur. But as you saw before, if a short implant is 1 millimeter subcrestal and the 5 millimeter implants would not be a problem. In terms of a clinical technique, not screw type, but a screw hole. A screw hole is used for screw retightening to avoid complications. In bruxism patient, the prosthesis can break, but implant itself would be intact. Thank you. Any other questions? My name is Kim Tae-seung. I'm from Gangseok-gu. Crown implant ratio. Can we use the traditional crown implant ratio if the ratio is not very good if we use short implants? And how long can we guarantee the survival rate of the short implants there? When you talk to patients, usually, according to papers, implant failures and prosthetic failures are separate. Implant prosthesis can last usually 10 years. And so the prosthesis needs to be replaced after 10 years. And implant can last longer. Regarding implant crown ratio, I don't think it's really a concern. I keep saying this. The mechanical complication can occur. So every year or 3 years, I deliver screw retightening. If you keep doing it, you don't need to be concerned about that. Sinus graft. it was high, but implant was short. So why did you do it? What's that? The sinus graft was volume was high, but you used the short implant, 7 millimeter implant. Sinus graft was done, and I believe Dr. Son is the same. A 10 millimeter would be placed, but with a sinus lift, I believe 7 millimeter is good enough. Thank you very much. My name is Chang Do-ok. My question is for Dr. Kim. Short implants are a very good option in the aging society. Dr. Son showed us the mandibular cases, and I have been using them with good results during drilling. As the Dr. Kim showed us very good patient cases, and it was placed ideally for prosthesis, and short implants can withstand in such cases. But many patients do not have such good conditions. In many cases, a vertically resorbed bone, especially in the maxilla, if you drill in type 4, it is very soft. So do you still use short implants in very soft bone? And according to a Straumann paper, short implants can work, but we have a different food chewing habit. So the situation would be very different in Korea. So if you look at the clinical data, I believe it was because you place them in good conditions, good places. So that can be misleading because we have very soft bone. Regarding the in vivo survival rate, 98% of the survival rate is my statistics with my cases. So if you gain experience and more and more implants are placed in Korea, number 7 in the maxilla is also the case we experience. So sometimes, whether short or long, in some bone, we suspect the success of implant, whatever implant may be. So the short implants were placed where those were indicated. Without I have been successful because I carefully chose the sites for indications. And when 6 millimeter bone is available, I don't use the implants because implants cannot be placed subcrestally. So I checked the indications very carefully. So you're right, we cannot use the short implants in some bone cases where they are not indicated. So that's very important. So that needs to be stressed. Another question. So in the upper posterior region, when bone is poor, condensation can be provided, and or denser burr can be used to make a bone dense. What do you think about those approaches? When T4 bone in the posterior region, I don't think a denser burr or other things can make the difference. I use short implants. Sinusitis. It was because that a lesion was there. One cast usually is used to do sinus lift than using short implants. Rather than bone condensing, bone graft needs to be done. Sinus lift is my preferred approach. So I hope that answers the question sufficiently. Do you have any more questions? We have some more time left. Just one more question. This question is for Dr. Son. And my name is Oh Young-hak. I am from Songpa area. D4 bone or D3 bone? Oh, the bone is poor. So with under drilling only, can we place implants, or in poor bone, the threads cannot go in straight down? So how much under drilling is needed clinically? Another thing, sinusitis is observed. And sinus floor bone is important for initial stability. Engaging cortical bone, can it be fatal for sinusitis patient? First, as Dr. Chang asked the question, this is similar to that question. In D3 or D4 bone, bone compaction is not really high. Primary stability is low, and secondary stability would go even further according to literature. If you use a compacted bone, under drilling, can it be an alternative to that? According to the papers that I read, one stage, two-stage surgical options. The one stage has a higher success rate, and I agree with that. The patient-dependent factors is something that we cannot do anything about, and the success rate can go down, and that's something we cannot really make an improvement. Under drilling, based on Osstem products, the one step under drilling can be used. What was the second question? Cortical. Yes, a bicortical fixation is what I prefer in the sinus. So the cases I showed you, if it touches the sinus floor, if we do not use a guide, the rebound effect can occur, especially in the mandible. So short implants, how can they be used? I showed you the cases, but clinically, sinus floor engagement should be used to increase the initial stability. But when there is a pathologic condition in the sinus, even it is not the case, implant surface, if it come in contact with the bone, I believe there is a more unfavorable effect than the favorable result. So I believe we entertained sufficient questions, and let me ask a question, an online question. I am a periodontist, Dr. Kim. You always position implants in bone, and Dr. Son, in the first case, so in the failed implant case, you place the implant very, very deep, and you also did the augmentation. So the upper part will all be sulcus, and it may vary from prosthesis to prosthesis, but Dr. Kim said you do the retightening every 1 to 3 years, and the instruction to patients would be important. The residual gingiva sulcus is what I'm concerned about. So what's your experience? What's your take on that? So this is a frequently asked question. My clinical criteria is that tissue attachment, a long junctional attachment. Basically, long junctional epithelium longer than 6 millimeters is not something I aim for. At the time of surgery, the implant vertical soft tissue volume. So after a year, the volume would be decreased more than I expected. So if you consider that, I prefer to position implant in deeper. But if it is too deep, if it is making 6 millimeter or more sulcus is not good, and that can cause bone loss and peri-implantitis. So that's something I'm careful about. I have a slightly different opinion, and I joined a study group, and the prosthodontists and periodontists do study there together. And supracrestal tissue, when implant is placed deep, is considered as pocket. So if implant is placed deep, deep pocket is created, and placement of implant deep is a concern for them. All problems actually are derived from shallow implant placement, not deep implant placement. According to many papers, a subcrestal contour angle or some of them need to be considered. But unlike natural tooth, when implants are placed deep supracrestal tissue, if it is tightly connected, I don't think it's a pocket. So in my cases, so 1.52 millimeters in bone and gingival tissue 4 to 5 millimeters down deep, I place implants. So that's my routine. Thank you very much for your wonderful lecture. Regrettably, we need to conclude this session due to constraint of time. Please give them a big round of applause. And then we are going to select the best questioner. First, from Brazil, we have a doctor, a periodontist. I don't remember his name, but he wins the best questioner prize. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for traveling from afar. On the third row, the second winner. I don't remember your name either. Thank you very much for the good question. So thank you very much for participating in session 1. This concludes session 1. Osstem meeting 2023 Seoul meeting session 1 is concluded, and let's give a big hand to Chair Dr. Lee and 2 speakers. Online best questioner will be contacted individually. So the coffee coupon winners will be announced. 300 people will receive coffee coupons. So let's do the lucky draw right now. So many people have won the coffee coupons. Thank you and congratulations. Coffee coupons will be sent to you through text messages, and please check the dental site. If you are not lucky this time, there will be other chances later. So please enjoy lucky draw. So up to 10:50 we will have a break. On both sides of the auditorium, we have exhibition booths and rest space. And on the first floor, poster presentation and evaluation is going on. A profile photo zone is awaiting for you, and you're welcome. So we will come back here by 10:50. Thank you.
여기서 들고 있을게. 알겠습니다. 그것만 좀 움직여도 되는지.
방금 확인했는데 움직이셔도 돼요.
그래?
네네네.
잠 하나도 못 잤어. 어제 먹고 놀 때는 몰랐는데. 이거 어떻게 떼야 될 것 같아.
지금 될까요? 네네네.
여기에서 저기 모바일을 달아준다니까 떼도록 하겠습니다. 피딩. Thank you. Thank you. 대부분 오스템 월드 미팅 같은 경우에는 한국의 연자들이 1번으로 나와요. 도쿄 미팅도 제가 1번이었어요. 잘 모르시죠? 저는 사실 첫 방이가 오히려 마음 편해요. 사람들은 늦게 올 테니까. 오스템 월드 미팅이 보시는 것처럼 실시간으로 전 세계에 송출되는 것 같아요. 그래서 저렇게 지금 온라인 송출 때문에 정신없는 것 같아요. 영어를 사용하지만 중국어, 튀르키예요, 러시아어. 왜냐면 이 원장들이 가장 많이 오셨기 때문에 이 언어로도 지금 통역하는 부스가 저기 준비되어 있어요. 한국 사람들은 사실 잘 모르지만 이와 같이 국제적이고 굉장히 월드와이드한 행사라는 거 다시 한번 말씀드리고 싶어요.
Professor Changju Park from South Korea. Professor Park is one of the rising stars in Korea and in the field in the world.
Complication during the cascade smoothly procedure.
Primary stability. What is your protocol for the minimal bone height, residual bone height?
The minimum residual bone height, in my opinion, is 3 millimeters. Because this kind of injury or tear-free implant should be placed a little bit or 1 millimeter subspecially. Thank you very much for your nice lecture. 쓰러질 것 같아요. 쓰러질 것 같아요. 오. 많아요. 확실히 젊은 사람들이 우리 사람 뭐하네.
And in 2020, for ISSEA, it's one of the famous dentists in the Turkey after me.
자기 다음으로 유명한 사람.
Make the necessary positioning, delaying,
And then prosthetic work
해외장에서 나오면 가장 먼저 보이는 것은 오스템의 제품, 기술, 기술을 소개하는 포스터들일 것 같아요. 임플란트, 머티리얼, GBR, 디지털, 전 세계의 원장님들의 포스터들이 다 걸려있는 게 굉장히 인상적이었고, 아까 재밌는 걸 하나 봤는데 여기 한번 봐주세요. 보면 우리나라는 보통 임플란트가 많이 들어가는 픽스트를 좋아하지만 4개 또는 6개를 심어서 상부 거처는 고정성으로 딱 넣는 이런 시스템 굉장히 많이 하고 있는 것 같아요. 여기가 포스터존이었다면 야, 이제 오스템의 여러 제품들을 설명하는 부스예요. 우리 한국 오스템 미팅은 보통 우리나라 사람들이 앉아있는데 이렇게 서양 분들이 앉아 계시니까 되게 특이하고 가슴에 확 와닿는 것 같아요. 피디님, 원가이드인가요? 원가이드, 원캐스, 원MS를 실습도 할 수 있게 준비하고 지금 이 원장님 실습하고 계세요. 이야. 특히 해외 원장님들이 실제 만져보고 경험해보고 사용해보는 모습들이 굉장히 인상적이에요. 그만큼 좋은 제품 또는 좋은 기술을 세계 사람들하고 같이 공유하는 좋은 계기도 되는 것 같아요. 정말 자랑스러워요.
Post premolar area, I drill with F3.5 one die drill to perform undersize drilling.
In two layers, the first of the implant threads and a second layer outside.
예, 샌드위치 오그멘테이션 테크닉. 딱 들어보실까요?
Big applause for those of you with him and his staff.
It was fast, it was amazing, and very skillful. He was very skilled. I liked it.
Gayet güzeldi. İnternet ortamındaki de tamamen birebir gibi olmuştu. Ve burada kullanılan surgery'deki kemik greflerinde yoğunluğu çok iyiydi. Gerçekten büyük bir iş başarmışlar.
원장님, 여기 정말 박수가 절로 나오는 분위기였어요. 그리고요, 여러 사람들이 원장님 라이브를 여기에서 동영상으로 정말 콘서트장에 와 있는 것처럼 라이브 수술을 촬영하는 게 너무 인상적이었어요. 나중에 사진 같은 것 좀 보여드릴게요. 원장님 수고 많으셨습니다. 감사합니다. 들어가세요. 사실 많은 원장님들이 라이브 서저리를 보러 오시는 거나 다름없다고 생각해요. 저희가 아무리 설명을 잘해도 무슨 소용이 있어요. 결국 그것이 어떻게 적용되는가를 보는 것을 세계의 많은 원장님들이 원하시는 것 같아요. 저는 그걸 일단 시작하면 1시간이던데 어떻게 40분에 끝낼 수 있는지 모르겠어요. 정말 대단하다고 생각합니다. 이번 월드미팅은 연자로도 참석해서 의미가 있지만 간만에 열린 그러한 월드미팅이라서 더 큰 의미가 있었던 것 같아요. 그리고 이런 월드미팅을 통해서 전 세계적으로 오스템 하이오스템의 유저들이 서로 지식을 교환할 수 있는 그리고 경험을 공유할 수 있는 그런 자리라는 게 너무 좋은 것 같아요. 크게 배우고 갑니다.
Great unit chairs designed for dental treatment must be convenient for the clinicians to use, feel comfortable for the patient during treatment, and
they should also be easy to clean and maintain. I would like to introduce K5 is both a stylish and convenient unit chair. In case the backrest tilts downward, the leg rest goes up. The tilting function prevents the patients from slipping down. It is convenient for the clinicians to carry out treatments and provide comfort for the patients to receive treatment. The K5 also has a wireless foot controller designed to offer an even more convenient treatment experience for the clinicians. Handpiece RPM can be easily adjusted by turning the foot pedal left and right, making treatment. The sterile water supply device suppresses formation of bacteria and biofilm in the water line of the unit chair. Always using clean water during treatment makes it much easier to reduce the risk of infections. Let's go over K5's key features again. The patient does not slip downwards thanks to the tilting function. When the backrest tilts downwards, the leg rest goes up. Second, the wireless foot controller makes treatment much more convenient for the clinician. Third, DWCS suppresses bacteria in water line to supply only clean water during treatment. Try the K5, a unit chair designed to add both convenience for the dentist and comfort for the patient.
We will begin the second session of Osstem 2023 shortly. Please be seated.
High-resolution imaging, ultra-high-speed scanning, and ultra-low radiation dose feature. The T2 Plus has a 0.05 millimeter voxel size, which results in superior high-resolution images. This enables a more accurate diagnosis compared to the T2. With a T2 Plus, patient waiting times can be reduced thanks to a faster scanning speeds compared to the T2. Images are acquired in just 30 seconds. T2 Plus low radiation mode allows for safer scanning with only 22% of the radiation dosage compared to that of the T2. The low radiation mode allows scans for children and pregnant women without any concerns. The T2 Plus offers various field of view sizes for facial imaging, implants, TNJ, endodontic procedures, and more. The T2 Plus allows for customized scanning based on the treatment. The T2 Plus includes convenient and easy-to-use 1-2 software, 1-3, and VSET. Through consultation, treatment and implant planning will help increase patient acceptance rates. T2 Plus is available in 3 colors: white, blue, and red. You can choose the color that best matches the ambience of your clinic. Introducing the upgraded T2 Plus with clearer images, shorter scanning times, and lower radiation dose. Selecting the right bone material by comparing it to the patient's existing bone quality and conditions is crucial when expecting the satisfactory result from the GBR. Defects may occur on surgical sites such as the anterior maxillary sinus and ridge, which will require bone graft materials that facilitate the process of forming new bone osteogenesis while maintaining the bone volume. With that said, here is the Osstem Implants Xeograft EOS with phenomenal volume maintenance and osteogenesis. For bone graft materials, it is important to have a faster remodeling feature. Similar to the human bone, EOS particles have a cancellous core structure. The structural property of EOS, when fully saturated with blood, significantly contributes to the process of new bone formation. The success of bone graft material must be verified with various clinic cases. EOS is designed to graft bone in a socket after the tooth extraction, and the treatment of peri-implant defects with guided bone regeneration. EOS can be applied to the sinus lift to place the implant in a maxillary sinus, and to augmenting and reconstruct of the alveolar bone. It can be used to treat and prevent various bone defects. A bone graft material must be easy to use in a variety of surgical situations. EOS collagen plug contains 10% of bovine type 1 collagen. It is specifically designed for post-extraction socket augmentation to maintain the volume and allows for better aesthetic and implant placement. The surgical can cut and reshape the plug to better fit the defective site. The EOS pen is a bone graft material delivered in a syringe-type container that allows the surgeon to hydrate the material with just one hand. And the syringe's inner diameter is available in two specifications, 5.4 and 3.5. This allows the surgeon to select a better suited syringe for each case. In summary, EOS forms new bone rapidly, which can be applied to any surgical site due to its similarity to the human bone. EOS is a perfect solution for both the surgeon and the patient. Try now.
Now is the highlight of Osstem meeting, live surgery. Today we have live surgeries in the morning and in the afternoon. So let's get started with the event that you have been waiting for. You can check out the second pop-up on the dental site for coffee and dessert coupons. The winners of the lucky draw will be announced at the closing of the second session with the sending of coupon text messages. Please note that the more you watch, the higher chance that you will win the coupons, the coffee and dessert coupons. And those who are here in person can also join us through mobile devices. Let's get started with the live surgery, the highlight of Osstem meeting. Let me introduce Dr. Kim Kyung-won, who will chair the session. He graduated from Seoul National University.
He has completed his residency in oral maxillofacial surgery at the same institution. As a specialist in oral and maxillofacial surgery, he serves as director of the Osstem Implant Dental Research Institute. Please welcome Dr. Kim. Greetings, I'm Dr. Kim Kyung-won. I'm honored to see so many faces. I would like to extend my welcome to those who are here with us from abroad. We're going to have 2 live surgeries today. And we always try to use one guide system. Do you have experience using one guide system? Professor Park Chang-ju of Hanyang Dental University is going to provide live surgery under the topic when one guide meets narrow and shorts. Let's look at Professor Park's surgical lecture. Hats off to you for studying even on weekends. I am Professor Park Chang-ju of Department of Oral Maxillofacial Surgery at Hanyang University Hospital, responsible for today's live surgery. Today's live surgery topic is One Guide Meets Narrow and Short. As some may have guessed, this title is inspired by the movie When Harry Meets Sally. When Harry Meets Sally. If you're nodding or smiling, you might not be among the younger crowd. It's a movie from 1989. Let's look at the information of the patient who consented to today's surgery. The patient is 46-year-old male with a large mandibular torus on the lingual side. He opted for digital implant surgery based on flapless technique rather than making a denture after torus removal. His medical history includes hypertension, cerebral infarction, and arrhythmia, for which he has a pacemaker. He takes Lixiana, a new oral anticoagulant, also known as NOAC, a thrombolytic replacing warfarin, at 60 milligrams daily. For this surgery, Lixiana was stopped 2 days prior. Here is the initial panoramic dental x-ray upon his first visit after removing the mobile teeth. Here is the panoramic x-ray image 3 months post-operatively. You can see multiple missing teeth in the mandible and maxilla. The patient joked about becoming a candidate for live surgery on the maxilla too if this surgery went well. And I and the patient had a laugh about it. This is the intraoral photo. This is the upper and lower arch. The occlusal condition suggests enough space for prosthesis, especially in the maxillary and mandibular denture in place. The problem, however, lies in the mandibular torus. Instead of drug discontinuation, incision flap reflection, torus removal, and denture delivery, the patient opted for flapless implant surgery. I want to emphasize that digital implant surgery not only allows faster, safer, and efficient implant placement in typical patients, but also offers benefits for medically compromised patients by utilizing flapless techniques and identifying optimal bone locations. Hence, it can widen the options for the patient. Virtual planning was done using Implant Studio. This digital implant surgery, which bases its planning on prosthesis design first and then implant placement, also has the advantage of reducing stress during prosthodontic procedures. I'll show you the implant selection. We took a preoperative CBCT. The steam bun or horn-like structure in the middle is a radiological marker attached inside the patient's mouth for easier merging. For missing tooth number 35, we plan to place CS3 soy 4.0 by 8.5 millimeter implant, and for number 32, a TS3 soy 3.0 by 10 millimeter, And TS3 soy 3.0 by 10 millimeter was also chosen for 41 for number 43 and 44. TS3 4.0 by 8.5. And for number 45, we opted for extraction. Then for number 46, TX3 soy 5.0 by 6 millimeter implant will be placed. That's how one guide was prepared. Especially, I wanted to showcase the two-piece narrow diameter implant in this live surgery. The TS3 3.0 implant. It maintains the internal hex connection of the traditional 3.5 diameter implant, but strengthens the outer wall by increasing the thickness by 0.25 millimeter. There's a variety of implant lineups available. One of the primary advantages of two-piece narrow diameter implant is their ability to be submerged if they do not achieve initial stability, unlike one-piece narrow implants. This is something that we all know about. This is crucial as it allows for a two-stage approach, which is a significant advantage in implant procedures. Second, it can be stably connected prosthodontically with other TS internal connection implants nearby. It can be splinted. Third, it offers a variety of prosthetic options due to its mini connection. For the existing TS3 3.0 two-piece narrow diameter implant, the same prosthetic options that were used before can be applied. Next, I want to talk about short and extra short implants. The 6 millimeter implant on the far left is commonly referred to as short. Depending on the protrusion out of the bone, if the bone is submerged 5 millimeter into the bone, it is called extra short 5 or extra short 4 if submerged by 4 millimeters. As you know, shorter implants are thicker or wider. Osstem offers a wide range of short and depending on the case, extra short implants in diameters of 5.0, 5.5, and ultra wide 6 and 7 millimeters. The biggest advantage of short implants is that they don't require bone augmentation procedures, and they can achieve maximum primary stability, making them a good alternative to longer implants. For this surgery, a 5.0 by 6 millimeter implant will be placed in number 46. We have prepared two templates printed by the One Guide team. The first template will be retained by teeth on both sides and fixed with one anchor screw. Implants will be placed in number 44, 43, 41, 35, and 32. The indicated 32 and 41 are TS3 3.0 narrow implants. Therefore, we'll use the small 1 MS system for implant placement. Then we'll extract the tilted and horizontally mobile but vertically stable number 45. It will be temporarily used as an anchor, but we'll remove it and then use the second template to place the implant in the number 46 position. In number 46, we'll place a TS3 5.0 by 6 millimeter implant using 1485 system. The template may shake during surgery, so we'll utilize the teeth and anchor screw as well as pin as much as possible. If the template seems to shake during drilling or implant placement, we will actively use implant anchors. Thus, we have to showcase not only the one guide, but also one MS and one 485 systems in this live surgery. Let's focus on the key points of this live surgery. First, we want to show the expansion of a flapless-based digital implant surgery in medically compromised patients. Second, we will demonstrate the 1MS system, another family member of one guide for placing narrow diameter implants. In this surgery, we will use a two-piece TS3 3.0 narrow diameter implant. Another focus is on short implants. I hope you appreciate the one guide's other family member, the 1485 system, which is effective in low bone height and it does not invade important anatomical structures. Also, the existing TS bone profilers from Osstem were two-piece, but to match guided surgery, we have launched a one-piece TS bone profiler. If the implant is placed deeper, the TS bone profiler can remove the surrounding bone efficiently, facilitating the attachment of healing abutments and subsequent suprastructures. One-piece TS bone profiler allows this. I've heard that previous live surgeries focused only on one guide and one cast, and were conducted too fast to really feel related. People felt difficulty in relating to the cases. Therefore, this time, we will introduce one MS and one 485 system. I am sure Professor Kim Kyung-won, the moderator, will explain well, and we will proceed slowly and clearly. Please feel free to ask any questions during the Q&A session. It's always nerve-wracking to perform live surgery. Thank you for listening. And though I may fail, I hope your clinical adventure continues. I'll see you in the operating room.
Dr. Park, are you ready? Yes, let me start the surgery. The patient is under conscious sedation, so sometimes the verbal communications may not be done completely. So I'm going to fit the template first. The template, I'm checking whether it is seated properly. It is fitting very well. Tissue punching. Please turn your head this side. Thank you. The template is fitting quite properly, and tissue punch is used. A lot of water will go in. You can swallow it. At number 35, a tissue punch is being done. So using the one guide at number 43. Next, the adjacent one, number 44, soft tissue is being removed. 1 ms will be placed. So tissue punching is done. Are you okay? The patient is under mild sedation. Number 32. One MS has a little bit longer offset. So using a tissue punch, so the template is to be removed first. The template is removed and overlying mucosa are removed. You can see the remaining gingiva. The alveolar bone may be inclined, then tissue punch is not sufficiently removing them. So after tissue punch, the overlying gingiva is being removed. Number 43. Next, 1 MS site, number 41. And 32, overlying mucosa is being removed. Overlying mucosa should be removed during initial drill. It cannot come in contact with the template. So all the overlying tissues are removed, and the template is to be fixed in the mouth. Using remaining teeth at quadrant 3. The fitting here and here is perfect. The anchor screw is to be used. 1 ms. When we use 1 ms, especially in lower anterior region, to prevent sliding during drilling. So the template needs to be seated quite properly. So this is very important, and I'm going to concentrate on this. Lateral anchor screw is being drilled. Number 45 tooth doesn't have very good periodontal conditions, so there is left to right mobility. And when a template is set, it is made sure that it doesn't move with the lateral anchor. Irrigation, please. Irrigation. So it is to be fixed. The lateral anchor is to fix it. The template is pressed down by a finger, and it is fully set. And the surgical template is firmly fixed with the lateral anchor. So there are teeth on both sides, so 1 lateral anchor is to be used. So it can be screw tightened. So I'm going to insert it a little bit more. If you use many lateral anchors, they can be tightened alternatively, but now we are using just 1. Looks like it is done. The template looks firmly fixed. So the back side and front side, everything okay. The patient is taking NOAC, Coumadin, warfarin. If those are used, arena should be checked, but NOAC doesn't require monitoring. So the drug has been stopped for 2 days and not much bleeding. Please turn your head to this side a little bit. Flattening drill is used to flatten the upper top bone. If you use an initial drill, sometimes it doesn't go in up to the stopper. So flattening drill can be used to flatten the top part of the bone. Number 35, the flattening drill is being used. So I'm going to use the flattening drill here at number 43. When we use a template to prevent bone heating, Dr. Park is doing pumping. If you use handpiece for pumping, so the irrigation goes into the hole. We did this practice in our lab, and the pumping is very important. At number 44, flattening drill is used. Very good. So my earphone is about to fall off. Please check my earphone. So I'm going to check the holes, if there's any chips. And if you do irrigation, the cell line would go into the holes to reduce heat. One guide initial drill. Please hold it firmly. An initial drill is used. At number 35, it starts with a site. The flattening drill was used there before, so the initial drill is going in up to the stopper. At number 43, so using the pumping action like this, during drilling, you don't just go in straight to insert a cell line into the hole. You do this pumping action. Number 44. The initial drill should be inserted fully to the stopper. That's important, and it is being drilled. So the stopper came in contact with the template irrigation. So irrigation to prevent overheating into the drill holes to prevent bone heating. Cell line is added. F3.5 by 8.5 drill. The patient is doing very well. 3.5 diameter by 8.5 millimeter one guided drill is used. And I'm going to check whether it is the one guided template doesn't have metal sleeve, so using the double contact, the drill is positioned. Actually, one guide drill is used for wide hole. So this is, I changed it to regular one, 3.5 by 8.5. Number 43. 3.5 by 8.5 drill. 3.5 millimeter by 8.5. And then we make sure that bone chip is not remaining in the drill, so the drill is seated using the double contact concept. The drilling is done 3.5 by 8.5. The same drilling at 44. 4.5 by 8.5 drill. So let me do the irrigation first. Dr. Park, can you hear me? The other side. Dr. Park, can you hear me? Maybe he doesn't hear me because his earphone fell. To evaluate the bone quality, let me stop irrigation. I stopped irrigation to evaluate the bone quality. So this looks like a normal bone. The guided surgery, actually it is difficult to evaluate the bone quality. Without irrigation, I'm doing this to check the bone quality.
The amount of bone that is coming out as evaluator can see white bone is coming out. The bone quality seems fairly good. I believe it is normal bone. I'm going to check here as well. Number 44. Are you okay, sir? Number 44. A lot of bone chip is coming out in this case. I believe it is normal or hard bone. I'm going to do over prep. F 4.5 by 8.5 drill. I'm going to do irrigation as well. Comparatively, bone quality is quite favorable in the lower. If were necessary, one step over drilling is done. 4.0 diameter implant is going to be placed, but 4.5 diameter drilling is done. Primary stability is important, but it is important to prevent overheating. 4.5 by 8.5 drill is used in number 44 as well. Irrigation is done and the implant will be placed. When you use template, when you do drilling, the sleeve contact occurs. Checking bone quality may be a bit difficult. In the case of Professor Park, evaluating the amount of bone chip, bone quality is being evaluated. Bone quality estimation by doing this can be more accurate. 4.0 by 8.5 soy TS implant will be placed. This is hydrophilic implant and you need to wet it before placing it. So I'm going to twist it so that you can see better. It is placed about 70-80% using engine. Done. In the case of Osstem 1 guide, in order to prevent the drill jamming, it is placed about 70-80% using engine because bone quality is good. If you use engine too much, there can be jamming. The size has been reduced, so such possibility is low in number 43, as you can see. Using engine, the implant is placed about 80%, so up to the yellow mark. 4.0 by 8.5 in number 44. Soy surface implant is placed. So you need to twist it after it's in a little bit. As mentioned, the implant, once it's positioned, drilling is done. So using one guide. This is very important. There's no metal sleeve at times, so the plastic sleeve can be grinded off. Some may ask, once you position the drill correctly, because of guide the barrel, the sleeve is hardly grinded off. Primary stability is excellent. It's over 30 Newton centimeters. In number 44, you need to make sure that it's over 30. In number 44, although over drilling was done, over 30 newtons of primary stability was achieved. And in number 43, primary stability is also excellent. In number 43, hex is correctly positioned. So moving on to number 35, implant driver is used. So there's gap of 0.4 millimeters with the guide, so we can prevent the tool being jammed. Irrigation is done. The implants are already in. As for implanted drill, the gap, because there is gap, jamming can be prevented. So apologies for not being able to listen properly. My earpiece is not working. This is 1 ms kit. Offset is 13.5 millimeters, so you need to use it while doing irrigation sufficiently. In the case of lower anterior, we need to be very careful. We need to use a flattening drill first to remove potential inclinations. Irrigation is done. Professor, how much time do we have left? Next. F1. This is straight drill, 1.8 by 8.5. So some people think that we need to use 1.5 by 10 millimeter, but in such cases, it may not be guided. So in the case of 1 ms kit, you need to start off with a shorter drill first, so that it can be guided accurately. 8.5 is done first. 10 millimeter implant will be placed. The 8.5 millimeter drill is used first. Irrigation, please. The most important thing is to prevent overheating. 10 millimeter drill is used with the same diameter, 1.8 by 10 millimeter.
The short drill is used first, and the drill will be in double contact to make sure safe drilling. So drill is positioned. After that, the engine is started. Irrigation. .3 by 8.5 drill. The bone quality is very good in the posterior region. 2.3 by 8.5 drill is used. 2.5 by 8.5. Especially 1 ms has a long offset, so we need to prevent heating and jamming. Next, 2.3 by 10. 8.5 was used first. .3 by 10 millimeters. At number 41, 2.3 by 10 millimeter drill. Next, 2.7 by 8.5. As you can see, the bone quality is excellent. .7 drill, 2.7 diameter and 8.5. 2.7 millimeter diameter and 8.5 at the short drill. And next, 2.7 by 10 millimeters. Irrigation. So handpiece, 2.7 by 10 millimeter drill. And I'm going to check the bone quality. Irrigation is stopped. The final drill. Bone quality checking. It looks good. 2.7. A lot of bone chip is coming out. Normal bone. The other side. So looks good. Irrigation. And we're going to prepare implants. We don't need to do over prep. Next, 3.0 by 10 millimeters. Irrigation. Patient, are you okay? Yes. At number 32 and two-piece implant, TS3, 3.0 millimeter diameter. Soy implant. It looks straight. TS3, 3.0 by 10 millimeter implant. The implant is positioned and the engine is started. The bone quality is pretty hard. Normal bone or better. Sorry about that. At number 32, with the engine, it is placed about 80%. TS3 3.0 by 10 millimeter implant at number 41. The implant is positioned first before the start of the engine. And the offset is a bit long, so it takes a little bit more steps to place the implant. One MS has a higher offset, so you need to be careful about that. Using an implant driver, using a hand wrench, the final position, depth, and hex position are controlled or adjusted. So the stability looks good. So it is over 30 Newton centimeters, so it looks good. Likewise, at number 41, the stability is excellent. 30 Newton centimeter, or actually it's about 25 Newton centimeter. Oh, it's 30 Newton centimeter. The initial stability is pretty good. At number 44, 43, 41, and the 5 implants are placed there. Anchor screw is to be removed. At number 46, a white implant is to be placed. So we are going to use the second template, and the anchor pin here is removed. How much time do I have? Sufficient? How much time do I have? It's 11:36. Can you hear me, Dr. Park? Yes. Now it's done. I'm going to extract number 45. The second template, the number 45 extraction. So it was a mobile tooth, curette, and the extraction socket. The next template is to be connected. The second template was fabricated after the extraction of number 45, the letter anchor screw. We have anchor pin. Without screw, it is fixed with a pin. Just in case, let me insert one vertical anchor. Implant fixture will be connected to it. So at number 43, over the implant place, the vertical anchor is connected. So the template is fixed. It's not moving at all. Very good. And let me do implant drilling at number 46. A wide hole is prepared. 5 by 6 millimeter implant is to be placed using 1/485 kit. Like a cast drill, there's no wide dimension at the bottom. So at number 46, the design is a little bit different. So at number 46, tissue punching. So there is a blade inside, and overlying mucosa can be removed by the blade. Yes, it is taken out. So inside of the tissue punch, there's a blade grinding off the mucosa. The template is anchored, and the newly designed tissue punch is being used. And next, the flattening drill. This is for a wide hole, so it is gold coated. The flattening drill is inserted up to the stopper, and the bone quality looks good. And when bone chips are attached, the cutting efficiency can be lower, so the chips are removed. Thank you, patient. You are doing very well. Using the flattening drill, the drill went up to the stopper, 2.2 by 6 millimeters. 1/485, 2.2 by 6 millimeter drill. This is short implant, so it is drilled up to the stopper. Pilot drill. We use the straight drill, and in the middle we use the pilot drill before other drills. So 1/485 drills were straight. 5.0W. So I stop irrigation and 5.0 final drill. 5.0 by 6 millimeter final drill to check the bone quality. It looks good. The quality looks good. A lot of bone chips there. Irrigation. Good. Next, implant placement. 5.0 by 6 millimeter implant. TS3 soy 5 by 6 millimeter implant with a soy surface. So it is hydraulic, hydrated. So implant placement up to 80% of the placement at number 46, the last one, and using an implant driver, the final positioning, the hex control and depth is control 2, looks like 30 Newton centimeter stability. Very good initial stability. Now all the planned implants are placed. Now the pin is removed and template is removed. The live surgery is being completed. Next, bone profiler. As I said before, bone profiler for TS implants. Implant is inserted there. It is 2 pieces, but now this is for 1 piece. There is a plastic sleeve for protection. A narrow implant is placed the anterior region as the bone is hard. A 2-piece is my preferred one, but it takes time to insert it and remove it. So in this case, I use 1 piece. So it is profiling the bone, and if an implant is placed deep, this kind of profiling is done. 1-piece bone profiler is used in the posterior region at number 35. Please turn your head. Please open your mouth. It's almost done. And a drill extension is used because there was interference from the adjacent tooth. That is very good. And the profiling in the next site, number 44. Why the 6.0 regular connection? At number 46. Now it's okay. I'm going to cut it with caution. So sometimes it comes off like this and it can be removed. AOS collagen is to be inserted at number 45. It is not to have implant, socket preservation or alveolar ridge preservation would use AOS collagen. So the extraction socket, it is used. suture, prepare suture, please. At number 45, EOS collagen. EOS particle, 90% of them are EOS particle and 10% collagen. That's how the EOS collagen is consisted of. For rigid preservation, this is quite used quite a lot. As you can see in the extraction socket, when we use EOS collagen, we don't need to cover it with the collagen membrane, and soft tissue would be healed pretty quickly, and soft tissue response is good. It goes in mesially and comes out distally. Hidden X technique, suture technique, mesolingually goes in. And some people feel it up to the soft tissue, but I don't do it. For socket preservation, EOS collagen is grafted, and collagen membrane is not used. It's simply sutured. If you use collagen membrane, EOS has very good collagen response in terms of soft tissue response. So this part will be sutured because it was torn up a little bit during extraction before connecting healing abutment. It has very good physical property, but it is white color, so I am getting old and I cannot distinguish it very clearly. So suture is almost complete. No. The assist was to cut below the thigh. So the video quality is very good, so we can clearly see the thigh. In the front side, 3.0. So healing abutment is to be connected. What is the height of the healing abutment? The implant is placed quite deep, so the height is 7 millimeters. 4.5 by 7 millimeters. The initial stability is excellent, so a rather long healing abutments are used. Next, 5.0. What is the height? 7 millimeters. The implant was placed deep, and bone profiling was done, so there's no problem with the connection. 7 millimeter long healing abutment is connected. As you saw before, bone profiling was done before, so healing abutment is set without any interference. At number 44, the same healing abutment is connected. Very good. Patient, you are doing very well. Initial stability is very good. This is the last one. 6 millimeter diameter, and the height is 7 millimeter healing abutment. So the surgery is coming to a close. I'm going to change it a little bit. It's good. Thank you. It works very well. So it's complete. So let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you. Dr. Park, are you out here? It was very good. Let's do Q&A. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Dr. O. Dr. Park, to save time, I have so many questions to ask, but the urgent question, the overheating is something we need to be careful about. So the last drill would be very important. So if it is overheated at the initial drill, we can cut it off. But you didn't do cooling. How can you stop heating? Dr. Park? And Dr. Kim, you can answer. When I do final drill, I do irrigation cooling. We have many questions on the chat window. When we use one guide template, as you may have experienced, because of the guide sleeve, the bone quality, we cannot feel the bone quality. So in my case, to identify the bone quality, I just look at the bone chip volume. And Dr. Park didn't use the final drill with the irrigation. So with irrigation, I couldn't check the bone chips. So I use irrigation up to the final drilling. Dr. Park, are you there? The patient has some handicap, and the patient, it takes time for the patient to be moved. And Dr. O's question is you duplicated by many other questions, so I will ask the question to Dr. Park. Do you have any other questions from the floor? It was a very crisp live surgery. My name is Kim Myung-rae. I have a private practice. Osstem is proud that they provide the provisional prosthesis after live surgery, but you didn't do that. Implants were placed quite deep. When we use one guide, sometimes the height would vary, not consistent, and they are placed quite deep. When we use one guide surgery, do you provide a provisional prosthesis, or do you provide removable partial dentures? And if provisional is to be provided, if it doesn't fit quite well, especially for short and narrow implants, when they're placed deep, that can be the problem. And what is your take on that? Can you tell us based on your experience? It is regrettable that we cannot connect to Dr. Park. In this case, we place implants with one guide, and we had many immediate loading cases. This is a short and narrow implants this time. So we focused on implant placement. I believe in the morning, Dr. Park used the two-piece narrow implants, but in the afternoon, Dr. Kim is going to use one-piece narrow implants, and Dr. Park uses a two-piece and a 485 kit for short implants. So, Dr. Kim, when you do this, when you use narrow or short implants, do you provide provisionals for immediate loading? No. So, because this is a simple surgery, Osstem has shown us more complicated surgery, but I wonder why you didn't provide a provisional this time. As Dr. Park said at the beginning, sometimes when we do live surgeries, we provide the provisionals too, but there was some feedback. They are experts, so they can do it, but some people said that they cannot do like the expert. That's why we didn't provide a provisional. So my question is actually, when immediate, actually, do you provide a provisional and do immediate loading? It varies case by case. Do you do that too? Yes, from time to time. Does it work? So using temporary RPD, they use it and then they change it? No, I will not ask any further questions. Dr. Park? So you appear a little bit lately, so thank you very much for your wonderful surgery. Before you are connected, we had a question from online as well as from the floor. When you use a template, the bone heating can be a problem, so irrigation is important. And during the final drilling, why didn't you use irrigation? How did you determine bone quality? Because there was many questions regarding bone heating. Conscious sedation was used for the patient, and it took time for the patient to move out of the operation room. Saline irrigation is not used for the final drilling, and you're concerned about that. But the biggest disadvantage of digital dentistry is that even though you accurately evaluate the bone quality, especially the soft bone can be estimated, but normal and hard bones turn out to be different after you open it up. 1 MS, no mounted driver or implanted driver. Sometimes we struggle when they are not coming out. When bone is hard and when we do over preparation, that happens often. So final drill, I don't use irrigation to check the quality, and you're concerned about the overheating. But if you look at the various data, most heat is generated mostly in the first 2 drilling, and during the final drilling, when the hole is prepared, the excessive heat is not really happening. That's the first thing. However, as you saw during the surgery, at each step, I take time to do irrigation. That's my principle. So if you keep those 2 in mind, implant driver or no mount driver, sometimes they don't come out easily, so that's our struggle. So the final bone quality is checked without irrigation to check the bone quality as it is, especially the cortical bone. if you remember the over preparation, in that case, over preparation is requires irrigation. That's kind of tip. So what was the RPM for the final drilling? And you mentioned it briefly. The bone chips, if you so you are checking cortical versus the medulla bone. What is the RPM? 30 Newton centimeter is the setting value. Any further questions among the floor? And I heard that Dr. Kim, thank you very much for your compliment. But I believe you understand the general hospital setting. And if I do surgery in a hospital, of course we provide the provisional. But prosthodontists should allocate half a day for that. So I provide healing, and when I provide provisional after stitch out. If the implants are not placed very deep, but you can estimate the depth as I use the 7mm healing abutment. If you tighten two-piece profile screw, and if you move on to the next phase, if we have to place 3 or more implants, it takes very long time. So today, immediate provisionalization, temporization is not the key point today. That is good if we provide the temporary. So AOS collagen, up to AOS collagen insertion, I limited my focus. So it took a full 40 minutes. So I concentrated on performing surgery today. I believe this answers your question, Dr. Kim. Any other questions? My name is Kim Jeon. I'm from Incheon. Thank you very much for the surgery, and it was a very good completion of surgery. So for one guide beginners, and when they design in-house, one guide tool that you use today, would you give us more details on that? Dr. Kim, thank you for the question. What is your question? Can you elaborate on that, please? Offset concept. Would you? What is the millimeters of offset if we do it in-house? Thank you for the good question. The offset is appearing a lot in questions. When it comes to a guide, offset is important. As you said, when implant goes a little bit deeper, offset can become a problem. Implant should be in bone and at least 4 millimeters from gingiva. One guide. Other companies use the 2, 3, or many different offsets. So one guide kit. In the case of one guide kit, from the top of the template to the top of the implant, that's 10.5 millimeters, the offset. But one offset has some longer offset, which is 13.5 millimeters. And I want to emphasize this again. It is a long offset. So the guiding drill can be jamming in the sleeve, and that creates trouble. So So we use the over preparation to prevent that. So in summary, one guide has an offset of 10.5 millimeters. But today I use the 13.5 offset. If I may add, other companies have varying offset values. So one guide, also one guide, and one cast, and others have offset length of 10.5 from the top of implanted to the top of template, and then one MS offset is 13.5. Can you show us post-op panorama? Can you see it? Yes. This is pre-op panorama. This is post-op panorama. As you can see, so there is a rich short implant, TS3 5.5 by 6 is properly placed. Narrow implant, TS3 3.5 by 10, and the rest 4.0 by 8.5. A healing abutments are properly connected. The CT is being taken, so you need to take lunch, so CT will be shown later. And Dr. Kim Kyung-won, thank you very much to chair this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this concludes the session. 2 questioners will be selected. The first questioner, Dr. Oh, and the second questioner, Dr. Kim Myung-rae. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Live surgery. That was a successful live surgery. I would like to thank Dr. Park who chaired the session, and Dr. Kim Kyung-won. Thank you very much. So this concludes the second session, and login event winners, and many winners, 300 people will get coffee coupons, 200 sweet dessert set. So 500 people in total will win these coupons. I don't know whether you can read it. So many people won the prizes. I think congratulations. The winners will receive the coffee coupon text messages. Now it's at 12:09. Please come back by 1 o'clock, lunch hour. Enjoy your lunch, and please visit various exhibitions and events staged at various locations. The new dental commerce platform, Dental Live Show, which is gaining popularity since its launch in April, will be aired soon from 12 to 1. Fusen as toothpaste, toothbrush kit, xenograph materials will be provided at special prices. Note, 100 Korean viewers of the live show will be selected and receive 10,000 won Starbucks gift certificates. You need to log in and agree to receive marketing messages. And you can purchase the products at special prices and win gift certificate. So please join us from 12 to 1. From 2 p.m. on the 3rd floor, seminar rooms, orthodontic, dental clinic, lab seminars will be held in parallel. Please stay with us until the end. This concludes the morning session, and let's get back together in the afternoon. Thank you.
digital implant restorations for edentulous patients. Using the TI base with a multi-abutment and multi-angled abutment enables creating a single unit prosthesis even in an edentulous case. Using a multi-scan body, the surgeon can select from a dedicated library to two digital scanning options, TI base, long or short. To ensure a proper fit and eliminate any possible errors, the prosthesis must be seated in the mouth before being cemented onto the TI base. Try our simple and accurate TS Multi-TI base. Introducing the 1MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the one guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 millimeter diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using 1MS kit. Try the 1MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. Introducing the Scan Healing Abutment, which helps you to take implant impressions without removing the healing abutment. You can use the dedicated carrier to fasten the Scan Healing Abutment in the correct hex direction more conveniently. The Scan Healing Abutment is available in different lengths. You can choose the right abutment for each patient's implant surgery case. When using a CAD program, the unique shape of its upper surface helps you identify the abutment's length. You can also create custom abutments with our official library. If your clinic does not have an oral scanner, or if you are having issues with scanning, you can take a rubber impression as an alternative. Experience easy implant impression taking with the Scan Healing Abutment, which combines the functions of a healing abutment and a scan body.
오직 치과인들을 위해 탄생했습니다. 치과계 최초 라이브 커머스 플랫폼 대놀 라이브 쇼. 치과인들의 큰 손에 힘입어 하반기 3개월 만에 매출 13억 원을 돌파했습니다. 치과 진료에 꼭 필요한 제품을 특별한 혜택으로 만날 수 있는 단 하나의 커머스 플랫폼 대놀 라이브 쇼. 11월 28일 화요일 이드라이버 플러스, 12월 12일 화요일 가변관리 소독실 패키지와 치과 인테리어, 12월 19일 화요일 카보 익스퍼트 서지 크리스마스 특별 혜택, 그리고 바로 오늘 오스템 미팅 2023 서울 특집 대놀 라이브쇼 앙코르 특별전을 준비했습니다. 하나, 여행 키트와 뷰세네스 특별 구성, 최대 45% 할인은 물론 치과명 각인 서비스부터 와피 구강 세정기까지 화끈하게 더 드립니다. 둘, 바이오스와 에이오스의 특대급 2종 골 스페셜 패키지, 두 가지 골 이식제를 최초 36% 할인이라는 특별한 조건으로 준비했습니다. 여기에 채팅 상담 고객 중 40분을 추첨해 스타벅스 커피 쿠폰에 행운까지 안겨드립니다. 오직 오스템 미팅에서만 만나볼 수 있는 특별한 혜택, 지금 대놀닷컴에서 구매 가능합니다.
곰탕은 8,000원.
특곰탕은 만원?
특공탕은 뭐가 다른겨?
뭐가 달라도 다르겠쥬.
임플란트 하면 좋은겨?
뭐가 달라도 다르겠쥬. 오스템 임플란트.
네, 여러분 식사 맛있게 하셨나요?
Did you enjoy your lunch? It's Kim Yoo-soo greeting you once again in the afternoon session of Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul. Did you enjoy watching the dental live show during lunch. The special sale on Boozen S toothpaste and toothbrush kits, as well as allogenic bone grafts, is still on. You can place your orders on the mall until 5 p.m. on a Monday or through our sales representatives. Make sure to take advantage of these offers. As we begin this afternoon session, let me inform you about the exciting events prepared for those joining us today. As a treat for our on-site guests, we have prepared awesome prizes. After all sessions, grand prize draw will happen. As shown, there's a Galaxy Notebook 3 Pro, Galaxy Z Flip 5, Galaxy Tab S9, as well as OIC seminar tickets. I look forward to your interest. For our online audience tuning in through the Adenal site, we have an exciting offer for you. Among the logged-in viewers, a total of 2,700 will receive coffee and dessert set coupons. Don't miss the prize entry pop-up appearing on the Adenal site for about 3 minutes before each session. Right now, there's a pop-up window for you to enter, so go ahead and try your luck. The lucky draw results will be announced at the end of each session, and coffee coupons will be sent via text simultaneously. Additionally, for those who stay with us online until the end, we have prepared generous prizes including Samsung Bespoke Robot Vacuum, JBL wireless headphones, and Galaxy Bud 2 Pro. Your continued interest and viewership are greatly appreciated. Please note, to participate in any online event, you must be logged in to the Denol site. You need to make sure that you're logged in. Don't forget to sign up in advance for a smoother experience. Those present at the venue can also participate via mobile. So please keep this in mind. Following the lectures, we'll have a Q&A session. The best questions from live chat and on-site selected as the best questions will earn 10 participants a Wape Candy Oral Irrigator. For our international guests, feel free to ask questions in English as interpretation services are available. Next, President Choi Kyu-oh of Osstem Implant will make a presentation. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Choi Kyu-oh. Today it's Sunday, and thank you very much for coming here despite it's a holiday. Some dentists said this. There are two types of dentists, those who went to Osstem and those who have not. It is worth coming here, and you are already here, and online participants are invited to visit us sometime. We have 15 research centers, and if you are trying to prepare a degree papers, we can help regarding implants, or if you have a specific experiment or study, we can assist you. And we have auditorium and 12 classrooms, academic congress, or if you have university alumni meeting or the big meeting that you want to hold. The rooms are provided for free, and the meal can be provided. And there are 2 model clinics, and you will see how interior design is made there. We have 60,000 equipment and materials, and they are on display all the time. Please visit here, and it's not just the building, but there are things that can be of help to you. It's worth visiting. So today I'm going to talk about new interior paradigm. 1 week interior. An interior that can be finished in a week. And if you do interior work for about 50 pyong of area, it takes about 5 weeks, but it can be extended to 6-7 weeks or even 2 months. But there are not many cases where the duration can be shortened, but we do it within a week. So the construction, interior construction is completed in a week. We did a pilot, and that will be more extended to other clinics. And then we can do the interior work in 7 days. It took 35 days. And how can you reduce it to 7 days? 35 days. The interiors are fabricated and installed at the site, but 7 days utilizes many prefabricated parts. The interior and external construction. And if it took 35 days, that includes a lot of external outdoor works, but they can be reduced to 7 days. So this is the sequence of work, the electrical plumbing work, ceiling, walls, floor, and furniture and finishing. And then we provide partitions, and we do the work on the ceiling and the floor. So day 1, we do preparation, marking, electrical work preparation, and pipe work. And on the next day, ceiling. And day 3, ceiling is completed and the walls are installed. And day 4, walls are finished. And day 5, floor. Day 6, furniture. And day 7, the signboards are installed, cleaned, finishing. Prefabrication. So walls, ceiling, furniture, electrical, and the facilities are prepared in advance. That's the secret to 7-day work. So furniture is made in advance, and other companies are doing that too. But in terms of quality, we produce in large quantities. So that's the difference. Walls, interior walls, we mark on the floor, and using the wood, the frames are made, and plasters are used, and we have the sheet cover, and just installed. So the board, the panel are attached, and the finishing caps are also prepared. And ceiling, actually this is indirect light installation, and they are prefabricated too, depending on the interior design. Electrical work as well. And from the inlet, we do the wiring, and they are all prepared to specific length, and the connections are all prepared in advance. And the piping at the site, there's water emission, discharge, and city water coming in, but we don't do the work at the site from scratch. They're all prepared in advance. Only connections are done at the site, and the floor is all prepared. They are connected very tightly. So that's a prefabrication preparation. And at the site, day one marking is done, and piping, electrical work, and ceiling is made on day two. Day three, walls are installed, and the frame is made, and prefabricated panels are inserted, and they all click in. So the tight connection is achieved. And day five, flooring. And rather than marble, we use some different material. They get connected. It's aesthetic, durable, and they can be finished pretty quickly. And day six, installation of furniture and lighting. Electric wires already installed, and the lights are attached. And day seven, signs are attached, and cleaning. That's the 1 week on-site work. Day 8, equipment are installed. Day 9, sofa tables, doctor's CV, or certificates, photo pictures, plant pots, and lights. The artificial flowers or trees are installed on day 9. It looks like already settled dental clinic. The next day you can use it immediately. Waiting room, doctor's room, the plant pots and pictures are hung. It looks like it doesn't look like the construction is just finished. It looks like everything is settled. So in summary, the interior connection 1 week, equipment installation 1 day, and finishing 1 day. And I'm going to show you how we finish the work in 1 week. Day 1, electrical wiring. Day 2, ceiling construction. Day 3, wall installation. Day 4, and the finishing of walls. Day 5, flooring. Day 6, furniture installation. Day 7, signs. Day 8, equipment setting. Day 9, materials, instruments are put in the cabinet. On the second floor, the 65 pyong of area, the interior was finished in 7 days, and equipment installation was done on day 9, and that's all included in the video. So 1 week interior. The advantages, it's fast. I emphasized it can be done in a week, and it is a high quality construction, and it's a very quality design. And the finishing doesn't require a lot of manual work. I did many interior projects, but from morning to a certain hour in the afternoon, I have to monitor, watch what the interior contractors are doing. It may be the same for you, but you can trust us. You don't have to be monitoring us, what we are doing. Signage, CV is hung on the wall as a finishing work. When problem occurs, we provide fast after sales service. That's our advantages. So it's fast. There are two types of customers. One, the first timers, they do the interior work in a new building, so the duration is not that important. So during the interior construction period, they don't really pay the rent. Usually that's the contract. But if you want to remodel your clinic, it takes 2 months. You have to dismantle and do the remodel. So they just do the remodeling in parts of the clinic. So this is just 1 week work. So the dentist can take a short vacation and come back. So they don't need to be on site and monitor what we're doing. So it's very fast. And you may suspect quality if we do the work fast. We provide high quality work. The walls, they click in quite nicely. Electrical wiring. If wires are finished with the tapes, it's not good. So we have the proper tubes. So they all go into the tube and finished like that. And pipeline, the pipes are cut and connected as site usually. And the materials are brought in, and if they don't tightly get connected, they do the work again. But the overlapping part of the pipes should be 5 centimeters, but if it is just 1 centimeter, they just leave it like that. Then it can be the cause of leaking when the floor is frozen and thawed. But everything is prefabricated, everything is connected at site. And we don't use Chinese-made synthetic marbles. So we use LX houses on the countertop and the materials. And when leaking occurs, automatic locking system is used. When there is water, this pipeline is closed automatically, and that is communicated through cell phone message and automatic air conditioning. So if the temperature goes down a certain degrees, heating will be turned on. And with a cell phone, you can turn it on or off even though you are not at the site. The design is high quality. We have many researchers who are dedicated themselves for the design, very aesthetic design. Based on that, the materials are prepared. This is the waiting room of the clinic on the 2nd floor. Counseling room, lab, makeup room, and lighting is very important in the waiting room and examination room. and the cabinet, upper cabinet, a lower cabinet. Very dignified looking, a doctor's room. We don't make chairs, but we make bookshelves and desks. So we can customize the cabinets. The cabinets can go up to the ceiling. And we studied the flow of people, and we have done more than 1,100 interior projects. Patients' flow, staff flow, doctors' flow are considered, and the chair, the length of the chair, and if there is any pipes, the length would be different, and imaging equipment very practically laid out. And it looks good, but sometimes it doesn't turn out to be practical for the users. And at first glance, it looks beautiful, but sometimes it doesn't work. So the height of cabinets, depending on the height of the staff, the upper cabinets are positioned, and between the upper and lower cabinets, the space can be utilized. Handles and drawers, it looks beautiful, and when it is open, it can be easily opened and closed. In the case of the lower cabinet, there is a lower part, and sometimes it touches your feet, the tip of the feet. So if you look at the red dots, and the wood has a darker shade, so we pushed it in 15 centimeters so that you can comfortably sit in front of it without stooping your upper part of your body. So this is made very practical. And the finishing without requiring manual work, we have the system and the rooms, cabinets, and drawers. So in short is RCD, rooms, cabinets, and drawers. We have the RCD system for storage. So we came up with a statistical analysis. 300 to 400 items are used usually in a clinic, dental clinic, where those items should go depending on disinfection room, examination room, or operation room. If you do the installation or storing of them from beginning, sometimes you get mixed up, and over time you know where to find what, but that is all considered. And this is the layout of the disinfection room, and this is for the examination room and mobile cart. So all the items are designated in terms of where to go. So this is the 65 Pyong dental clinic. So this is storing items in the storage area. What is the advantage of this RCD system? We can quickly identify the location of items, and it is easy to control inventory, and it can increase the efficiency of examination. After the interior project, sometimes it is hard to find the certain materials, instruments. Then we have to send patient back, and they have to make another appointment to get a service. So surprisingly, there are some people who are resistant to this idea. And then if we provide this kind of DRC service for free, many of our customers just accept them. And we send 3 people to do the organization, and it takes just 3 or 4 hours, and we do that in more than 100 clinics. And after sales service is very important. So for various reasons, after sales service is not streamlined, but Osstem provides very fast after sales service for 2 years for free. The warranty is 2 years. And after the construction, VR is made for you. Virtual reality, if you click on the round button, you can go anywhere and you can put it on your website, and your customers will click the various red buttons and see your interior. 1 week interior. The construction will be finished in 1 week, and equipment installation 1 day, and the storage 1 day. So the advantages is the fast quality and the finishing without your manual work. So you are involved in the interior design, and after that, everything is automatically fulfilled. So we have done the work 1,000 up to August. Now more than 1,100, 330 interior projected this year, and that it will be increased to 420 next year. So Osstem is the biggest dental interior company. It is difficult to do 10 or 20 projects a year, but we will have more than 400 projects next year. This will be distributed throughout the world. The furniture factories will be expanded. So the area of the factories are continuously increasing. It requires a lot of space. So raw materials. There are 2 types of costs: material cost and labor cost. Material and labor costs. To reduce the cost, we need to reduce the material cost. So economy of scale, we purchase in large quantity, not only from Korea, but throughout the world, woods from Malaysia or Indonesia, steels are sourced from different locations. So the material cost can be drastically cut, and the prefabrication is the key. High quality carpenters or plumbers are not required. Everything is accurately prefabricated, so what they need to do is just connection at the site. So we are going to lead the dental interior work with a fast service to reduce the gap in your patient care time. Thank you.
So Osstem has no limits. President Chegyul, your presentation was wonderful. Please give him a warm round of applause. Osstem Meeting 2022-23 Seoul is being broadcasted live in English and Chinese. Let us begin the third session. Professor Shim Jun-sung of Yonsei Dental School is the moderator of the third session. Professor Shim Jun-sung graduated from Yonsei University College of Dentistry and obtained his PhD in dental biomaterials from University of Manchester. He served as the head of Yonsei University Dental Hospital and is a specialist in dental prosthodontics. Currently, he is the president of Korean Academy of Prosthodontics. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Greetings. I'm Professor Shim Jun-sung, moderator of this session. During the Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul, we look forward to exploring the appeal of short and narrow implants and share a range of perspectives in this valuable forum. I hope you find this session informative, and now let me introduce our speaker. Opening our third session is Professor Park Sung-min from Dankook University College of Dentistry. Professor Park will present on the topic narrow implant and an alternative option for narrow ridge. Please welcome Professor Park Sung-min. Hello, I am Professor Park Sung-min of Department of Maxillofacial Surgery at Dankook University. I am honored to be here. I don't have as much clinical experience, but I'm honored to receive such invitation. Today I'll be presenting on the topic narrow implants, an alternative option for narrow ridges. Let me give you a brief introduction about myself. After completing my training in oral and maxillofacial surgery at Dankook University Dental Hospital, I am currently an assistant professor in the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery and am working at Dankook University Sejong Dental Hospital. Let's look at the contents. I want to talk about narrow implant and the downside, and I want to talk about why we need to use narrow implants despite of it. I want to talk about Osstem narrow implant and clinical cases. Let's look at the classification of narrow diameter implants. According to 2018 ITI consensus, they're classified based on diameter into 3 categories. Category 1 includes diameters less than 2.5 millimeters. Category 2 ranges from 2.5 to 3.3 millimeters. And Category 3 includes implants with diameters from 3 to 3.5. All 3 categories show high survival rates with sufficient evidence already existing for these survival rates. A quick look at the indications for each category. Category 1 is primarily used for mandibular overdenture and interim prosthesis. Category 2 for single tooth replacement in areas such as upper lateral incisors or lower incisors with narrow width. And Category 3 can be used for single tooth replacement with narrow interdental width or buccolingual width, as well as for multi-unit restorations. NDI have been used since 1970s with diameters below 2 millimeters. They were primarily used in Europe and South Africa under the name pin implants, where 2 or 3 implants were used as a set for a single tooth. Due to biomechanical limitations, they often failed and fractured. Later, Many implants with diameters of 1.8 to 2.4 were used as provisionals, and they are still useful for removable restorations today. These NDIs were also used for implant over dentures, where at the time flapless implant placement was a simple solution for denture use, reducing the financial burden on patients. In overdenture, such design implants are being utilized. However, NDI has structural limitations that inevitably lead to the following disadvantages. First, it has less surface for loading, resulting in decreased primary stability. In fixed prosthesis, it inevitably has a poor emergence profile and a higher risk of fracture due to overload. Let's take a look at a clinical case. A 72-year-old female patient was referred for extraction and bone grafting due to inflammation around 4 narrow implants in the lower anterior. The implants were one body type with irregular spacing and paths that were not parallel. This resulted in 2 narrow gaps in the upper abutments and poor emergence profiles, making hygiene management difficult. The patient experienced significant bone resorption in the maxillary anterior region due to severe peri-implantitis along with pain and swelling. On CBCT, implant number 32 showed osseointegration, while implants number 31 and 41 had severe inflammation and bone resorption, losing their stability. Implant number 42 showed bone resorption, but was judged to still have stability. Decision was made to remove the suprastructure and remove implants in number 31 and 41. After removing implants in number 31 and 41, fitting an easy-to-clean provisional, the post-op 3-month panoramic image showed no inflammation and bone regeneration. Panoramic image after 6 months showed complete resolution of inflammation and significant bone regeneration, maintaining the implants in good condition. While NDI has limitations due to its structural nature and implant placement difficulties, it is judged to have sufficient strength in terms of survival in challenging environments. Then, why do we need to use NDI implants? As we all know, the ideal spacing between implants is at least 3 millimeters and 1.5 millimeters from adjacent teeth. For a standard 4 millimeter implant, securing a bone width of more than 6 millimeters is ideal for implant placement. However, in actual clinical practice, it is often difficult to secure sufficient spacing and bone width, especially the lower central lateral incisors and premolars and the maxillary lateral incisors and second premolars. Securing the width for a 4 millimeter standard implant is challenging after accounting for 3 millimeter gap with adjacent teeth. Considering functionality and aesthetics, the ideal diameter for maxillary lateral incisors is 3 to 3.5 millimeters, and for lower anterior teeth, it is about 3 millimeters, making the use of narrow implants inevitable. In clinical practice, implants with a diameter of 3.0 millimeter or less are being used. Osstem has developed 2 types of implants for this, MS implant and TS3 3.0. However, there are practical reasons for needing narrow implants beyond these theoretics. Let's look at another clinical case. A 41-year-old female patient was referred for implant placement, but the case involved a narrow bone width, commonly observed in women who have lost their maxillary first and second premolars and have not been treated for a long time. You can see the flap has been reflected. In number 15, the bone width was about 3.5 millimeters, suitable for implant placement, but in number 14, There was a narrow crestal ridge, especially with severe resorption in the apical area. Due to concave nature of the apical area, it was difficult to attempt a ridge split, so it was decided to perform horizontal augmentation using titanium mesh. Titanium mesh was fixated first, and between bone and mesh, xenograft materials were packed, a releasing incision was made, and primary closure was done. This is post of 5 months. You can see that there's a sufficient buccal volume which allows for standard diameter implant to be placed. Osstem one guide fabrication was requested to place implant because there was sufficient bone width. I thought it would be possible to place implants with over 4.0 diameter, but if you look at the report results, the mesiodistal width was not secured, so 3.5 millimeter diameter implant was planned. This is implant operation image. Mesh was removed and implant was placed because I wanted to make use of the bone grafted area in number 15. 4.0 diameter implant was placed. If you look at the panoramic image, this is before and after implant placement. The ideal space was not secured. Although sufficient amount of bone width was secured and implants were placed, I wondered whether this was ideal. The patient experienced a lengthy process exceeding 6 months from the decision to use implants to their actual placement. The patient endured pain and swelling post-bone grafting, and a wide flap was reflected to remove mesh, incurring additional costs for bone grafting. In this case, an alternative approach using two one-piece narrow implants could have been considered. In such scenario, for instance, in the number 14 area, simultaneous GBR implant placement may have been done. This is a 68-year-old female patient with Parkinson's disease. She had severe trembling, and she continued to treat her symptoms. She underwent extractions and placed implants. In 2023, her conditions worsened with time. She underwent extractions, and in the maxillary area, bone grafting was done. While receiving treatment on the right side, she predominantly used her left side, leading to a fracture of her left bridge. Consequently, she had to undergo implant placement on the left side as well. After that, all teeth began to show caries and periodontitis worsened, but the narrow implant on the upper left, which had been in use since her first visit, was still well maintained. At the time when the patient came in 2018, I thought it would be uncomfortable, but she mentioned that there was no major problem. Looking at CT, the implant was well maintained without severe bone resorption or peri-implantitis, despite the narrow bone width. In this case, rather than doing GBR and doing two-stage implant placement in the upper, perhaps I could have used a narrow diameter implant and had done immediate loading. Perhaps that would have been a better choice. To summarize, NDI are used in situations where there is a reduced mesiodistal width, buccolingual and labial palatal width, and in cases where adjacent tooth roots are in close proximity. NDI helps reduce the need for complex procedures such as lateral bone grafting that can cause discomfort. Instead of staged bone augmentation procedure, NDI allows for simultaneous implant placement. Additionally, they're employed in various clinical situations to provide increased prosthetic flexibility. Let's look at the type of NDI developed by Osstem and their clinical applications. So first, we have the one-body MS implant. The MS implant comes in 3 types: narrow ridge, denture, and provisional. It is suitable for use in narrow areas like the lower anterior region. Designed as one-body type, the MS implant is made to support occlusal forces effectively. TS3 diameter implant is 2-piece implant, and it has similar fatigue strength as 3.25 diameter implant, and there's less risk of fracture. It is compatible with a TS Mini 100%, and a lot of prosthetic options can be utilized. It can be used for 2-stage surgery as well. Placing NDI in the desired position in narrow spaces would be nearly impossible without Osstem one guide system. Therefore, the dedicated 1ms kit for NDI is essential. It is structured similarly to the conventional implant drilling system. An important point to note, regardless of the length of the implant being placed, drilling should always start with 8.5 drill to ensure drill guide contact. Drills with diameters of 1.5 mm and 1.8 mm are prone to fracture during drilling, so it's crucial to avoid strong vertical pressure. Gradual pumping motions are recommended. TS3 3.0, you cannot place it using 1ms kit, and there is a dedicated cortical drill, and that is the difference with MS implant. Let's look at a MS narrow ridge clinical case. This is female 52-year-old, and number 32 was extracted due to chronic periodontitis. You can see that there is lower anterior crowding, and there was lack of prosthetic space. Partial ortho treatment was done. Without the bone grafting, MS narrow ridge was placed. It was placed sufficiently deeply, and this is after prosthesis delivery after placement. Next is a 64-year-old male, and 4 lower anteriors were extracted. 1ms kit was used to place MS narrow ridge in ideal positions. This is after 4-unit bridge prosthesis was delivered. This is 47-year-old male patient, number 31, 32, 41, teeth were missing. 1ms kit was used to place MS narrow ridge, and because primary stability was weak, provisionals were fabricated as shown. This is after final prosthesis delivery. This is a 47-year-old male patient who had the tooth of number 42 extracted. Different types of narrow implants were already placed in positions in number 31 and 41. Concerns existed about narrow space between number 41 and 43, questioning the feasibility of another implant. By utilizing 1ms kit, successful placement of 2.5 mm MS narrow ridge implant was achieved in this tight space. Let's look at this image. Between the two implants and tooth, ideal spacing was secured. If I did not use one guide system, I would not have been able to place implants such accurately. Let's look at a surgical clip. This is played at a rapid speed. One guide is adapted. Tissue punch is used to remove the overriding mucosa. Bony contact is checked and guide is adapted once again. Flattening drill is used to flatten the bone. By doing this, the thin initial drill will not slip. It will not also get jammed between cortical bone. Drill and guided drill contact is maintained and pumping motion is done. Next, implant diameter. Drill that is pursuant to the implant diameter is used. Bony penetration is checked. I am checking whether it's sound. And guide is adapted once again. Then next drilling, 8.5 drilling is done. MS narrow ridge is placed. It is placed about 80% using engine. And implant driver is used to get final position. I am adjusting the position as shown. Sufficient initial torque is secured. And on the other side, implant placement is done. narrow ridge implant is adjusted using implant mount, and I'm checking whether there is any interference. Next is a TS3 3.0 implant case. The superior prosthetic space is tight, so it was impossible to place the implants, and TS3 implants were placed without GBR, and the suprastructure was made and the cantilever design guide was used to place the implant. On die cast, the suprastructure was made in cantilever design, and the patient used it nicely after surgery. Next is a 20-year-old female patient who was referred from orthodontic clinic for implant placement. Tooth number 44 had to be extracted due to severe root resorption, and in number 42 and 43 exhibited a knife edge ridge, making the placement of narrow implants challenging. Lateral augmentation using mesh was performed, but the implants, because there was no sufficient buccolingual width, it had to be placed deep. And for superstructure, TS3, 3.0 and 4.0 were placed, and a 3-unit bridge was planned for prosthetic restoration. This is panoramic image after implant placement, and this has been 2 years since prosthesis delivery. A 37-year-old patient with a history of trauma to the upper anterior teeth visited for implant placement before going abroad for training. The patient had delayed treatment for a long time, and upon examination, all 4 upper anterior teeth showed inadequate alveolar bone, particularly in the area of number 12. There was noticeable lack of usable cortical bone. GPR was performed using titanium mesh. At the time of graft, I made a mistake, and in the upper right, when fixating with a screw, it was placed too deep, and mesh design did not exhibit convex form. Compared with the right, comparatively small amount of bone augmentation was achieved. I should have fixated it more towards the top, but this was overlooked at the time, so there was less bone augmentation. When I removed the mesh 4 months later, although lateral augmentation was done in number 11 and 12, mesh molding was not done sufficiently, and the desired amount of bone was not achieved. However, I was able to place, I thought it would be possible to place 4.0, but because the bony width was lacking, and the other areas also exhibited lack of bone, TS3 3.0, 4 TS3s were planned. The patient needing to travel soon desired quick completion of the implant procedure. However, the bone graft had not sufficiently hardened, and the remaining cortical bone was sparse. During implant placement, minimal torque was achieved in number 11 and 12. A 2-stage surgery was planned. Second panoramic image was taken after second surgery. 3 months later, temporary teeth were given, and due to patient's imminent departure. Despite concerns about stability of the implants, when the patient returned after a year for follow-up, the conditions were found to be satisfactory. Currently, the patient is scheduled for final setting of the implants. This patient came for implant placement in number 42. The patient was 43 years old. There was very severe alveolar ridge resorption in number 41 and 43, and 41 showed a severe mobility. After graft, implant placement was planned. After 3 months of healing post-extraction, titanium mesh was used for lateral and vertical augmentation. It was not easy to fix the mesh on the bone particle in tight area, so small window was formed to tightly pack the bone, and primary closure was done. The upper mesh was exposed after 2 months, and lateral mesh existed, and one guide was planned. Vertical bone augmentation was done. Implant length was very long. Suprastructure became elongated. TS3 3.0 was planned. This is pre-op, and this is after GPR, and this is panoramic image after implant placement. Last week, lateral mesh was removed. The TS3 3.0 implant was placed. This is discussion. Evidence for survival rates of narrow diameter implants is already well established. Now let's review recent studies focusing on other aspects of NDI. First, let's look at the one-piece versus two-piece NDI regarding stress distribution. The comparison included 2.5 millimeter one-piece and 3.0 millimeter one-piece and 3.5 millimeter two-piece implants. The results indicated that for stress distribution under vertical and lateral forces, two-piece implants may be more advantageous. Additionally, extra narrow implants are shown to be significantly disadvantaged under lateral force. However, since the study did not specifically focus on 3.0 millimeter diameter two-piece implants, further research in this area is considered necessary. Next, in placing NDI in the posterior area, 319 NDI and 620 regular diameters were compared, and there was no major difference in terms of survival rate. A higher BOP was identified among narrow implants, but there was no higher bone loss when compared with SDI. Placing NDI without bone augmentation in atrophic ridge and standard diameter implants placed in area with a horizontal augmentation was compared. NDI alone showed 97.8%, and SDI after GBR showed 97.9%, so there's no major difference. A recent study published in MDPI compared Osstem's narrow implants. Over 2 years, a total of 23 implants, including MS 3.0 and TS3 3.0 and 3.5, were placed and evaluated. The study focused on several parameters, including implant failures, prosthetic failure, complications, and changes in peri-implant bone levels, as well as pink aesthetic score. The findings indicated that all 23 implants functioned very well without any issues. All NDIs involved digital approaches for implant placement. Although the sample size is relatively small and long-term follow-up is needed, the study suggests that successful outcomes may be due to the appropriate use of two types of implants in combination of the one guide system. This is take-home message. Clear evidence exists for survival rate of NDI. Regarding success rate, there needs to be more evidence. We can use one piece and two piece accordingly with different situations. And Osstem 1 MS kit, MS TS3 3.0 implant is a good solution for narrow ridge. I believe that there is need for future research on narrow implants used for posterior area. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Q&A will be entertained after the second speaker's presentation. Next, let me invite Professor Bae Aran from Kyunghee University School of Dentistry on narrow implant prosthodontic consideration and longevity. Professor Bae Aran. Good afternoon. I am Bae Aran, Department of Prosthodontics, Kyunghee University. Today, I'm going to talk about narrow diameter implants, prosthetic considerations, and longevity. Indications. This was discussed before, but I will introduce that. Narrow diameter implant from the prosthodontic perspective, there are considerations in terms of the differences from the standard diameter implants. we are concerned about the longevity, so that will be discussed. If you look at this case, the canine is congenitally missing in the mouth. If you look at the evaluation, mesiodistal width and buccolingual width looks sufficient, and it is a canine. So, but if you look at X-ray, it is proximity to root, so standard implants cannot be placed. It is canine, so a narrow diameter implant was placed. Recently, elderly patients are increasing. In some patients, bone grafting cannot be performed. The age of patient and compliance of patient and treatment time and costs can be the limitations. In 2018, in the sixth consensus report, contraindications include the bisphosphonate medication in large volume, no problem in a low dosage, chemotherapy, or irradiation. So bone grafting can be risky in those patients. Recently, minimally invasive implantology is becoming a trend. This is rather old. In 2016, Academy of Oral Implantology, the members were surveyed. 12,865 dental implants. So procedure avoiding bone grafting is preferred, and guided surgery is increasing. Narrow diameter implants are increasing. So between 2005 and 2012, 5.5 of the implants were short implants, 19.5% were narrow diameter implants, and 10.6% guided surgery. As Dr. Park mentioned, depending on diameters, there are three groups in terms of narrow diameter implants: mini implants and narrow diameter implants. This is another classification, as you can see in the photo. The mini implants is usually thinner than 3 millimeters in diameter, and it is used for interim purposes or over dentures at the beginning, and it is used with the flapless surgery. However, 3 millimeters to 3.5 millimeters in general, the narrow diameter implants are used for definitive fixed prosthodontics, and in general they have a two-piece design, and the bone graft procedures can be performed using two-piece narrow diameter implants. Many companies produce narrow diameter implants, one-piece or two-piece implants. Many companies have narrow diameter implants with varying diameters. We need to check, depending on manufacturers, the torque of tightening prosthesis is different according to their recommendations. So you need to keep that in mind in terms of tightening of a prosthesis. Indication: a reduced amount of interradicular bone, narrow alveolar crest, and you need to look at the space in cervical area. Emergence profile needs to be considered. Contour of the residual crest, biomechanical factors, and occlusal analysis. These are the same considerations as for standard implants. In general, in the upper centrals and the incisors, lateral incisors, and the anterior teeth in the mandible are the reasons. The available space should be when the space available is less than 6 millimeters. The ideal tooth implant distance is 1.5 to 3 millimeters. So narrow diameter implants can be chosen when the space is small. Interradicular distance is less than 6 millimeters. Orthodontic treatment can be provided. Conventional restoration bridge can be provided, and narrow diameter implants can also be considered. At the early days when we did the implants, at least 1 millimeter bone was necessary when I was a resident. A regular diameter implant placement, if it is the 4 millimeters, the 4 millimeter apicolingual width is necessary, and then bone graft can be performed when they cannot be accommodated in the maxilla. Lei Wang et al. And other papers talked about for thicker peri-implant buccal bones, the buccal bone should be at least 1.5 millimeters. If a buccolingual bone is not 1.5 millimeters, physiologic, pathologic bone loss would occur. So rather than wide implants, narrow implants can accommodate more buccal bone. Proceedings of the 7th ITI Consensus Conference this year. How thick should the buccal bone wall be after implant placement in healed sites? A buccal bone wall thickness of 1.5 millimeters or larger is recommended. Bone augmentation, reduced implant diameters, or placement of implant deeper in alveolar crest were recommended. So if you look at the bottom, in many clinical studies, a reduction in buccal bone wall thickness of 0.3 to 1.8 millimeters is observed after implant placement. So that has been observed according to the reports. That means at least 2 millimeters of buccal bone needs to be secured. Lei Wang and in other studies, peri-implantitis, in more than 40% of such cases, buccolingual bone width was less than 2 millimeters. To summarize, so these are the indications for NDI, bridges, edentulous jaw, and splinting to other implants. There's no clear consensus regarding that. Regarding posterior region, I will discuss the matter a little bit later. In the lower anteriors and upper lateral incisors, if the width is less than 4.5 millimeters, NDIs can be placed. The narrow diameter implants, just like a standard implant, the implant must be 2.5 to 3.5 millimeter more apical to the adjacent tooth. A clinical case, the existing implant and perio problem and the periodontitis made it to be extracted, and the natural tooth also was extracted. The bone graft, the FGG, was done, and narrow diameter implant was placed. A bridge was provided, and you can see it is stable. So a little bit of bleeding is observed. Multiple surgeries were performed, and scar tissue is observed. 5-year follow-up photo, ideal tissue contour is maintained. So in the anterior region, a breach can also be indicated. In the upper central incisors, the visual-distal dimension is 8 to 10 millimeters. And here it is 6.25 millimeters, a very small central incisor. In this case, narrow diameter implant can be used. In this case, the maxillary canine, it is the mesiodistal width was pretty good. In the case of canine, in the lateral movement, if you can control occlusion, this can work for canines as well. Emergence profile, depending on implant location, the abutment emergence profile can be different. In 2021, the paper was published. A slightly labial implant location, centered implant location. In those cases, concave abutment emergence profile was used. At the palatally placed implants, labial soft tissue on the convex abutment profile to push the soft tissue labially. In another famous article, according to Katafuchi, the bone level implant emergence angle of more than 30 degrees and convex abutment profile, the peri-implantitis risk was clearly higher. For an ideally placed implant, slightly concave abutment is indicated, and a little bit of a concavity with the abutment is very important. Standard abutment, not only for standard implants, narrow diameter implants, should use concave or flat emergence profile. That's what we are trying to do. Regarding the thickness of soft tissue, in this case, due to resorption, the lateral incisor was extracted and narrow diameter was used. The customized abutment was showing through. So in general, zirconia or titanium abutments should not be showing. So 2 millimeter or thicker soft tissue is required to prevent that. Narrow diameter implants, when it is placed lingually to secure the thickness of soft tissue augmentation, if it is possible, more aesthetic results can be obtained. This is a case I show a lot during abutment classes. Congenitally missing case, and ortho treatment was provided, but the spaces are not consistent. And buccolingual congenital missing patients have a very narrow bone width in many cases. So various diameter implants from different manufacturers were used. So the shape of prosthesis varied. As you can see, shine through effect. I talked about the shining through of abutment. You can see the effect. Titanium abutment was used in screw type or zirconia abutment was used in some cases. If you look at here, 9-year follow-up, when buccal bone is not sufficient, resorption and gingival recession occurred, and not only the abutment shining through, the abutment itself is shown through. So bone wall thickness of 2 millimeters is very important, along with the thickness of soft tissue. Emergence profile. If I go back to the topic again, concave emergence profile. On the left, standard or narrow diameter implants require that. In this case, if implants are not placed in sufficient depth, emergence profile cannot be appropriately obtained. So placement position, the depth of a placement in three-dimensional positions is very important. Personally, I prefer to use a screw type restoration. Zirconia restoration should have at least 1 millimeter of thickness to withstand the load, and zirconia itself should be 1 millimeter in thickness. In NDI, when the screw type is fabricated, the 1 millimeter thickness should be secured, and it is difficult to get the emergence profile. So emergence profile of the prosthesis is rather fat, as you can see. To fabricate a screw type, tie base abutment, and the monolithic zirconia crown is customized. As you can see in the middle, 1 millimeter if it is not secured. This is a cantilever type of prosthesis, so this is more so the cervical area fracture is observed. An emergence profile that we want could not be achieved. So when we use NDI, three-dimensional implant position is very important. Otherwise, the peri-implantitis can occur biologically. In this case, the soft tissue was very thin, and the lateral incisor is congenitally missing in this patient. Hard tissue, soft tissue, both were lacking, and narrow diameter implant was planned, and the soft tissue grafting was not to be performed, and the implant was placed, but the tissue was very thin, and there was a shine through effect. So zirconia was used on the X-ray. It looks okay in terms of aesthetics, but in the long term, the contour, what kind of effect the contour will have in the long term is something we need to observe. And the implant was placed in depth, so titanium link must have been used. So that was the afterthought. In this case also, the canine narrow diameter implant was placed for restoration, but on the X-ray, in this case, the depth of placement was not sufficient. So the over-contoured emergence profile was observed. The 3-year follow-up, it is still maintained, and this is a young patient, so it is being maintained, but in the long term, we need to wait and see. Implant depth. This is important. So the implanted depth, as you know, subgingival margin, for subgingival margin, 0.5 millimeters, 2 millimeters for soft tissue thickness, and for platform switching. 0.5 millimeter of height is required, so 2.5 to 3.5 millimeter below the implant is recommended to be placed. Regarding the abutment height, as I showed you cases, the abutment height, when it is not sufficient, the peri-implantitis can develop, as I said before, according to Blanco paper. When it is less than 2 to 3 millimeters, the marginal bone loss is greater when the abutment crown margin is less than that. Due to trauma, the implant was extracted and 3.5 millimeter implant was placed. If you look at the central incisor on the right, right after delivery of prosthesis, the papilla was not filling the gap. The distal interproximal bone was non-existent almost. That is the reason why 3 months later, papilla has grown quite a lot. So there's no aesthetic problem. So when prosthetic contour is not sufficient, if you have emergence profile, we can obtain aesthetic results. For ideal emergence profile, the implanted depth should not be too shallow. Then a bulky contour needs to be made. If it is too deep, concave contour can be achieved, but as you know, impression taking is difficult to do, and the residue cement can remain, and up to implanted platform, the marginal bone loss would occur. So according to Daniel Boozer, deep as necessary, shallow as possible. You need to keep that in mind. One body implant was placed in this case. During the lunch break, Dr. talked about cementation of a one-body implant. As a prosthodontist, this is not my favorite, but sometimes we have to use this. In many cases, the transitional restoration and for overdenture, this is used quite a lot. In a clinical study, a very good outcome has been reported. So in the lower anterior region, immediate implant placement and loading is necessary in some cases. Immediate placement was performed, and palatally, lingually, the placement was made lingually 1 week after provisional and 2 months after the delivery of provisional. On the day of surgery, provisional tooth delivery is quite burdensome on the part of a surgeon. The cement residue, the flap is closed just now, and removing all the remaining cement is quite challenging. If possible, I try to adjust the retention, and provisional is not cemented for about a week. It's just I explain it to the patient because of the risk of residual cement. This is done, one body implant. The setting of the margin is very important. This is something we need to carefully think about. The cervical line of adjacent tooth, 1.1 to 1.5 millimeters, it shouldn't go down further than that. And another important thing is that, according to many papers, monolithic zirconia is polished. Feldspathic porcelain veneering is not done. Then soft tissue integration is achieved more. Monolithic zirconia doesn't have aesthetic problem, so we don't do porcelain buildup. and the polished zirconia is a good option. And if veneering is required, then only a small part can be veneered. A stable outcome is observed here. A narrow diameter implant is placed in the lower anterior region. The buccolingual dimension is very thin. So on the palatal side, the patients complain about they feel something there, and the speech problem needs to be explained to a patient. In the case of one body implant, the abutment height is hard to adjust. In most cases, the abutment height is low, so frequent fallout is a concern. So GPC or other permanent cementation is made. As many dentists said before, in the 6th ITI consensus meeting, one of the topics that they talked about is the short diameter implant and narrow diameter implants, and loading protocol or biological complications. There's a lack of data, even though it was a consensus. If you look at the bone grafted area versus non-bone grafted area, as the previous speaker said, there's a lack of long-term data. So in the lower anterior region, in this case, the bone graft was done and standard diameter implant could be placed, but in the lower anterior region, implant would go up interproximally, so narrow diameter can be more static compared to standard implants, so that is used in a bridge case for lower anterior. This is the planning we did. A very small buccal bone is observed, so the implants were placed rather deep. And right after the surgery, on the day, they were immediately loaded with a temporary restoration. After 2 weeks, the temporary restoration was removed and soft tissue healed quite properly. After 2 months, final restoration was fabricated, and then periodontally compromised the patient. So a vertical bone loss was quite severe, and long-term follow-up is required. And if opportunity presents itself, I will make a presentation on this. The concern about NDI, fractures, prosthetic complications are what we are concerned about. This is a study with Dr. Kwon Young-dae, a clinical outcome of narrow diameter implant, a 3-year retrospective study. 274 implants were followed up from 3 to 6 years. Osseointegration failures occurred at the beginning. Peri-implantitis emerged later, but the survival rate is 92.4%, an acceptable level. To avoid bone grafting, we use narrow diameter implant. That's correct. But at the bottom, if you look at the bone graft, in the anterior region compared to posterior region, we perform the bone graft more to keep soft tissue contour for aesthetic reasons. We couldn't avoid bone grafting even if we used the NDIs. prosthetic complications. Screw loosening and porcelain fractures occurred, and implant fractures, abutment fractures have not been observed yet. More long-term report would be made, hopefully. So the prosthetic complications, compared to standard diameters, the cantilever can be used more. So compared to regular diameters, NDIs would have more prosthetic complications. In the posterior region, narrow diameter implants are used to reduce excessive bending moment and over contours. And the marginal ridge occlusal contacts need to be avoided. So narrow diameter implants, when they are required in the posterior region, occlusal consideration is required. To prevent the periimplantitis, emergence profile, prosthetic design considerations should be given, and that's the same as the standard diameter implants. So according to the statistics published by the government, if you look at the red bars, 65 or older, the aged people will increasingly go up until 2070. With aging society, implant cases will increase, and the fear of paying cost and complexity of treatment may affect the treatment acceptance in this patient group. If you look at this photo, he's my friend. After bone graft, he took his picture every day, and the change of colors, the bruise. 82-year-old patient, he sends me the photo every day, which is quite stressful. If we can do implant placement without the bone graft, patients will accept our treatment plan more readily. So we need to consider patient-specific diagnosis and systemic condition. If we choose the correct indications cases, NDIs can be utilized. As you can see in this case, in the anterior single cases would be the best indications. And the bridge can be also used in the interior, and clinical guidelines should be followed in the posterior region. I hope this has been of help to you. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
예, 그러면 지금부터 앞서 강연해 주신 박성민 교수님, 그리고 지금 강연 마치신 배아란 교수님과 함께 세 번째 세션에 대한 Q&A를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 현장에서 강연 들어주신 청중들로부터 질문을 받아보도록 하겠습니다. 객석에 계신 분들 중에서 궁금하신 내용 있으시면 손을 들어 표시해 주시면 저희가 질문을 받도록 하겠습니다. 네, 마이크 좀 이쪽 있을까요?
Thank you for the good presentations. Clinically, I have used MS implants. Dr. Park Sung-min's case, one body implant was placed. You used one guide, and you didn't show us any CT images. So my impression is that the direction of bone and the matching of direction is very difficult. Sometimes they are lingually positioned, so they can have prosthetic problems. So we usually use a two-piece instead of one body. So their use is limited. What do you think about that? Another thing, in your case, in the anterior four anterior incisors, you placed the 3.5 in the upper anteriors. Narrow implants can be used, but it is difficult to avoid lateral pus. So, have you thought about additional GBR to use 4.0 or standard implants? Don't you think placing two of those and have a breach, do you think that's better? What do you think? MS one body implants are placed. When I prepare, it was not the treatment for this lecture, so I didn't take a post-op CT image. So in many cases, they are used. Narrow reach. In narrow reach and the unfavorable conditions, I use it, but the cases are not very often. Surgically, two-piece implants are better to use. Two-piece implants is not intentionally used. There was a clinical limitation, so I had to use them. It was not my choice. So narrow implants, I will select the cases where I can intentionally use narrow implants. In the upper anterior region, the patient didn't have enough bone width due to personal reasons. The patient didn't want additional GBR because the patient had to leave the country soon. 3.0 implants. In the quadrant 2, the initial torque was good, so 4-unit breach. I expected it would go well, but my mistake was that I didn't secure the volume sufficiently, and it was a thin breach. And I used the GBR with mesh, and if I used the screw fixed GBR, it could have been better. And then there were implants in the anterior region. Even though it would be a little bit cumbersome, to avoid the cumbersome of that, so we use narrow implants. In order to overcome that, we need to consider the possibilities from GBR to acquire sufficient initial torque. I don't know whether that answers the question. And online questions. Dr. Pei, you can answer that clinically, as you said before. A one-body implant was placed, and the direction was not appropriate for prosthesis. One-body abutment can be reduced. Do you have any tips for that? Reducing, one body implant is placed, but the direction was not correct for prosthesis, so you couldn't prepare an abutment. That's an online question. In advance, everything needs to be prepared. The lengths are different, long and short. If the direction is labially inclined, a long one should be used, and reducing it should be planned in advance. In most cases, I prefer to use a screw type in almost all cases. So this is the same for all oral surgeons. So they are placed lingually, palatally. So it was lingually inclined in that case, aesthetically or in terms of soft tissue profile, there is no problem. It was lingually inclined, but the patient can feel some feeling, foreign object feeling with the patient's tongue. That can be a problem. One-piece implants, I don't have a lot of experience with that, and it is not my favorite. And removing cement, I'm not sure whether I did the clean job. And the margin setting, knife edge margin or shampoo margin or shoulder margin, so I'm not sure about that. So when it comes to one-piece implants, those are the stresses that I have, so I don't prefer to use it. So we will have 5 more minutes for Q&A. Do you have any other questions? I asked this question in the morning. Through asking a question, we can make sure Dr. Park in the lower anterior region or the lateral or premolar in the maxilla, the ridge is narrow. So in that case, we place deep, and positioning in correct direction is important, but over time, the gum would go down and peri-implantitis or dehiscence can occur. So during surgery, it was okay, but expecting going down later, Aosis collagen, bios collagen can be used, alveolar undercut or crestal. Crestal can be made stronger. So do you have such cases? I don't have a lot of clinical experiences, so I cannot dare to give you any conclusion. In the long term, bone resorption is something we cannot avoid, especially when we place narrow implants. We need to be careful. In narrow ridge, we need to reduce the bone, and one guide is used for fine-tuning, but sometimes we can reduce too much of the buccal bone by mistake. So to place narrow diameter implant, the flapless is good when the bone is sufficient, but flap is used using a lens drill, or the surgical burr is used to make indentation lingually. In terms of the depth, I try to place as deep as possible, but in terms of long-term follow-up, I do not have a lot of clinical experience, long-term experiences, so I believe I need more study in the future. Okay, I have done a lot of long-term follow-ups myself, so when ridge is narrow, alveolar undercut should be considered, and in order to do so, if possible, 2 pieces is the answer rather than 1 piece. Even though later, if a problem occurs, the prosthesis can be removed and address the problem. So my strong recommendation is that collagen, not using membrane, the Osstem's new materials. And materials have been advanced quite a lot recently, so using such approach is recommended. I believe that will give you a very good outcome. May I ask one more question to Dr. Pei? Just an urgent question, one urgent question. Longevity test for narrow implants, is it from one manufacturer? No. Then it is a little bit ambiguous. You need to focus on one type of implant from the same manufacturer. Yes, we have statistical results, but you gave me just 92% success rate, which is encompassing all manufacturers and all implants. So you need to divide the results. Okay, it's 45 minutes, so we need to close the Q&A. Thank you very much to speakers. And the best questioner needs to be selected. The first questioner from the floor, nickname also Uni, is the questioner who asked the question online. Congratulations. So this concludes session 3. Please give another warm round of applause to the two speakers, and goodbye from me too. So session 3 is concluded. So I'd like to thank Dr. Shim Jun-soo, who chaired the session, and two speakers, to give them a big round of applause. And this is third coffee coupon lucky draw. 600 people will win the coffee coupons. Who are the winners? Let's do the lucky draw now. So many people won coffee and dessert coupons. Congratulations. And coffee coupons will be sent via text messages. You can check whether you won the gifts through bulletin board of Dano site. If you are not lucky enough to win the gifts, be patient. There's another lucky draw. And session 4, another lucky draw will be held. A break up to 3 o'clock. We'll have a break. So in session 4, Dr. Kim Hyun-jung will lead live surgery. We look forward to it, and we will come back shortly. Thank you.
Introducing the ultra-wide implant. Ultra-wide implants are perfect when placing an implant immediately upon extraction of a molar. Ultra-wide implants with a diameter of 6.0 and 7.0 can be placed immediately without GBR in a socket where a molar has been extracted. Also, 6.0 and 7.0 ultra-wide implants are easy to place without having to wait for an extraction site to heal after the removal of a failed implant with a 5.0 diameter. Try the ultra-wide implant for immediate molar implant placements. Introducing Magic Align. A digital clear aligners can be corrected accurately and conveniently, crowding, space, and deep bite, which are various encountered in clinical. Magic Align can be corrected maximum 5mm crowding cases within about 10 months using less than 20-step aligners. And maximum 4mm of space case can be corrected within about 5 months using less than 10-step aligners. Also, maximum 4mm of deep bite case can be corrected within 10 months using less than 20-step aligners. And maximum 2mm of open bite case can be corrected within 5 months using less than 10-step aligners. Anterior cross-bite cases of less than 2mm can be corrected within about 3 months with less than 5 steps. Protrusion cases of about 4mm can be corrected within about 10 months with less than 20 steps. Magic Align uses magic foil Therefore, more than 15% better orthodontic retention than the one-layer material and less deformation due to aligners from put on and take off. So, effective orthodontic treatment is possible. Effective orthodontic treatment is possible due to less deformation of the aligners from put on and take off. In addition, the magic align is trimmed based on the patient's unique gingival line without covering the gums. So, the patient can put on easily and accurately at once. Magic Align provides diagnostic analysis files and 3D setup simulations to help establish accurate treatment plans. In addition, orthodontic treatment can be carried out according to the initial treatment plan by applying the Magic Setup system that checks and supplements the teeth movement every 12 weeks. Start orthodontic treatment with Magic Align that can correct various orthodontic cases accurately and conveniently. Milling machines must be capable of manufacturing precise prosthetics. 1mm 5X is equipped with high-quality servo motor and high-power spindles. Servo motor offers more precise control of precision and speed. Spindle with a high power of 500 kilowatts offers stable machinability based on high rotation of 80,000 RPM. For plus and minus 5 micrometer processing repeat precision. Many processing tools are needed for processing of various prosthetics. 1mm 5X is equipped with APC, a system that automatically replaces 10 processing tools. This allows simple and convenient processing of zirconia prosthetics and PMMA for temporary teeth as well as hybrid ceramics for inlays. 1mm 5X can simultaneously using 5 different axes during processing for detailed and precise fabrication of prosthetic external shape and internal undercut. This allows processing of various prosthetics from inlays to implant full arch bridges with screw holes. Dental equipment must be simple and intuitive to use for any step. Using a touch panel, 1mm 5X is easy and simple to use, from starting the processing to changing tools and cleaning. The front LED display on the equipment tells you the processing progress and remaining processing time. Circle LED on the door shows standby processing and errors of the equipment in different colors for easy identification. The white tone design is suitable for dental offices as well as patients' waiting room and laboratories. 1mm 5X provides an aesthetic look of modern digital dental clinic. With servo motor and high-power spindles, 1mm 5X manufactures high-precision and high-quality prosthetics. Simultaneous 5-axis and pen tools offer limitless processing. Touch panel, LED display, and 3-way airflow system provides convenience. Introducing the E-Star Z series. E-Star Z is a zirconia block made by Osstem implant. The E-Star Z was developed by our R&D specialist at Osstem implant. Our in-house specialist at Osstem implant developed the manufacturing process. Each product is inspected and completed through a systematic quality inspection. E-Star Z is a CAD/CAM compatible simplifies the process of creating zirconia prosthetics at the clinic. It can be fabricated in various dental restorations, including inlays, veneers, crowns, and bridges. Multiple prosthetics can be milled simultaneously with E-Star Z. The disc is in 98mm diameter and has 7 different pegs of thickness, which means you can select the right disc according to the length of each prosthesis, so that the material can be used more efficiently. Meanwhile, the shape of the block that comes with solid metal mandrel is diversified depending on cases. In particular, if you want to fabricate a long implant or bridges, you can choose block type with the 25mm height. With the E-Star Z HT, you'll experience natural-looking colors. With 3 different shades, A1, A2, A3, you can replicate the patient's natural teeth color. E-Star ZT has an excellent strength. Thanks to high flexural strength of at least 800 megapascal, you can fabricate stronger prosthetics for the posterior region that is susceptible to high masticatory pressure. Zirconia prosthesis material with natural-looking colors and outstanding strength. Try the E-Star Z series made by Osstem Implant. Introducing OneJet LCD, the next generation 3D printer specialized for digital dentistry. A dental 3D printer should be highly accurate. OneJet LCD features an array-type LED that emits light uniformly across all sections and a mono LCD with excellent light transmittance performance. It is also capable of high-precision printing at 100 micrometer or less across the entire output plate, meaning the user can apply the printed output to the patient without a separate adaptation process. A dental 3D printer should be fast. The OneJet LCD has printing speeds of up to 30mm per hour. It can print a wide variety of prostheses, such as surgical guides, provisional teeth, models, and splints within 30 to 40 minutes. OneJet Cure Plus features a high-intensity light source, which helps cure materials within 2 to 7 minutes. Thus, the user can fabricate and place the required prosthesis on the same day the patient visits the clinic. A dental 3D printer should be easy to use. OneJet LCD offers 4 functions that improve user convenience during dental procedures. First, the user can send prosthesis data wirelessly and print. Second, the build plate is easy to assemble and remove due to its magnetic connection. Third, the printed prosthesis can be removed vertically without the risk of breakage or damage. Fourth, the automatic OneJet support setup function reduces working time. A dental 3D printer should be easy to manage and maintain. OneJet LCD alarm informs the users in advance for replacement of the LCD panel. Furthermore, the LCD panel is easy and simple to replace. It maintains the optimal printing environment, which prevents errors in prosthesis fabrication. Introduce high-precision 3D printing at your clinic with a fast and convenient next-generation 3D printer, OneJet LCD. Great unit chairs designed for dental treatment must be convenient for the clinicians to use, feel comfortable for the patient during treatment, and they should also be easy to clean and maintain. I would like to introduce K5 as both a stylish and convenient unit chair. In case the backrest tilts downwards, the leg rest goes up. The tilting function prevents the patients from slipping down. It is convenient for the clinicians to carry out treatments and provide comfort for the patients to receive treatments.
This is the highlight of Osstem meeting. This is the second live surgery. Before we begin, we're going to have a fourth event. You can currently check out the fourth event pop up at the dental site. Don't miss your chance to win coffee and dessert coupons. The results of the draw will be announced after the conclusion of the live surgery, and the coupons will be sent via text message. Today's second live surgery has been prepared by Dr. Kim Hyun-jong. I'd like to introduce our moderator, Professor Kim Sun-jong of Ewha Women's University Seoul Hospital. Professor Kim Sun-jong graduated from College of Dentistry at Yonsei University and completed her residency in oral and maxillofacial surgery at Ewha Medical Center. He earned his Doctor of Medicine from Korea University and Master of Public Administration from Seoul National University. Let's welcome Professor Kim to the stage. Greetings, I'm Professor Kim Sun-jong. Dr. Kim Hyun-jong is going to present us with live surgery under the topic MS implant and one guide. Let's look at Dr. Kim Hyun-jong's profile, and we're going to look and watch his pre-op clip.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Kim Hyun-jong. I'm with the Seoul Top Dental Hospital. As was introduced, the topic of today's Osstem meeting is short and narrow implants. Today, I'm going to talk about the narrow implants. So the implant surgery would be using MS implants and one guide. I studied in Korea University, majoring in oral surgery and did residency in oral surgery. And I have practice in Seoul. Today's agenda: simple introduction and MS implants. And I'm going to talk about live surgery case review. I will review it with you. First, introduction. To be honest, I don't choose narrow implants as the first choice, but sometimes we have to use narrow implants in some cases. So as you can see here, tooth is lost in the lower anterior region. If we are to place an implant, a regular diameter implant cannot be placed. The same is true when two teeth are missing. In this case, regular implants cannot be really placed. As you can see, when three teeth are missing, the space is quite sufficient, so we can use regular with an implant to do the restoration. So when four teeth are missing, two regular diameter implants can address the problem. As we saw before, when one tooth is missing, a narrow diameter implant needs to be used. And today I'm going to introduce this paper. The general lower anterior tooth sizes are indicated here. It is about Korean adults with normal occlusion and their tooth sizes and ratio, published by Yonsei University. 753 patients with a normal occlusion. Their tooth width were measured. Surprisingly, in the case of male, the average is 5.38 millimeters and 5.20 millimeters for females. The lateral incisor width is 6.0 for male and 5.8 millimeters for female. This is average. There's a standard deviation, so there are many patients with a smaller tooth width than this. The upper numbers are female average width, and the lower anterior tooth width for male are indicated in the lower numbers. As you know, ideal implant position with some space between teeth and implant. The space should be about 1.5 millimeters, and ideally that should not invade into the tooth space. In this narrow space, regular implants are hard to be placed. As you can see, a very narrow implant with a diameter of 3.5 millimeter would require an average space of about 6 millimeters. So in general, the average lower anterior tooth width of male is 5.6 or 5.4, and female 5.2 and 5.4. So regular restoration is difficult, so we can use MS implant from Osstem. As you saw before, in difficult cases, the one body 3.0 or 2.5 millimeter MS implants can be used to easily deal with aesthetics in such cases. As you can see, if there is a 5.5 millimeter space in width, we can place implants and they can be aesthetic and functional. As you can see, 2 implants are used for 2 lower missing anterior teeth. When 2 lower anterior teeth are missing, we can place 2 regular implants. 12.5 millimeter space is required. But as you can see in the lower anterior, if 2 MS implants are used and if the gap between the implants can be reduced a little, 10 millimeter space is needed for aesthetic and safe treatment. MS implant look like this. As you can see, in general, the length is the part where implant surface treatment is provided. The concave area is the gingiva height, which is 2.5 and 3 millimeters, and the prosthesis is connected, which is 7 millimeter. So today we are going to use one guide in MS implants on the real patient in the live surgery. As you can see, one guide MS implant surgical kit is available from tissue punch, the sequential drilling. The implant can be placed for effective and easy placement implants. So this is 2.5 and 3.0 diameter MS implant drilling sequence. So this is for your reference. So MS implants and one guide will be used on a patient in the live surgery today with you. Case review. An 80-year-old female patient, quite old, but she's quite healthy. She received implant treatment before. She has high confidence in implants. The lower anterior region, number 41, has mobility and pain, so we decided to place an implant at number 41. In the mandibular implant plan, 3.0 millimeter diameter by 13 millimeter long MS implants. Intraoral photos, as you can see, the mandibular anterior region has crowding. Due to compromised periodontal situation, the tooth mandibular anterior number 41 is protruded and the bone width is narrowed and regular cannot be placed. In this case, are you going to extract the adjacent tooth and place regular diameter implants? For effective implant treatment, MS implant placement can be the answer. For this live surgery case, this is panorama. Bone resorption has progressed to a certain degree, as you can see. This is the CT view. The CT image and intraoral scan models are merged to fabricate a guide. In my case, I use Implant Studio to fabricate the guide directly. If you do not have that, you can use the Osstem OneGuide Osstem.com online. So if you upload the scans and CT, you can discuss the matter with the doctors who do the guide design to fabricate the implant surgical guide. So if you send the information after some time, various patient file will be obtained. The surgical preparation would be made, including a guide. So that way we have prepared the surgery. Let me explain. As you can see, this is a surgery report. As was explained before, MS implant with a 13 millimeter length and 3.0 millimeter diameter, and gingiva height of 2.5 millimeter for surgery. As you can see, the implant position can be estimated according to this report. Next, during the surgical design, files are merged for the design and implant positioning. The CT images and intraoral scans are merged for accurate implant positions. That's how it is designed. Next, today, after placing MS implants, a temporary tooth will be provided. That's how we designed. So this is a temporary design we made. As you can see through the report, we would determine the implant position, temporary position relationship with adjacent teeth. In the report, on the right-hand side, the implant positions. So the distance to the tooth is 1.12 millimeters and 1.02 millimeters, very close. So a slight mistake can damage the adjacent teeth. So using one guide, more safe and comfortable surgery will be performed. As you can see, this is temporary design, and for safe drilling, a template is used. So this is how the guide is designed. Today we have prepared open style guide. So to show you the drilling sequence more clearly, I chose a slipless open style for better visibility, which will lead to safe placement. Next, today, buccal gingiva may become thin or bone loss will occur over time. So a small bone graft will be performed. With some bone graft, MS implant will be placed safely with one guide. So this is the guide we have prepared. When we use a guide, the guide hole diameters can vary. In general, when we use one guide, it is usually 5.1 millimeter regular diameter drills, and the hole diameter is the same. For narrow diameter MS implants, the guide has narrow holes. The 3.6 millimeter diameter hole guide is fabricated. To check accurate engagement of the guide, the milling tool is used to check the accurate guide and whether surgery can be performed properly. So this is the guide and the temporary fabricated, going through all those steps. And today we are going to use the guide and MS1 guide to place an implant. So I am going to attach a temporary tooth after the surgery. Surprisingly, the surgery can be finished very quickly. And if you need more information, I will explain along the way. The surgery is ready. So let me move to the operation room and do the surgery. Dr. Kim Hyun-jong, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Okay, let us begin. I'm honored to be here. And I would like to express my gratitude to my patient as well. A lot of people have put in effort, so I want to express my gratitude to Professor Kim Hyun-jong. Thank you for providing your input. I look forward to your continued advice as mentioned. Today, in number 41, in lower anterior, there was mobility.
After I filmed my pre-op clip, there were some changes because number 41, there was significant mobility for surgery. We wanted to preserve the tooth as much as possible, but there was pain and mobility worsened. So last week, extraction was performed. So it's slightly different. Originally, I planned the number 41 to be present, but we have already extracted it, so it's different. But the guide and provisional prepared ahead can be used. So we're going to proceed with surgery as is. So it's been only a week, so I don't think there's going to be a major change biologically. As mentioned, I'm going to proceed at. Let's look at intraoral situation. Say ah. Anesthesia was performed ahead as shown. Number 41 has been extracted. It's been just 1 week, and you can see extraction socket to fill is happening. The bone fill may not have occurred yet. In general, MS implant, when it is placed, we do flapless or we proceed without GBR. That is the general preference. I have been placing MS implant for long, and based on my experience, after placement with time, gingiva becomes thin and implant can show through. Recession can also occur. Hence, as shown on the labial side, GBR and membrane will be applied. First, when I do implant surgery, I always emphasize the way you hold the tool. When you hold mass, when you need to be able to balance the blade on your finger, you need to hold it properly. You need to do rest properly. This is basic, but I emphasize this over and over. You need to be able to have a good grasp of the tool. This is single case. It's not complicated. There's slight undercut, so a precise incision is necessary. In general, incision may not be done on the other side, so I am doing it on the other side as well. You can see the blade going in. Extraction socket healing has not occurred whatsoever. Flap reflection is planned. When you reflect the flap in general, so I want to propose a way to reflect the flap easily. You don't push the flap on the incision line. You use a periosteal elevator and twist it slightly. By doing this, almost as if making fulcrum during extraction, flap can be reflected in this way more effectively. Today, the plan was not to make vertical incision. As we proceed with the incision, if there's a lot of tension in gingiva, then I'll proceed with vertical releasing incision. Flap has been reflected. As you can see, on the labial side, the flap has been reflected. On the labial side, flap was intentionally reflected. In general, flapless surgery is preferred. And when we are to do guided surgery, flapless surgery can be done very precisely. But as in this case, if there is a slight recession or if the bone thickness is too thin, then in consideration of recession and excessive contact to cortical bone graft needs to be done. And reflecting flap is preferred in this case as shown. Dissection is done sufficiently. This is extraction socket, and around it and inside, granulation tissue exists. So this will be removed slowly. When I go to implant treatment seminars, the questions that I receive most frequently is how thorough should you be in removing granulation and inflammatory tissues? Personally, I try to do thorough debridement. I am using periocurate and I'm using it to remove granulation tissue, especially in extraction socket and in the presence of inflammation. I try to do a thorough job. If you take a look on the labial side, retractor is being used slightly. In the lower anterior, when you do a thorough job on the buccal side, if you just focus on the labial side, on the lingual side, cortical bone penetration can occur. So we need to prevent such situations. We need to check it. Periosteal elevator can be positioned like this, and this can be of help when proceeding with surgery. The questions may come to your mind. If you're going to do this, so why do you use a guide? This question may come to your mind. If you look at this case, adjacent teeth are slightly tilted, and in order to get the right path, or we're planning to provide provisional in order to do. Are you uncomfortable? So I think the patient is feeling slight discomfort because we're removing granulation tissue. If you feel any discomfort, please raise your arm, or you can just voice your discomfort. It can feel a little bit. You may feel pressure. If you feel uncomfortable, just feel free to tell me. On the inside of granulation tissue, there may have been inflammation and the patient may feel discomfort. And in this case, I apply anesthesia. You may feel a slight sting. If you feel excessive pain, please tell me so. Are you okay? Dr. Kim, number 42. Is there mobility? In the case of number 42, there is slight mobility. There's no periapical lesion, and there's a slight lesion on CT. It's slightly overlapping. Today, we're just going to remove granulation tissue and then place the implant. If the adjacent teeth is unhealthy, and because the path is very important here, in this case, guided surgery is recommended. Bone graft. Are you going to do it using tunnel rather than giving vertical releasing incision? Yes. Today, we are going to use two membranes. There's two membranes from Osstem. One is hard type and the other is soft type. Today I'm going to use hard type. I'm going to apply it on the soft tissue, and in between I'm going to do bone grafting. And in the gap, if necessary, bone grafting will be done. For a significant period of time, I've been doing debridement, and on the inside, in my feel, it does not feel as if it's soft tissue, but you can discern it with a sound. But as shown, you can hear it slightly now. There's slightly more here. So up to the inside, sufficient debridement has been done. So can you see it? Up to the extraction socket, sufficient debridement has been done. From now on, I'm going to place the MS implant. As mentioned, prefabricated guide is going to be used. As shown, you can see the guide. In the case of MS implant guide, as we engage it, guided drill, and the design length, it's about 13 millimeters. If you're going to use excessively long drill, then it can just spin. So drilling is going to be done so that the guide can be engaged properly. Because the guide can shift, my assistant is going to hold it down as shown here. I'm engaging the guide. Drilling will be commenced. As shown, sufficient up and down motion is done. Irrigation is done for initial drilling. The length of the implant to be used is 13 millimeter implant. As mentioned before, in the case of narrow diameter implant, it's not my first choice. But if I were to use it in surgery for lower anterior, in this case, I would use a longer implant. Today, I'm going to use 13 millimeter implant. This is the second drill. This is the same diameter. Earlier, I've used a 8.5 millimeter initial drill. Now, 13 millimeter. You can see that it's engaged. Unless it is 8.5, it will not engage. So engaging will be done first. Is there a reason why you open the labial side? First is for cooling or to check depths. Today, as we do surgery, drill depths and stop cannot be visible, so I chose an open design. If it's closed, then you'll not be able to see the height. In the case of lower anterior, I think there are some questions. Isn't 10 millimeters sufficient rather than 13 millimeters? Did you choose 13 millimeters based on your clinical experience, or is there a special reason? At times, in the case of MS implant, you inevitably have to do immediate loading. Temporization needs to be provided. You cannot just send the patient home with implant. You provide provisionals. In that case, primary stability becomes very important. In the case of MS narrow diameter implant, you cannot increase torque too much. If the torque is 40-50, then in the neck area, torque can get concentrated. So in order to make a safer way, I try to increase the length. So that is why I use a 13 millimeter length diameter implant. Do you feel uncomfortable? Anesthesia will be performed once again. In the case of this patient, this is equivalent as an immediate case. I agree that you need to use 13 millimeters. If it is healed ridge, then 10 millimeter would be suffice. In this case, as Dr. Kim has mentioned, for primary stability and for loading, you need to use a longer implant. Next, a drill sequence will be proceeded. 2.3 millimeter diameter drill will be used. Originally, I was going to drill up to 2.7 millimeters and place 3.0 implant. The bone is more soft than anticipated. There's little resistance against the drilling, so I'm going to forego the final drilling and proceed with implant placement. So drilling has been done.
And I'm going to place an implant. As you can see, when you place it, the arrow on the drill on the flat surface, usually arrow is indicated, so that is the matching guide for the placement. The black on the stripe is the laser marking, 2.5 millimeters at the top, and the laser marking at the bottom, 4 millimeter gingiva height is indicated. So using a guide, 30 Newton centimeters. It is inserted very slowly. Today, the implanted position as the flat surface is toward the lingual labial side. As Dr. Pez said, I agree with her. If we place the MS implant in the lower anterior, because of the implant, the anterior teeth would become convex. So to avoid it, we have the flat surface face labially. The last thing, a torque wrench is used. As I said before, the temporary will be connected very accurately, so the placement depth, and it should go in a little bit further, and the direction is aligned. As you can see, so according to the guide, you can see the slot. When you use a hand wrench, what is the maximum rotation that you can use for the narrow implant if you apply too much force? Usually 40 Newton centimeters or less. So recently, the drills have a torque indicated, so it is set to 30 Newton centimeters. When you use a hand wrench, you have to feel whether it goes in very tightly or not, so you have to feel. So guided implant placement has been completed. Next, bone grafting on the labial side, and where bone is lacking, Osstem membrane is to be used. The big size is cut in half, and the contouring is already made. On the labial side, this will be inserted, as you can see. Doctor, in another lecture, sticky bone is used. What do you think about that? In most cases, sticky bone is made, PRF from patient is used, but today we have not prepared it, so rather than sticky bone, the bone graft material, the bovine bone is to be used. Patient, are you okay? If you have any discomfort, please let me know. A membrane is pushed in gently. And this is pushed outward a little bit to create a space. So the space is made on the labial side, and the bone graft material would be inserted in the space. I don't know how much difference it would make, but later when MS implant is placed in the lower anterior region, over time, implant can shine through. So due to physiologic remodeling, the labial bone would be resorbed quite a lot. So rather than vertical incision, I use tunneling. Carefully, I insert bone graft material. Sorry about that. Are you okay? So can I ask a question while you're doing it? Yes. So sorry to bother you, but we have received a question. 2.5 millimeter implant is available, but why do you use a 3.0? We have TS, and you're not using 2.5, but you're using 3.0 MS implant. Why do you use that? As I said before, I want it to last longer, and I want to reduce the failure rate, and I want to use something that has lower failure rate. So, for example, I am aware that 10 millimeters is good enough, but I want a thicker and safer option. As Dr. Park said, 3.0 TS implants, I used them before, but biologically it is 3.0, but it is bigger than 3.0, and it is not as thin as 2.5. So I chose the 3.0. I chose one guide, so a thicker implant could be selected. So outside, the bone feels convex here. So I'm going to clean it with water. So there are a lot of particles inside your mouth. A temporary is prefabricated. Fitting the one guide, as you can see, the direction and shape is quite appropriate. Bone graft material that I use, the membrane, I'm going to show them. The Osstem EOS and os membrane. Hard and soft options, and I prefer the hard ones because inside, if it is hydrated, it becomes too soft, so I cannot push it in. So if you use a hard type, it can be easily pushed in. So that's why I prefer to use the hard option. Now, suturing. The suture is chromic. I can use a nylon, but in this case, suturing is not challenging. Nylon suture because of tension, it is difficult to remove. So chromic doesn't have to be removed, and it is removed automatically. So I use a chromic. The advantage is that it falls off naturally, and the suture compared to nylon is weak. So we need to be careful when we do suturing, and it is weak under tension. In our patients, people love this suture because there's no stitch out step. So MS implant, the result of your hospital, there are so many outcomes. Do you usually use a 3.0? Yes, mostly 3.0. And not many cases where 2.5 is used. When 2 are used in the lower anterior, then I use 2.5. So in this patient, you don't do stitch out separately. That's right. I just check, and sometimes I remove it myself if the patient is traveling from afar. I just tell the patient to come back in about a month, then you will find them all disappeared. It is like rotting of a rubber band, and they just fall off. So you have many patients who travel to visit your clinic from afar, so that your consideration. And I don't want subject patient to pain. 4050 nylon can be used, but sometimes I cannot find the end, so that's the confusion I may face. Therefore, I prefer to use. Is temporary fitting good? Yes, I showed you before. So I want to check the articulating paper, but so please close up the shape of the temporary. So what kind of cementation do you do? It is slightly underbite. Please close your mouth so it slips away easily, and the gingiva direction is okay. So the temporary is prefabricated, as you saw. It is rebounding a little bit, as you can see. So one tooth is twisted in terms of occlusion, but the fitting is pretty good. Here, as was asked before, as Dr. Pe talked about cementation, in this case, mostly I use a high bond. Would you mix it with high bond? And sometimes we can check. In the MS Guide kit, there's a tool like this. This is the duplicated abutment to check retention and to see a temporary. In cementation type, cement access. So if we cement right after surgery, that's the concern, and it is difficult to meticulously get rid of them. And after cementation, this is used if you have a model. These days, we use model-less approach. In that case, as you can see, so more sufficient filling, please. So we use a model-less approach. So customized abutment or abutments in the past we used, and then we fill the model with the cement, and the excess is squeezed out, and a temporary is mounted, so you can have appropriate amount of cement. So for this temporary, the direction is a little bit different. Now please bite tightly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. So, with the cooperation from the patient, everything went well. So was it painful? No. I was very worried about the patient. Thank you very much again, patient. And in about 10 days, I'm going to check, and you come back tomorrow for disinfection. So MS implant one guide live surgery has been conducted. And this is my first time to be here, and I can see so many preparations have been made, and many people have helped me, and I have done what I wanted to do. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, and all the staff who prepared the live surgery. Thank you very much. So you saw the pre-op video, and you saw surgery live. Thank you very much. And I believe you have some questions first. Let's open the floor for questions from the floor. As you watched a live surgery, do you have any comments or questions? Professor Park Kwan-soo. Thank you for the comfortable and stable surgery. My question, I have a question. In the previous session, I had this question too. And you did bone grafting on the labial side, as mentioned in the previous lecture. In the lower anterior, 1.5 to 2.5 millimeter should be secured for long-term stability. In the lower anterior region, when we place a narrow implants, even narrow implants, obtaining that labial bone is not easy to obtain, and bone grafting should be done when the thickness of the bone. Do you have any criteria when we need to perform bone grafting? How thin the bone should be? Okay, right now. Dr. Kim Hyun-jong. So the question is from Professor Park Kwan-soo. In the lower anterior, how thin should be the alveolar bone requiring bone graft? And I heard the question here. So at least the 1 millimeter should be secured. When the wall is thin, recession can occur over time, and the bonded bone, it can become bottle bone, which should be avoided. Extraction socket in the past was the jumping distance was emphasized, so the labial bone thickness is important for bone graft. When bone thickness is thin, I try to use a bone graft like in this case. In some cases, how much ossification would be performed? So to be honest, I'm not sure about that. So when we do bone graft and soft tissue enhancement over time. If we can achieve them, there is a clinical long-term differences when we do them versus when we do not do them. So as you ask the question, so 1 millimeter, the width is something I aim for. So does that answer your question? Thank you for the answer. So 2 millimeters in the upper anterior, but in the mandible, the thin bone can be stable over time. So do you have any criteria? If I may add, as I said before, not 2 to 3 years, but over 5 to 6 years. Most of the cases that I did, the congenital missing cases in young patients, patients in early 20s. If you do surgery in the lower anteriors, after 4 to 5 years, they tend to become thin, and the grayish implants would shine through in some cases. So I try to thicken the bone on the labial side. And not only MS implants, but implants in the lower anterior region. The same for regular implants, so we encounter same situation. So 2 millimeters in the upper anterior, and I will study more on that. Dr. Song Mu-kyung. And Dr. Kim Hyun-jong, thank you for the good surgery. You use the temporary. When I use MS, you have a dedicated cap that is binding with resin, and it clicks in, and the cap doesn't come out. And I think using the cap is very important for impression taking and for other purposes. But if the resin temporary is made, there's a cement problem, and it is difficult to take a margin impression. So I always use dedicated cap for MS implants. But you use the resin temporary deliberately. Why did you go in that direction? As you know, on the lingual side, if it is crowded, the crown should be reduced later. So to be in the tooth contour, we need to control the depth. So I pay attention to the contour, but you are not checking from above. Maybe you already considered that during treatment plan. So if it is to be protruded, I place deeper. So that's my question. Thank you for the good questions. When we place MS implants, the first question, the depth is important. The first question was about the temporary sleeve, and the second question was about depth, but the answer is the other way around. During surgery today, the camera angle was different, but I was checking from the above, and I used the guide. And the temporary was printed using a 3D printer, and so today I didn't use sleeve. As you know very well, this is single case, so I didn't use. I use a temporary, the guide and temporary. And the fit of the temporary is always a concern. And if it is three tooth cases, the fitness may not be perfect, so checking direction is very important. Even though I use the guide today, when I do not use the guide, when it is in contact with the bone in the lower anterior region, the direction can be changed. So when the path is not correct, full drilling of the cortical bone is important, and there is a danger of lingual perforation. In that case, you need to check the lingual side and the plastic sleeve. When we routinely place implants and when we do prosthesis, the sleeve is very good for margins, but a 3D printer was used for the temporary, and the guide form was already set. So the temporary was fabricated using a 3D printer. The 13 millimeter long is used. So in many cases, it touches the cortical bone. So I hardly use 13 millimeters because 13 millimeters can create defenestration. So I don't really use 13 millimeters. So you use 13 millimeters. Don't you encounter such cases frequently? As I said before, I use the guide and I do not use the guide. The path can be changed. As I said before, if the direction is not the fitting, I need to do preparation to prepare prosthesis. I prefer to use 13 millimeters because of stability. So I will have more courage and adopt the shorter one. And it is important whether we use 2.5 or 4.0. The neck plays an important role. It depends on it can change the depth. So live surgery video, the images are available. So let's have a look at them. This is the implant position, placed, depth is the proper according to the plan, and the direction. The temporary, when it like that, even though the slot was there, and I take pride because this went exactly as planned, and it is close to an adjacent tooth. I was concerned whether it can invade the space in the adjacent tooth, but using the guide, the implant was easily placed, and the implant placement was completely like this. So time is up. So let's ask one more question from the chatting window. Gingiva height 2.5 and 4. So when you choose, what is the criteria in choosing one of those? 2.5 and 4.0. The criteria when a periodontally compromised patient with a lot of bone loss, in that case, after implant is inserted, even though with bone grafting, soft tissue, and if there's adjacent teeth, 4.0 is used when MS implant is to be used without a guide, and implant is placed. Sometimes it went too deep, and the upper part is not visible. Then 4.0 is a good option. And if a trauma case or if there is a problem in the case, as you saw before, the adjacent teeth in this patient were almost sound. So 2.5 gingiva height MS implants can be chosen, better clinical and aesthetic option. So today, I used the 2.5 gingiva height implants. So this concludes Q&A session. So the best questioner, 2 questioners are chosen from the floor, Dr. Song Mu-kyung, and from the chatting window. So the nickname Seoul is chosen. So thank you very much for your cooperation, Dr. Kim Hyun-jong. My gratitude again. And this concludes the session. Thank you.
We would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Kim Hyun-jong and the moderator, Professor Kim Sun-jong. We will now complete the fourth session, and now we'll look at the winners of Lucky Draw. 300 people will receive coffee coupons and 200 people will receive bakery coupons. We will begin to look at the results.
네, 이렇게 500분이 커피와 디저트 쿠폰 당첨되셨습니다.
500 winners have been announced. Please refer to the dental site. Coffee coupons will be sent to the winners via text. We will have a brief break as we close the fourth session. In the fifth session, Lucky Draw will be held. I hope you stay tuned. In the fourth floor, there is exhibit booth and a break space, so I hope you enjoy it. See you in a bit.
Have you ever experienced the pressure of reoperation because of prosthetic issues such as screw or abutment fracture? Introduce ESR kit designed to solve a variety of prosthetic issues. In case of screw fracture occurs, the fractured screw can be removed by using ESR kit. Connect the SR drill with the fractured screw. After making a hole for drilling on the fractured screw, turn the SR tip counterclockwise and remove the fractured screw. Also, after using the reverse drill, connect the screw holder on the fractured screw. Then, turn the screw holder counterclockwise to remove the fractured screw. In addition to screw fracture, the ESR kit can be used for removing the fractured abutment, repairing damaged thread of implant and screw hex slip. Try ESR kit designed to solve a variety of prosthetic issues. Smart Guide kit allows clinicians to fabricate a surgical guide without CT scan. Smart Guide is made of thermoplastic resin. Dipping the Smart Guide in the 70°C water for 1 minute. Then, clinicians are able to manipulate the shape of the guide as they desire. When the Smart Guide is shape shiftable, it is able to extend or reduce its size up to 1 millimeter when the guide pin is connected. Among 4 different types of 3D guides, clinicians are able to select suitable one for clinical case. Also, the Smart Guide enables to maintain the precise drilling path with 7mm sleeves. Smart Guide kit allows clinicians to fabricate a surgical guide without CT scan. For your implant placement, try Smart Guide kit now. Have you ever experienced difficulties in finding a right spot for implant placement? Positioning Guide kit enables clinicians to find both right spot and direction for placing implants without using a surgical stand. Positioning Guide kit contains both single guide and bridge guide, so clinicians are able to deal with different clinical cases. The single guide is transparent and cylindrical, comes with a diameter of 5 to 10 millimeters. Clinicians are able to put a single guide next to another single guide or close to an adjacent tube for drilling. The single guide helps clinicians to pinpoint the spot for placement and direction of the implant. The fan-shaped bridge guide enables clinicians to adjust interval from 7mm up to 12.5mm. Bridge guide allows clinicians to adjust the interval by the margin of 0.5mm and to drill toward the same direction as previously drilled site with continuity. Positioning Guide kit enables clinicians to find
stand. Introducing One-Fit Abutment, custom designed abutment by Osstem implant. One-Fit Abutment has the basic titanium abutment as well as gold-colored titanium-coated abutment for production of aesthetic zirconia and ceramic prosthesis. Manufacturing request is simple and convenient with 3 options of impression body, intraoral scan, and design file through an online order system. The product offers various design options for customization based on patient oral cavity and implant placement conditions. Try One-Fit Abutment, custom designed abutment by Osstem implant. Introducing the Krios 4, an intraoral scanner which scans and digitally replicates the oral cavity in 3 dimensions. The Krios 4 is extremely precise and offers fast scanning. It automatically eliminates unnecessary areas such as lips and cheeks during the scanning using the AI scanning function. Even the novice users can scan quick and easy. The Krios 4 is an integrated wired and wireless scanner. It is easily used wirelessly at large dental clinics. If the battery runs out, clinicians can continue using the Krios 4 by plugging in its power cable. The Krios 4 helps diagnose dental caries with its fluorescence scanning function. Also, the clinicians can track changes with dental caries over time. The Krios 4 can record patients' occlusal movement. The patient-specific motion function allows clinicians to record occlusion according to the movement of the patient's temporomandibular joint. Experience the Krios 4. It can be used in a variety of treatments. Great unit chairs designed for dental treatment must be convenient for the clinicians to use, feel comfortable for the patient during treatment, and they should also be easy to clean and maintain. I would like to introduce K5 is both a stylish and convenient unit chair. In case the backrest tilts downward, the leg rest goes up. The tilting function prevents the patients from slipping down. It is convenient for the clinicians to carry out treatments and provide comfort for the patients to receive treatments. The K5 also has a wireless foot controller designed to offer an even more convenient treatment experience for the clinicians. Handpiece RPM can be easily adjusted by turning the foot pedal left and right, making treatment. The sterile water supply device suppresses formation of bacteria and biofilm in the water line of the unit chair. Always using clean water during treatment makes it much easier to reduce the risk of infections. Let's go over K5's key features again. The patient does not slip downwards thanks to the tilting function. When the backrest tilts downwards, the leg rest goes up. Second, the wireless foot controller makes treatment much more convenient for the clinician. Third, DWCS suppresses bacteria in water line to supply only clean water during treatment. Try the K5, a unit chair designed to add both convenience for the dentist and comfort for the patient. Introducing the SM5, the dental implant surgery engine that provides safe surgery with its accurate torque value and drilling ability. First of all, SM5 provides accurate drilling results thanks to its outstanding checking force. The implant can be safely placed since the implant is firmly fixed, minimizing unstable vibrations. Moreover, the torque value and rotation speed can be checked with ease on the LCD panel during the surgery. Try the SM5, the surgery engine that has
outstanding checking force and that displays the torque value and rotation speed during surgery. Introducing the upgraded T2 Plus with superior high-resolution imaging, ultra-high-speed scanning, and ultra-low radiation dose feature. The T2 Plus has a 0.05 millimeter voxel size, which results in superior high-resolution images. This enables a more accurate diagnosis compared to the T2. With a T2 Plus, patient waiting times can be reduced thanks to a faster scanning speeds compared to the T2. Images are acquired in just 30 seconds. T2 Plus low radiation mode allows for safer scanning with only 22% of the radiation dosage compared to that of the T2. The low radiation mode allows scans for children and pregnant women without any concerns. The T2 Plus offers various field of view sizes for facial imaging, implants, TMJ, endodontic procedures, and more. The T2 Plus allows for customized scanning based on the treatment. The T2 Plus includes convenient and easy-to-use 1-2 software, 1-3, and reset. Through consultation, treatment and implant planning will help increase patient acceptance rates. T2 Plus is available in 3 colors: white, blue, and red. You can choose the color that best matches the ambience of your clinic. Introducing the upgraded T2 Plus with clearer images, shorter scanning times, and lower radiation dose. Introducing the N1 portable X-ray, delivering high-quality imaging while being extremely easy and simple to use. A good portable X-ray should produce clear images. At 70 kilovolts and 3 milliampere, the N1 produces clear standard X-ray images. Clear images relieve the clinician's stress during the diagnosis process. A good portable X-ray should be easy to operate. The N1 is light at only 1.61 kilogram, which is 30% lighter than a camera-type device. Also, it has a gun-type design which is easy to operate with one hand. This ensures easy alignment and high accuracy when taking images. A good portable X-ray should have a long-lasting battery. With 15% improved battery performance, the N1 lasts for a week on a single charge, eliminating problems with other wireless X-ray units. The N1 reduces the inconvenience of a continuous charging, which helps improve clinical efficiency. The N1 is easy to use and produces clear images. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the Snap intraoral camera. One of the most important things you need to consider when choosing an intraoral camera is image quality. To help the dentist explain the condition of a patient's teeth and set the correct course of treatment, intraoral cameras need to take clear images inside the patient's mouth, even though it's very dark inside the mouth. Snap uses a 1.3 megapixel sensor, unlike other regular intraoral cameras that top out at 300,000 pixels. That's why it delivers clear HD images that can satisfy everyone. Another important thing of an intraoral camera, which has to take images as quickly as possible, is the focus function. Snap focuses in just 0.3 seconds when you press an image-taking button and snaps images automatically, which helps produce clear, in-focus images that accurately show the patient's intraoral condition. Some existing products do have an autofocus function, but they have two separate buttons, each for focusing and image taking. However, Snap has a convenient two-in-one button. All you need to do is press the button once to capture fast and in-focus images of the patient's intraoral environment. And finally, an intraoral camera's head and neck line is very important since it has to take images from narrow spaces inside the mouth. Snap has a curved head and slim neckline that gives you a better angle for reaching the teeth with inserting into the mouth, which makes it easier to image not only wisdom teeth that are difficult to shoot, but also female patients and children who have small mouths. From the patient's perspective, this reduces any foreign body sensation and discomfort, while from the dentist's perspective, it reduces stress when imaging the posterior region and makes treatment easier. I was able to actually see which teeth require treatment, and that makes me have trust toward the dentist and left a better impression in my mind. I feel like I want to come back to this dentist in the future, and I'm going to recommend this clinic to my friends and family. Since I saw my teeth with my own eyes, I think I'd be more likely to consent to treatment without hesitating. Intraoral camera Snap helps accurately explain to patients the condition of their oral environment and creates a more credible and trustworthy impression of the dentist in the mind of patients. Introducing Osstem Implants Hysil Plus. Hysil Light Plus is excellent at reproducing fine areas. Hysil Light Plus can reproduce 20 micrometer lines without any tears or distortion. The stone model poured from a Hysil Plus impression produces smooth surfaces and separates cleanly. Thus, the user can fabricate accurate and precise prosthetics. Hysil Plus is highly hydrophilic. Hysil Plus has a short intraoral setting time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Hysil Plus offers a sufficient working time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Hysil Plus has a high elastic recovery ratio of 96.5% or more. Experience Hysil Plus for accurate and precise impression taking. I would like to introduce SlowJect Plus. SlowJect Plus is an automatic anesthetic injection device that injects an anesthetic solution at a constant rate. SlowJect Plus has 3 buttons that allow the user to adjust injection rate from low speed to medium speed or high speed. You can also switch between auto and manual modes using SlowJect Plus's one-touch button system. SlowJect Plus only weighs 80 grams, which is similar to a regular syringe, and has a pen-type grip that makes it easier to use when repeated injections of anesthetic is needed. Try using the automatic anesthetic injection device, SlowJect Plus. Implant prostheses are prone to food infection. Food scrapes stuck between braces are difficult to remove. Removing food scrapes completely from your teeth can be extremely difficult. Use Wapic every day. Thin but powerful jets of water can clean spaces between your teeth thoroughly. You can select between 3 cleaning modes: clean, soft, and massage. You can select any water pressure that feels right for you. Thanks to the massive 320 milliliter water container, you don't have to refill the device with water while you're cleaning your teeth. 99.9% antibacterial silver ion filter keeps the inside of the water container bacteria-free. Once you've brushed your teeth, make sure to finish with Wapic.
오직 치과인들을 위해 탄생했습니다. 치과계 최초 라이브 커머스 플랫폼 대놀 라이브 쇼. 제품을 특별한 혜택으로 만날 수 있는 단 하나의 커머스 플랫폼 대놀 라이브 쇼. 11월 28일 화요일 이드라이버 플러스, 12월 12일 화요일 가면관리 소독실 패키지와 축구와 인테리어, 12월 19일 화요일 카보 익스퍼트 서지 크리스마스 특별 혜택, 그리고 바로 오늘 오스템 미팅 2023 서울 특집 대놀 라이브 쇼 앙코르 특별전을 준비했습니다. 하나, 여행 키트와 뷰세네스 특별 구성, 최대 45% 할인은 물론 치과명 각인 서비스부터 와피 구강 세정기까지 화끈하게 더 드립니다. 둘, 바이오스와 에이오스의 국대급 2종9월 스페셜 패키지, 두 가지 올 일식제를 최초 36% 할인이라는 특별한 조건으로 준비했습니다. 여기에 채팅 상담 고객 중 40분을 추첨해 스타벅스 커피 쿠폰에 행운까지 안겨드립니다. 오직 오스템 미팅에서만 만나볼 수 있는 특별한 혜택, 지금 대놀닷컴에서 구매 가능합니다.
곰탕은 8,000원.
특곰탕은 만원?
특곰탕은 뭐가 다른겨?
뭐가 달라도 다르겠쥬.
임플란트 하면 좋은겨?
뭐가 달라도 다르겠쥬. 오스템 임플란트.
The excitement continues to grow at Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul. We now have reached our final session. Before we begin the last session, there's an important segment remaining. It's time for the eagerly awaited grand event. Entry to begin. 5 lucky participants will win a Galaxy Bud 2 Pro, 3 will receive JBL M2 wireless headphones, and 1 fortunate winner will be gifted a bespoke wireless vacuum cleaner. Don't miss this opportunity for winning amazing prizes, and please stay with us until the end. Now let's proceed with the final session of Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul. In this last session, 3 speakers will engage in a profound discussion on short and narrow implant about clinical significance and implication. Let me introduce the speakers. Dr. Jo Young-jin of Seoul DR Dental Clinic, Dr. Park Jung-chul of Hyo Dental Clinic, Professor Jo Young-dan from Seoul National University Dental Hospital. Please join us on the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I am Dr. Jo Young-jin from DR Dental Clinic. Hello, my name is Park Jung-chul. I'm with the Hyo Dental Office. I am Professor Jo Young-dan. I'm from Seoul National University Dental Hospital. This is the last session of Osstem meeting. This is late hour of Sunday, and thank you very much for being with us, and I would like to thank the participants online to be with us. This is the last session, and it has been a long day, and please stay with us until the end. So this is the finale of Osstem meeting, and it is we are nervous and excited about this discussion. Dr. Park, what about you? Thank you very much for inviting me at this wonderful occasion, and it was my pleasure to prepare for this discussion as well. It is my honor to be here. Professor Jo, thank you very much for inviting me. I am with the wonderful two panelists. It is my honor to be in this discussion. Before, let's get started with the discussion. Short and narrow implant, the clinical significance and implications. Short implant and narrow implant will be discussed in the first half and the latter half respectively. And we are going to look at the criteria and the clinical application and how they can be used. And we will talk about indications and how they can be additionally used. Short implant and narrow implants are used in abnormal situations. So the clinicians can broaden the clinical treatment range. So let's talk about the short implants first. So let's have a look at a simple case. Here, if you look at here, recently this spring I provided treatment at number 16. The tooth is missing and an implant was placed. The sinus graft was simultaneously performed and there was no problem in surgery on CT. Everything looks okay and no problems are observed, but the patient complained that pain and swelling a few days later. So the graft had to be removed, including the implant. So after the process, I sent the patient to ENT department, and various allergy test was done, and she had the positive response to house mites, and I was reported that pulmonary function test. She has reduced the function of lung. So this is a very cumbersome situation. So do you use this kind of approach in the mandible? Yes, the implants were placed a long time ago in another clinic. 10 millimeter implants were considered the standard. So placing short implants was considered as not appropriate. Inferior alveolar nerve is running here, and it is difficult to place 10 or longer implants. So the implants were inserted at angle to avoid inferior alveolar nerve, and the implant position is the buccally positioned than desired, leading to periimplantitis in many cases. And the lower and upper, the normal placement cannot be done. Sinus graft, can we reduce it? And if the implant is close to inferior alveolar nerve, then we can use short implants, escape from vital anatomic structures, not to invade the structures. This is a good solution. Two speakers and Dr. Park used the short implants in the live surgery and in the presentations. As you can see, this patient, number 2, and 4, and 5, the implants were placed before, and number 7 and 6, the implants are planned. And CT, pre-op CT, as you can see, still there is some milky stuff in the sinus, and the vertical bone length was 6.1 millimeters. So I was wondering whether sinus lift should be done together. Castril or 485 kit can be used to utilize short implants. And there are specific drills and tools for short implants, number 26 and 27. TS3 CA 5 by 6 millimeter drills were used to not to touch the lesion in the sinus, and the prosthesis was delivered. Short implants can be utilized in the mandible, don't you think so? Yes, as many cases have been demonstrated in the morning. This patient had a periimplantitis, so implants had to be removed. After the removal, It was not comfortable to place the implants, so grafting was performed, and we waited a little bit. Guided 485 kit can be used for placing short implants, and a guide was fabricated. One 485 kit was used to place the short implants because not enough bone to avoid inferior alveolar nerve. And the soft tissue was not good, so FGG was performed to treat with the short implants. If you look at the photos at number 46, it is close to inferior alveolar nerve, so a guide was used with 1485 kit, so it was completed safely, not damaging the inferior alveolar nerve. If you look at the CT, the implant is short, but it is wide, and the buccolingually it is stable. So short implants, as discussed in the morning sessions, the criteria is different from doctor to doctor, so there's no definite criteria specified in a textbook. So from this morning until before this session, we did the survey using QR code. How short should short implants be? So let's look at the result. So we did the survey. If you look at the result, 7 millimeter or less is considered as short implants according to most people, and I agree with this result. So regarding many lengths, short implants are defined. The length of short implants, the definition. First, less than 8 millimeters, that's called the short implants. Ultra short is less than 5 millimeters according to papers. It varies from study to study. The numbers are different. The reasons to use short implants, as you mentioned, when the surgery is very complicated, the surgical time and efforts can be reduced by using short implants. So PubMed, we searched the papers, short implants and millimeter. Many results are appearing, the papers. In 2015, EAO Consensus Conference talked about this, 8 millimeter or less. Those are considered short implants. 2017, according to ACP paper, between 6 and 10 millimeters to be short implants. So the paper is in line with our discussion. How to distinguish length and diameter. So survey paper published in 2017. For the last 4 to 5 years, how the perception has evolved based on the data. Osstem implant, by implant length, the sales volume has been collected, and if you look at this table, from 4, 5, 6, and the implant sales increases from 10 millimeters and beyond. Over time, the sales volume decreases. By year, 8.5 and 10 millimeter implants, which is most popular. 10 millimeter implants are decreasing in volume and 8.5 increasing. So after 2022, 8.5 millimeter implants are used most widely. So many surgeons regarded 8.5 as short implants, but it is not really short. It is almost considered as standard. So this is not academic evidence, but this can be derived from the data. So what we propose is that short implants are 7 millimeters or less. And Osstem implant produces 4 and 5 millimeters, which is extra short. The entire length is the same, but the bevel size is different. So let's have a look at the useful application of short implants.
If you use short implants wisely in the upper and lower, you can reduce surgical stress and ease it conveniently. If you use it inadequately, then you can get unwanted results. Professor Joel, can you give your input on this? When you use a short implant, the advantages are as shown. You can avoid anatomical limitations and you can reduce time spent on GBR and the effort put in it. You no longer need to take a CT and you do not need to spend money, time, and effort on sinus lift. If you look at the different literature, in my case, I use short implants quite frequently, and the survival rate compared with the standard implant, some say the survival rate falls short, whereas some view that they're similar. Dr. Park, what's your opinion on this? If you look at the review study, short implant and standard implants were compared in terms of survival rate, but there was no difference, and in short implant, surgical complications occurred less. There were less surgical complications. This is a study from Zurich University, and statistics was done on the survival rate of short implant. If you look at what is marked in red, implant with wide diameter, the success rate is 100% in short implants. If wide diameter can be assured, even if implant length is shorter, the survival rate can be more good. And if you look at the FE analysis, wide diameter and small diameter implants were compared, and load is concentrated on the crystal area in terms of load bearing. If the diameter is wider, it is better. In terms of length, with same diameter, if the length is reduced, the load is not less concentrated when using short implant. If you increase the diameter, you can get the better results. So when you use a shorter length, you need to use a sufficient diameter. When you use short implant, we do not place it in area with ample bone. We need to place it precisely in limited places. So we need to do analysis three-dimensionally. There can be side effects if we do not. We need to place the implant in accurate depths and direction, and that is very important. Compared with regular diameter or regular size important, this is more important. In that aspect, the guided surgery can be used. One guide, one cast, 1485 kit can be used. If you use it with combination of these, then you can get better results. A survey was done again. When placing short implant, what do you think of using digital guide? How necessary do you think it is? And how often do you use digital surgery? Survey was done. If you look at the result, when placing short implant, how much do you need digital guide? So 5, you think digital guide is absolutely necessary, and 1, it's useless. If you look at the results, over half of the respondents find that digital guides are absolutely necessary, whereas when placing short implant, how often do you use guided surgery? Less than thought. People use digital guides less frequently. We understand that the combination of short implant and digital guide is very good. Dr. Park, could you add? Dr. Kim Gi-sung has mentioned one cases using 1485 kit, and I use it very frequently myself. The patient had peri-implantitis leading to bone loss, and when you place implant here, although grafting was done significant, at times the residual bone you get is not significant. In order to do surgery in a safe way, guided surgery was done. I've made a clip out of it. Twist drill with Y dimension, and 1485 also has Y dimension. The flat tip is flat. If you look at the video when you do the drilling, Y dimension can penetrate through inferior alveolar nerve very easily, but 485 kit drill has flat tip, so it's very difficult to penetrate. And the superior border of inferior alveolar canal can be penetrated very safely, and in that sense, we can place implants very safely. We do not damage the nerve at all. In number 37, you can see that implant has been placed safely away from the inferior alveolar nerve. When you use short implants, the vertical space with adjacent teeth can occur. Dr. Park, if you look at your case at number 5, 6, and 7, in between, the difference does not look significant in that case. No major problems will result. However, in other cases where there is significant changes with adjacent teeth periodontally, there can be major issues. Professor Cho, can you add? If you look at short implant case, because implant is short, the prosthesis is elongated, and there's a drastic gap, and the length of the crown differs. Although you emphasize the need to maintain hygiene, because there is difference in the prosthesis length, that the patient finds maintaining oral hygiene very difficult. This will lead to peri-implantation, which will then lead to explantation as a periodontist. If you take a look, you see the red, yellow, and green lights. What is green is okay. The bone level with adjacent teeth is similar, and crown size is similar, so the patient can maintain oral hygiene very nicely. The red, if you take a closer look, compare with adjacent teeth, there is difference in bone level, and the patient find it difficult to maintain oral hygiene. In that case, with the reduced height, you need to put the prosthesis as much on top as much as possible so that the patient can use a proxa brush. You can see the prosthesis with yellow light, and this kind of design is very important so that the patient can use proxa brush. I have mentioned that I use the short implants very frequently as a periodontist. I would like to give you my 2 cents. I do not use short implants for first-time cases, but I place short implants when the patient cannot go through any more large surgeries due to peri-implantitis. This was the same for this patient. Because of peri-implantitis in the upper left and lower left, the situations were dire. Implants were removed very easily. Sinus membrane perforation occurred. Sinusitis also existed in this case. If you look at the lower left, around the implant, there is dental calculus. In these cases, the patient does not want large-scale surgeries. The patient just wants implant. In this case, a short implant was chosen to treat the patient. In this case, the pillar becomes shorter and the prosthesis becomes shorter. So this kind of design is more recommended. And although there can be food impaction, we need to make a design so that the patient can maintain oral hygiene. To summarize, in order to provide a normal anatomical structure through ridge preservation or vertical GBR, a lot of time can be spent. And If you place a standard implant, the patient can easily and simply maintain the implant. It's more favorable for maintenance. However, if you place a short implant, you cannot make, there's limitation in restoring the normal anatomical structure, and then more effort needs to be paid in maintenance.
So we can do surgery simpler, but we need to pay attention to the maintenance afterwards. These days on YouTube or entertainment programs, the balance game is very popular. Have you watched it? Yes. So let's play balance game, Dr. Park. If a short implants are, if you have to use a short implants only, or if you cannot use a short implants at all, which one would you choose? Just the short implants or no short implants at all? I will choose using short implants only. I cannot afford not to use it. So there are X-rays, regular implants and the short implants are splinted, and short implants are splinted, and a single case of short implant and crown implant ratio is not very good. So how you are going to use them? So you chose the short implants only, so you chose 3 circles. When crown implant ratio is not very good, I don't want to use the short implants prosthetically, so I chose X. But listening to presentations in the morning, maybe my X should be changed to a triangle. Professor Cho, regular and short implants, when they are splinted, you chose a triangle. Why? If you look at that case, ultimately the implant, the crest level, there's a gap, there's a difference that leads to crown length difference, and that's difficult for patients to clean for oral hygiene. So that would lead to periimplantitis. I totally agree with Professor Cho. On the vertical bone level matching with the adjacent tooth is very important. And short implants are used when vertical dimension is small. So one tip is that if you can have a longer distance between implants, the vertical height is something we cannot do anything about, but you should have more gap with adjacent tooth. So we talked about major usage of short implants and any complementary function of short implants. ChatGPT is very popular and it appears on the news. So I asked about the short implants to ChatGPT and the significance of short implants, and AI answers like this: as you expect. It preserves the vital structures like maxillary sinus and inferior alveolar nerve, and the invasiveness of surgery can be reduced, and less surgical procedure and cost can go down. And additionally, when original implant failed, as a replacement for failed implant, a short implant can be used. And there are some anatomically unavoidable circumstances where a short implant should be used. So these have been discussed in previous presentations. Let's have a look at a replacement case. 12 millimeter long implant was placed, and the implant was mobile, and the screw fractured. The screw was to be removed, but I felt something weird, and I opened it up. On the left-hand side, implant was fractured, so it was removed. and implant position should be changed. And if the bone loss was severe, it could be hard, but we could place implant immediately. We need to consider factors like marginal bone loss and implant length. If it is removed, the drill hole in bone had a 12 millimeter long implant, so then the implant would be 10 to 11 millimeter long. So we need to choose appropriate length of an implant. 8.5 millimeter implant was placed. From 12 to 8.5, the length of implant. So shorter implant was used for the recovery. Short wide implants were not used quite a lot in the past. After the failure, the next step would be very hard and tedious. The healing would take longer. So if you place, so you want to place the same length or longer implants, and there's a limitation of anatomy, but if you use a shorter implant, it works pretty well. Let me show you my case. About 10 years ago, the treatment was completed like this. At that time, number 7, the bone volume was lacking, so we treated up to number 6, and the patient was lost to follow up, and after a decade, the patient came back. Number 39, the bone resorbed up to apical, so periimplantitis progressed quite seriously. CT, the bone was resorbed up to inferior alveolar nerve, and placing an implant again at that site was unimaginable. So ARP was done, and at number 7, a short implant was planned. SS2CA 6x7 millimeter implant was placed away from the inferior alveolar nerve using a castral, and number 4-5 implants, and the posterior implants were linked, and the Pontic was made, and this is the bridge that we provided. So you did a very good design of the implant. Yes, external implant design, external internal connection. Splitting is not appropriate. So SS-type platform with the platform was used. As Professor Cho said, if the platform has a big vertical difference, the hygiene maintenance would be more difficult. So SS-type has colors, so that's why I chose that implant. Clinical significance of short dental implants. So as I showed you before, there are many advantages, and a replacement tool for failed implant. And the short implants can be used in an unavoidable circumstance, so that can be used as a last resort. So the ultimate last solution can be provided by short implants. In the morning, Dr. Kim Gi-sung and Dr. Son talked about with a lot of materials, and listening to the presentation, I became more favorable towards short implants. So let's go to the next topic, narrow implants. So this is the last session. It is a little bit tiring. Let's stretch. Let's have a short stretching. Let me ask a question. Professor Cho, clinically, short implants and narrow implants, if you have to choose one of them, which one would you choose? So two are used in different situations. Dr. Park said the short implants, so I would choose a narrow implants. Personally, between short and narrow, I use short implants more than narrow implants, but there are circumstances where narrow implants need to be used, so let's look at them. In this case, my case, a very old one, in 2004, the lower lateral tooth was extracted and the adjacent teeth were rotated. So the width was very small and the BL as well. So one-piece narrow implant was placed in November 2004, and the patient was a regular customer, and the patient visited recently, and I took a CT. After such a long time, the buccolingual bone is stable and the implant is functioning pretty well. So in the lower anterior region, the width is small, so we tend to use narrow implants. One piece type is used. If there is more space, two piece can be used. Would you introduce a case, Professor Cho? According to papers, two-piece implants have a higher survival rate compared to one-piece narrow implants. When I use narrow implants, for success rate, two-piece narrow implants are chosen. Number 41 tooth was hopeless, so it was extracted. The original plan was number 31 was rotated, so the rotated tooth would be extracted and then an implant would be placed at number 32 and the punting would be used. But the patient insisted on using just one implant in the missing area, so missing implant was chosen. The width was very narrow, and the implant was exposed on the buccal side, and the membrane covered the site. And after 5 years, the patient uses it pretty well, so I respect the patient's selection at that time. Narrow implant can be used pretty well in the lower anterior, and it is like an art that you placed such implant in such a very narrow space. So narrow implants are usually for lower anterior. It is a less aesthetic region than the upper region. So let's have a look at the criteria for narrow implants as was introduced at the beginning, ACP Journal 2017. Narrow implants are defined to be less than 3.75 millimeters. So 3.75 millimeter was the regular implant, the first Bronnemark implant. So a regular platform was 3.75 millimeter. That can be considered as a regular size. Usually, if it is less than 3.75 millimeters in diameter, they are called narrow implants. There's no notice or disagreement to that. Osstem has two-piece, one-piece type narrow implants. MS is one-piece type, 3 millimeters or less. So these are here, a two-piece type. KSTSSS US 3.0 millimeters, 3.5 are available. So useful application of narrow diameter implants for lower anterior region. This is a summary. So replacement of small teeth like in the lower anterior, or lateral incisor and premolars in the upper jaw. Narrow implants would be used. And beyond the indications, if there is a lack of space, a narrow implant should be used. And if BL width is very small and without the bone grafting, narrow can be used. Additionally, provisional, removable provisional can be assisted by narrow implants. So MS provisional or two-piece type implants, 3.0, 3.5 are usually used, and for additional usage, MS denture, MS provisional can be used.
One guide surgery can be used, and there's a case. Dr. Park, can you introduce it? In lower anterior, we come across these kind of situations very frequently, and anterior 4 required extraction. As Dr. Cho and Professor Cho has mentioned, if you can find the right position, that's great, but that's not very easy. When you provide the bridge prosthesis, the position can serve as a very critical factor. In the case of MS implant, the drilling is just once or twice, so it's very important. If when you fabricate the guide, you can place implant very easily. And finding implant position is very easy, and following that, you order temporary ahead and provide a prosthesis. On the day of surgery, you can provide a provisional, you can replace provisional in the middle and provide final prosthesis. I think this is a very convenient prosthesis, and the implant has been positioned in a nice position. As for narrow diameter implant, it can be used most frequently in lower anterior. As mentioned previously, when you use a MS implant, the drilling is just once or twice. If you do drilling wrong, in the case of regular diameter, there's room for adjustment. However, if you start off in a wrong foot, then it's difficult to adjust. So you need to use the guided system so that it goes in the correct path. When you use narrow diameter implant, a part of you can feel uncertain about when significant load is applied. As mentioned in the previous lecture, if you look at the ITI consensus report, depending on the diameter, different categories can be made. The smaller the diameter, if it is less than 2.5 millimeters, so the success rate is not low, but compared with a larger diameter, survival rate goes down slightly. Are there any other literature that we can reference? Let's look at other literature. In 2018, this is a study published in Inquirer, and the 3 categories were divided. In category 1, implant diameter was less than 3 millimeters. In category 2 and 3, it was about 3. And in the case of category 1, significant low survival rate compared to standard was observed. And as for category 2 and 3, there was no significant difference. Let's look at other research. In the case of narrow implant, more than biomechanical factors, we need to consider peri-implant infection. As for type 4 spongy bone, when there's infection, failure can occur more. This is a different study. In conclusion, with reduced diameter, prosthesis thickness can increase. So when load is significantly applied, a mechanical failure can occur. Considering all these, in limited circumstances, overload can be applied. So we need to use it in limited situations where overload does not get applied, as Professor Park has mentioned in his lecture. In the case of narrow diameter implant, there are some downside. Biologically, due to peri-implant disease, failures can occur. Also, due to biomechanical reasons, when overload is applied, when you place a narrowed NDI, in these cases, failures can occur. We need to consider mechanical factors as well as biological factors. At times, we end up using NDI, but you need to bear in mind the precautions. That's how it can be summarized. The primary purpose of using NDI is to get space, and when there's lack of bone, if you need to place implant in precise manner, you can use it, and you can use the help of guided surgery. Open flap can be done, and you can gain visibility, and you can see very thin ridge. I thought MS implant was placed nicely if you take CT is positioned towards the lingual side. I'm sure you have experience. Those who have had a long clinical experience, you may have come across this kind of cases. In a very thin ridge, you may think that you have placed the implant accurately, but you may end up with apical perforation leading to additional GBR. In order to reduce such risk, you need to utilize guided systems. Regarding this, a survey was done. When placing a narrow diameter implant, do you think a digital guide is necessary? It's the same format as a short implant. 26% show neutral opinion. Over half of the respondents say that it is necessary. Compared with short implant, the opinions are less pronounced. Do you use the guides for narrow implant? When asked this question, fewer people responded that they use guided systems for placing narrow implants. So less than 50% use guided system, short implant, and narrow implant. People think that you need to use guide, but in reality, such usage is still lacking. So there's more room for improvement. In the case of anterior, we have discussed primarily about it. For upper posterior, at times, it can be used, and it's not used for molar area, but in premolar area it can be used if there's prosthesis in the mesial or distal position. In number 4, it may be you don't want to invade adjacent teeth or adjacent prosthesis, so you may have to use these options. No matter how you try to design it, at times you may feel like it's going to be in contact with number 3 by adjusting angle. In number 4 and 5, guided surgery was done to place the 2 implants. If you look at the occlusal surface, it looks okay, but if you look at the apical view, there was very little room. When you look at CT, at times, they're in contact. Those situations we can come across very frequently. We need to prepare ahead in order to prevent that. There can be indications for premolar in the area as well. I think guide is the solution for accurate placement, Professor Jo. So I primarily use narrow implants for lower anterior. In the case of this patient, in number 13, teeth, due to secondary caries, a bridge was removed. In number 13 and 14, implants were to be placed. I was quite courageous. In premolar area, I applied a narrow implant. In the case of this patient was female patient. And in number 14, it was missing for a significant period of time, so it was quite narrow. 2 narrow implants were placed. Unlike what was anticipated, the patient is using it nicely. If the patient was male and if it was towards the molar area, I would not have used a narrow implant. The patient did not have strong occlusal force, so in the premolar area, narrow implant was used successfully here. In posterior area, if possible, regular diameter implant should be used, but sometimes the need for narrow diameter implant in premolar area can arise. So if you can apply it clinically under careful consideration, then the survival rate will not differ significantly from regular diameter implants. But as shown here, when you compare it with the splinted cases in single crowns, and more so than premolar cases, molar sites show more hardware complications. So as Professor Pei has mentioned, Koreans have very strong occlusal force, and Korean dentists go through a lot. So this is a 3-year retrospective study. And the cumulative survival rate is 92.4%, but this is not really satisfactory from a private practitioner's perspective. When used in molar area compared to premolar area, survival rate decreased rather than using it in load-bearing area. You need to consider occlusal force. So as for narrow implant, you need to consider load first before using it. This is my case. In the past, in lower anterior and narrow ridge, I was not confident about doing GBR, so I used mini implants. The patient used it for a long time, but then all of a sudden, the patient came in with prosthesis in mind. It's not easy to come across fractured prosthesis in these cases. Two-piece implant fracture, when you may think that screw loosening or screw fracture occurred, but this was a one-piece narrow diameter implant. When they come in, you feel you feel baffled when people come with fractured one-piece implant. When you open flap, this is not two-piece implant. You have to use EFR kit in these cases. You cannot use such kit. You need to use cause dehiscence, and you need to elevate it and remove it. GBR needs to be done, and I was barely able to do it. Are you sure you're not confident about GBR? You have done a wonderful job. Narrow diameter implant, if it fails or fractures, I think it's really difficult to address it. I have restored the case like this, but you need to think of situations where it may go wrong.
So we have tools to use in such cases. I haven't used it yet, so MS implants can be removed using the tool. If you have any, don't experience that, it's better. So time is almost up. And so this is the last part, narrow diameter implants. The clinical usage, the indications have been discussed, and the provisional related cases, we will introduce the cases before close. And space is narrow, and narrow implants can be used for fixed or removable. We can use MS provisional. That is another clinical value for narrow implants. Let's have a look at a case. This is the case I showed you before. In the upper anterior, implants were placed, and the provisional, if provisional can be provided, it's better. But the situation was different. So teeth were extracted. The implants were in the posterior region, and one piece can be used. Temporary fracture or loss can be hard to repair. So posterior regions and anterior regions were segmented. Two MS implants were placed in the anterior region, and the provisional was segmented in three segments. When a denture is inserted or removable, the GBR can be pressed down, leading to poor outcomes. So MS implant provisional was used. So during healing period, it can work as support for healing in edentulous patient, and if the partial edentulous portion is becoming large, the patient would experience a concavity object. From number 3, 5, 6, and 7, implants were placed, and at number 8, narrow diameter implant was placed to use as a provisional, and in the second stage surgery, the mini implant was removed and then transitioned to the final. This is used from time to time. In a full edentulous case, the implants were placed, and to protect the GBR area, MS denture implants two were used because the incise canal was good. So they were used, and in the secondary surgery, the fixed prosthesis was provided. In fully edentulous case, a guide design was made. After placement in the anterior region, two MS denture implants were placed, two for bilaterally. They were submerged, and two MS implants are exposed, and retention was increased, and the flange was cut when there are some patients who complain the thick flange, so they can be reduced, and fix the prosthesis and then final prosthesis. So this is helpful when they are used as professional. When removable is used, then pressing down on GBR is a concern. So flange can be used as support. So I believe this can lead to excellent prognosis. We talked about short and narrow implants. In a format of a discussion, let's summarize. So, summary of today's discussion: short implants and narrow implants. Clinically, and there are cases we have to use them. Advantage of short implants: simple in areas of surgical risk. Narrow implants, when MD and buccolingual space is lacking, this can be used, but there are disadvantages as well. For short implants, it is difficult to maintain the oral hygiene. And for narrow implants, we need to use them very carefully under excessive occlusal force. I need to emphasize that. And for short implants, it is short, so in order to compensate for that, wide diameter implants need to be used. For narrow implants, when diameter is 3 millimeters or less, the survival rate is lower than the standard implants. So all these need to be considered when you make a decision. So summarize, this is the last slide. We talked about the short and narrow implants. This is the paper, European Association for Osseointegration. They did the Delphi study in a survey form. The future trends in implanted dentistry in Europe for the year 2030. And expert opinions have been collected in the Delphi study. Implant length and diameters. The length would be similar or shorter in 2030. And regarding diameters, they would be similar or narrower ones. As Dr. Best said, minimal invasiveness is to be focused under aging society. So digital guide, the short implant and narrow implants would be utilized more in the future. So this concludes the session that we have prepared. Now, we have discussed among ourselves, but if you have any questions, please ask them. First, we have many questions from online. Let's open the floor for questions first. Do you have any questions? Please raise your hand. We will give you a microphone. If you don't have any questions, let's look at questions in online chat window. TS asked that when short implant is used, So the retention can be difficult. And do you have any tip for one guide when in a free end case? The retention is low. When the guide is pressing down, maybe the guide is moving, maybe there's no stop. So in a free end, the guide may not be secure. Dr. Park, what do you think? Usually, in a single case, it is not necessarily so, but when I design a guide, if that is expected, there is a fixed drill. I can remember the name. The guide can be fixed so that it doesn't get mobile. It can stabilize the guide more securely. At number 7, single case, the support natural teeth can be increased in number. Any questions from the floor? Okay, I'm Dr. Park. Listening to the presentations, I have this question. When platform is different, single, or splinted, which one is favorable for prosthesis? When vertical platform is different, whether splinted or single. From biomechanical perspective, splinting can reduce complications. If you use splinting, a surgeon and a lab technician who fabricate prosthesis should communicate very smoothly. Sometimes the embracer is completely closed in design. I opened my practice for 20 years. Still, I have to communicate very actively with a lab technician. If it is to be splinted in designing the prosthesis, embracer spaces should be open for hygiene control. And if a platform difference exists from periodontally, if a vertical gap is big, the low implant has a poor crown implant ratio, so it should be made single case. If crown ratio is poor, implant survival is not that significant, so the fracture risk would increase. So prosthetically, splitting is more favorable. Any other questions? Thank you very much for the impressive discussion, 3 doctors. And for short implants, when the platform heights are different and gingival depth is 5 millimeter or higher, the gingival or problems occur, and they're connected. And have you had any such cases where inflammation became a problem?
Thank you for the wonderful question. As you have mentioned, that when there's a difference in bone level, the prosthesis end up longer, and in that case, the prosthesis becomes closer to mucosal area. In the end, the patient will feel pain when doing teeth brushing, and proper maintenance of hygiene will not be done. Be it natural teeth or an implant, there needs to be keratinized tissue, and as you have mentioned, you have a gingivectomy. When you do it, the keratinized tissue becomes removed. So you go closer to mucosa. Rather than that, I recommend FGG or APF to provide a more solid gingiva. In most cases, when a short implant is used in posterior region, it's not aesthetically important. So the implant is below, and we need to provide a solid gingiva to distance ourselves from mucosa in order to prevent peri-implantitis. So well, does it answer your question? So a lot of questions are being raised. OMFS below the in the sinus floor at times when a short implant is placed in the lower below the cortical bone, it can be empty. And do you do bone grafting when you do short implant? I think it is important that we make sure that the short implant does not fall. I do not do separate the bone grafting. We need to make sure whether there is empty space on CT, and we need to check that upon drilling. When it becomes penetrated too easily, then we have to do grafting. In that case, so I tend to go for regeneration. I use allograft. That is my preference. What is important is that when you do drilling, if it goes down too much, I think we need to get good stability and fixation. I think it's about getting primary stability, and in these situations, in other words, there's no bone below the cortical bone. In that case, we may stimulate inferior alveolar bone rather than putting in bone graft. I don't think that is recommended. Unless you do condensing, I don't think it's going to go in. Or if there are no more questions, we're going to entertain questions from online. So TS, more so than TS, SS type short implant shows more favorable result periodontally. Is there a difference long term? I don't think there is difference in terms of implant type. Personally, I use a TS or KS primarily. I look at if there's too much gingival level difference, or if there's very bad crown to ratio, the connection goes up slightly, so you can reduce the ratio slightly. Long term, when I have used SS type, because posterior area aesthetics is not as important and it is periodontally more favorably, so you can use it selectively. I don't think there are major differences between implant type. Tissue level implant type and submerged type implant, I don't think there are long-term differences in prognosis. We need to consider internal displacer. If the implant placement position and direction is not very good, it is difficult to adjust abutment because there is a set value. We need to consider that and choose the right implant to get good results. If there are no more questions, let's entertain more questions from online. Kyonu. So one piece, do you put the wide surface buccolingually or mesiodistally? If there's sufficient space, I do it mesiodistally. If there's lack of space, I do buccolingually. Questions were raised in the afternoon session, and questions was about flap management. I tend to place implant more lingually, and in putting index side towards the lingual side can lead to better result when you prep it. I think it should be done after osseointegration. So after about 2 months, a rubber dam puncher is used. With rubber dam, I prep using that. I'm not sure whether this answers your question, but it popped up in my mind. I think it's a good idea. In the lower anterior single cases, you prepped it, and the crown shape was very like a natural tooth. PFM restoration thickness could not be adjusted, so flap was reflected. So I want to make such a natural looking crown. That's my desire. Hwaung, in the case of upper anterior, is there a reason why you don't use narrow implants? Unlike a lower anterior, implant angle and abutment angle, there can be many limitations. We need to use custom abutments because there are, in a lot of cases, angled cases. Also, it is an aesthetic zone. When recession occurs, we need to prepare for that as well. The bone profile itself is more protrusive. That is why it is not a good indication to use one piece narrow implant. Therefore, it is not frequently used in the upper. As for upper anterior, alveolar bone direction and tooth position can be deviated significantly, so this is difficult to use. We have a little bit more time.
So let's entertain just one more question. If you don't have any questions from the floor, Dorong-young. Actually, we have a question from the floor.
What is your indication of selecting gingival height in case of one-piece implant placement for immediate implant placement as your case presentation? For example, as we know that if we do immediate implant placement, we tend to have gingival recession, and we do bone graft over the gingival tissue level high, so the chance of gingival recession will occur. So what is your indication to select the gingival height for one-piece implant?
One-piece implants, when they're placed, the gingival height is the question. MS implants, we can choose 2.5 or 4. Personally, rather than the company recommendation, I place a little bit deeper because I have wider choice. The higher gingival height, 4 millimeters, is my choice. So MS implant, actually the margin is positioned a little bit higher for fabricating the prosthesis to respond to any situations that can develop later. So this concludes the Q&A session. And we have questions from online and from the floor. And let us select the questioner who win prizes. So the first the questioner. And from online, Indigo has asked the most questions. So Indigo is getting the prize. Congratulations. So this concludes the Q&A, and all the program of today has finished. Thank you very much for staying with us until the late. How was it? So I enjoyed the preparation, and I enjoyed the discussion. Professor Cho, yes. And I hope what we have prepared is helpful for your short and narrow implant placement in your clinics. Thank you very much for your attention. So that was a wonderful discussion by 3 doctors, Dr. Jo Young-jin, Dr. Park Jong-ji, and Professor Jo Young-dan. I'd like to express my appreciation to you. Please give them another round of applause. As the questioner, online questioner, we will contact you individually. And regarding the Osstem meeting 2023, so whether you are satisfied with the lectures, all the participants offline, we sent you the text message. Please click the link, and 200 people will receive a chicken gift certificates. So 2023 Osstem meeting poster award. 109 posters have been collected.
The poster results were reviewed and the winners were chosen after vigorous evaluation and discussion by 18 judges. The awards include 5 gold prizes, 4 excellence prizes, and 1 grand prize. Today's award will be presented by Chairman Choi Kyu-ok. Let's welcome Chairman Choi to the stage. First, we have gold awards for the 2023 Osstem meeting posters. The winners of the gold awards will receive a prize of 1 million won and a certificate. The names of 5 awardees will be announced in alphabetical order. Please give them a warm round of applause. This is the gold award. Professor Park Chung-jo of Maxillofacial in Hanyang University, Dr. Park Song-ha of Joseon Dental Hospital, and Professor Ju Sung-woo of Prosthetic Division at Kyung University, and Dr. Choi Gun-ho of Wonheung-bon Dental Clinic, and Dr. Han Se-min of Yonsei Baro Dental Clinic. Dr. Park Chung-jo of Maxillofacial Department at Hanyang University. With your unique passion for dentistry and presentation of an excellent clinical case, you have been selected as the winner of Gold Award at the Osstem 2023 Osstem Meeting Seoul, Korea. The certificate is awarded in recognition of your achievement. President Choi Kyu-ok, please give him a warm round of applause. Photos will be taken at the very last. Dr. Park Song-ha of Joseon University Dental Hospital. It reads the same. Gold prize. Dr. Ju Sung-woo of Prosthetic Division at Kyung Dental University. Please, it reads the same. Please give him a warm round of applause. Gold award. Dr. Choi Gun-ho of Wonheung-bon Dental Clinic. It reads the same. Congratulations. Gold award. Dr. Han Se-min of Yonsei Baro Orthodontics Dental Clinic. It reads the same. Please give him a warm round of applause. We'll have a photo shoot. Please come to the center of the stage. Chairman, please stand to the side next to the chairman. Please look at the camera in the front. Move slightly towards the left. Congratulations, Gold Prize winners. Please step down the stage. Next is we have Excellence Awards for 2023 Osstem Meeting posters. The winners will receive 1.5 million won and a certificate. The name of the awardees will be announced in alphabetical order. Dr. Ham Sang-min of Prosthetics Division at Yonsei Dental Hospital and Dr. Jung Ji-won of Jamsil Standard Dental Clinic. Dr. Kwon Hyuk-sun of Periodontal Division at Gangneung Wonju Dental Hospital and Dr. Choi Hyung-jun of Seoul Baden Dental Clinic. And Dr. Kim Ho-jin of Gyeongbuk University Hospital Orthodontics Division. The Excellence Award goes to Dr. Ham Sang-min of Yonsei Dental Hospital Prosthodontics Division. Case report name is prosthodontic restoration of both mandibular and posterior teeth with considering occlusal function and maintenance. You have presented amazing clinical case and you have been selected as the winner of Excellence Award at the 2023 Osstem Meeting Seoul, Korea. This certificate is awarded in recognition of your achievement by Osstem Implant Chairman Choi Kyu-ok. Poster Excellence Award. Dr. Jung Ji-won of Jamsil Standard Dental Clinic. It reads the same. Excellence Award, Dr. Kwon Hyuk-sun of Periodontal Division at Gyeongbuk Wonju Dental Hospital. Excellence Award, Dr. Choi Hyung-ju of Seoul Baron Dental Clinic. It reads the same. Dr. Kim Ho-jin, Excellence Award. It reads the same. Next, we will have a photo shoot. Please move to the center of the stage. Please look at the camera in front. Congratulations once again to the Excellence Award winners. Please step down the stage. So we still have grand prize left. Please help us. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The grand prize for the best poster presentation at 2023 Osstem Meeting goes to an exceptional winner. This prestigious award, including a prize of 2 million won and a certificate, is awarded to Dr. Lee Won-woo of Maxillofacial Department at Hanyang University. Congratulations. Grand Award, Dr. Lee Won-woo of Maxillofacial Department at Hanyang University Dental Hospital. The title is Comparison of Prophylactic Effects between Localized Minocycline and Systematic Amoxicillin on Implants Placed Immediately in Infected Sockets. With your unique passion for dentistry and presentation of an excellent clinical case, you have been selected as the winner of Grand Prize at 2023 Osstem Meeting Seoul, Korea. November 19th, 2023, to Osstem Chairman Choi Kyu-ok. Please give him a warm round of applause. Now we'll have a photo shoot.
Smile. Congratulations. A big hand, please. I'd like to thank Chairman Choi Kyu-ok, who has given out the prizes. Let's hear from the winner. Thank you very much for giving me this prize, Osstem implant. Second, people say I would like to thank Dr. Park Chang-ju, who helped me quite a lot. And I would like to thank those who work in Hanyang University School of Dentistry. Thank you. So 2023 poster award ceremony is to be concluded, and all the winners, thank you and congratulations. Continue from yesterday, we have held the Osstem then the Hygienist Forum and Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul at the head office of Osstem Implant, and now we are approaching the end, and it is regrettable that we have to close everything. So we have a prepared event before we close the highlight event. Let's get started.
Galaxy Buds Pro, as well as JBL M2 wireless headphone and bespoke vacuum cleaner will be given. The year's prize lucky draw adopts a rotary system due to high number of participants, with the last 4 digits of their phone number being 2875. Consequently, we will draw a total of 5 digits from the middle part of the phone numbers for the lottery. Now let's begin with the third prize and proceed with one winner at a time. Third prize for Galaxy Buds 2 Pro. $72703. Congratulations. Second winner is 25960. 25960. Congratulations. Next is 39164. 39164. Winner of Galaxy Buds 2 Pro. We still have 2 more prizes left. 87414. Congratulations. If you're absent, you'll be able to receive it. Maybe you have applied it via online for 84536. 5 winners of Galaxy Buds 2 Pro have been announced. Please give them a warm round of applause. Next is second prize, JBL M2 wireless headphone. Who will be the winner? 28447. 28447. Congratulations. Second winner is 62800. Congratulations. Second winner of MBL headphone has been announced as well. The final winner is 53771. 53771. Congratulations. This is the final winner. We only have one major prize left. Bespoke Jet robot vacuum cleaner. There's number 58050. 58050. Congratulations. You have won the first prize. For the winner, separate contact will be made. How was your experience thus far over the past 2 days, November 18th and 19th? Dental Hygienist Forum and Osstem Meeting 2023 Seoul have unfolded with resounding success. So we firmly believe that the outstanding lectures and live surgeries by leading domestic and international speakers in the field of dentistry provided you with meaningful and enriching experiences. As we conclude this event, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the moderators, speakers, and all of you who stayed with us till the end. Thank you for making this a shining success.